It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, April 8th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be here on a lovely, somewhat warm Monday in New York City, and that is a welcome sign after the rain of last week and the cold of, in particular, Friday and Saturday. It is great to be here. Yes, we have a lot to discuss, my friends, on this beautiful Monday as we embark on, finally, UFC 300 Fight Week. Yes, it is here. UFC 300 happening this Saturday in Las Vegas. We are going to Las Vegas on Wednesday, live shows on Thursday and Friday. 4 episodes of the MMA Hour this week. The only day that you are not getting the MMA Hour in some way, shape, or form is tomorrow. We've got a Monday show, we've got a Wednesday show, we've got a Thursday show, we've got a Friday show. So there's a lot of us to come, in addition to everything else going on. And what a weekend I just had in Philadelphia. WrestleMania 40 in the books. Perhaps the greatest ending to a WrestleMania ever. Oh my God, you know yourself. I have a lot to say, a lot to get off my chest, a lot to discuss. And we have, once again, a fantastic lineup for all of you. Nobody does it quite like this program. Time in, time out, show in, show out. Very excited to be here. And so let us get this party started. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Thank you to them for the support and more on them throughout the program. Also, thank you very much to our good friends over at BetterHelp. More on them later on as well. Okay, let me just get locked in here. Oh, I'm so fired up. Let me get locked in. Okay, my friends. Truth be told, a little bit tired on this Monday. A lot of driving over the past few days, and I'll explain why. But can't wait for the back end of the show. Why? Why can't I wait for the back end of the show? Because I feel, I don't know for sure. I haven't gotten confirmation of this, but I feel like the Parlay Boys are off the schneid. I don't know for sure, but this is a feeling that I have in my bones, in my heart, in my mind. I have a feeling that the boys are off the schneid. So we shall find out. We'll also find out how GC did with the rest of his picks, as per usual. Prior to that, we'll be joined by one of my locks of the weekend, Skye Nicolson, who became the WBC featherweight champion on Saturday night in Las Vegas at the brand new Fontainebleau. Nah, I kind of screwed that up. It's Fontainebleau. It's not Fontainebleau. Some people like to call it Fontainebleau. I've heard it's a beautiful new hotel in Las Vegas. I think it's off the strip, but I heard it's great. Anyway, the pride of Australia, now a perfect 10-0. She wins the WBC female featherweight title. She defeats Sarah Mahfoud in a pretty one-sided affair. As I said, went out on a limb, and so we'll check in with her and see if this Amanda Serrano fight is going to happen. Now, prior to that, we are going to be joined by President Awesome himself, Asim Zaidi. Now, you may have seen this young man, who is also the head coach of a great group of MMA fighters at the Goat Shed. He is the president of Karate Combat. He is quite the electric and eclectic and entertaining fellow with a very unique and fun personality. They have a huge show coming up, not this weekend, next weekend. That's April 20th in the UAE, headlined by Luke Rockhold versus Joe Schilling. Pretty damn cool. They're going to Dubai for that big show, and this individual has been making a lot of noise and big moves and waves, and so has Karate Combat. For a while, it just kind of felt like they were here, but now it seems like they're making a big push just to be different, to offer something different, and so he's going to join us in studio. I can't wait for that. That'll be at 3:30. Now at 2:30, the official, at least as far as this program is concerned, the real heavyweight champion of the world, the real baddest man on the planet, dare I say the real BMF champion, because, the heavyweight champ is always the real BMF, baddest mofo. The pride of Wigan. Na. Tommy Aspinall in studio. And is it possible, I was just thinking about this, is it possible that I've never actually met Tom Aspinall in person? Is that possible? That can't be. Have I met Tom Aspinall in person? I think I have. But he's been on the show a gazillion times. UFC debut was in July of 2020. Is it possible I never met Tom Aspinall in person? I guess we're about to find out. But Tom Aspinall is going to be joining us in studio at 2:30. In studio, my friends, in studio. Tom Aspinall. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I hope he brings the gold. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Calvin Kattar, who, of course, meets Aljamain Sterling this weekend at UFC 300. And prior to that, Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us, who, of course, is meeting Charles Oliveira on what might be, in my opinion, one of the most interesting fights on this stack card this Saturday in Las Vegas. And we'll kick things off at around 1:40 with Paul Hughes, who was victorious at Cage Warriors this past weekend and now is a free agent. And everyone's buzzing about this young man. He's done a lot of big things, and he's made some waves. His interviews with my good friend P.T. Carroll over the past week causing all kinds of waves. But he wins on Saturday at Cage Warriors 170, and now it appears as though all the top promotions are going to be vying for his services. So I look forward to that. But before we get to all of that, a few thoughts on the past few days, if I may, and I'll also get the thoughts of the crew in the back in a moment as well. What a time. What a time. Well, obviously last week was big for the show with the CM Punk interview, the Rhea Ripley interview, the Cody Rhodes interview, Cody finishing the Dart story, etc., etc. On Friday, I'm getting ready to head out to Philadelphia, and there's an earthquake here in the Northeast. Everyone got all crazy over this, but in the end, I don't think anything massive happened as a result, right? There was no real structural damage or any injuries or casualties.
Who, me?
Am I right about that, Frank, or am I wrong?
I saw like an image of a road somewhere in New Jersey that was a little messed up.
Okay.
And I think I have a tile in my living room that's a little out of place.
Well, commiserations over.
Thank you. We will rebuild.
Yes. But glad to hear. But everyone was very fired up over this. We dusted ourselves off, pardon the pun, and we headed off to Philadelphia, which I spent a majority of the time in this weekend. It was myself. I went solo. New York Rick met me there, and we had a nice little reunion with our good friend Mark Ramundi, formerly of this website and formerly of the MMA beat, pardon the pun, now moving over to the Atlanta Falcons beat. We had a nice little cheesesteak dinner. What was it? Was it from D'Alessandro's? Was that it? Rick?
I forget the name. Hold on. Let me look up the record while you describe.
What do you give it?
That was a solid 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10, really?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like you're overhyping it.
No. I'm not a big. This may be controversial. I don't think the cheesesteaks in Philadelphia are that great. A lot of them have been kind of like overhyped. Like they've become these factories for tourists coming in, and the quality I just don't think is probably the same as it was when it was first like the staple. They're kind of overrated, but this one was quite good.
You loved it.
It was really good.
I think it was D'Alessandro's.
Yeah, Mark said that the key was that they make their own bread on site, and I can say that makes a big difference. It was delicious.
What's the super touristy one? Joe's or something?
Joe's and Pat's.
Yeah, Joe's and Pat's.
Geno's.
Excuse me.
Pat's.
Yes, Gino. Thank you.
I went to Ishkabibbles when I was there.
Ishkabibbles.
That's been recommended a lot.
Ishkabibbles.
John's
Fine.
as well.
I was with a local, born and raised.
Yeah. Local Philly people get so mad if you say you go to Gino's and Pat's.
Yeah.
This is what I kind of mean.
touristy.
It's the Times Square. You know, those cheesesteaks are the Times Square. Like
Exactly.
overrated. Not that interesting.
On Saturday, by the way, not to skip ahead, but on Saturday I went with my family to a brand new place called Shay's, which was recommended to me by Philly natives. Relatively new, I think 6 months old, and it killed D'Alessandro's. Killed it.
You got a cheesesteak.
Yeah, well, So here's
No, I got the smoked salmon.
no.
I mean, you can't compare cheese.
Just let me finish. I didn't have the cheese on the steak, but I had the steak. Okay, that
not
to
the
me is
same.
most important.
No.
Wait, a fork and knife steak?
No.
Well
On the
done.
sandwich. And
By
here's
the way,
here's the
that's
crazy
not the
thing.
name of the that's not the name of the restaurant. So whoever that is, D'Alessandro is getting slandered. Is
Oh,
not,
no. What was it called?
It's not the name of it. I don't want to say now because of your horrible review.
No, I said it was good, but I'm just saying Shay's was better.
D'Alessandro's is a place, though.
Wasn't that?
That's just not where y'all went.
It was not it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, D'Alessandro.
Shout out to D'Alessandro's,
It was
man.
something with a pizza in it,
It was
right?
Angelo's Pizzeria.
Angelo's, yeah.
Oh, Angelo's Pizzeria. What is that?
Who gets?
No, Mark's a foodie, so he knew. He said it.
No, it was great.
Ishka
It
Bibbles.
hit the spot, like my kids say. It hit. But here's the thing. They had at the other place that I went to Wagyu steak. I never had a Wagyu cheesesteak. You ever have that?
I feel like that's just marketing.
I feel like I'm gonna piss more people off. Like, I don't think most Wagyu is real Wagyu.
Yeah, I feel like it's just marketing. Yeah, they fake a lot of that.
What do you know? It was
It's
fantastic.
like caviar, you know?
There's American Wagyu, and then there's the real
It was great.
Wagyu.
It's like truffle.
You
Everything's
ever have a
truffle
chicken cheese steak or whatever?
Yeah,
it's-
yeah,
My
chicken
daughter
cheese.
had that. It
not.
was fantastic.
I had a friend that would do salmon cheesesteaks.
Okay, that's crazy. That's not crazy.
Salmon
Yeah.
and cheese. Okay. I mean,
He loved it. I mean, he was a pescatarian.
Yeah, why
Is that-
not?
Is that the word for it?
Yep.
Episcopalian?
Anyway, enough on the cheesesteaks. Then we make our way over to the beautiful Wells Fargo Center. And if no one's ever been to that area, they've got Wells Fargo Center. They've got the Philly Stadium, which is like Citizens Bank Field or something like that. And then Lincoln Financial Field. No, that's stadium. Baseball stadium. Anyway, they're all in the same complex. They're all in the same like you can literally walk from one to the other within the parking lot. And so we go there for SmackDown. And if I'm being honest, like the go home SmackDown heading into WrestleMania is light on action, and it's more just kind of, finally the last stop, setting the table for the big weekend, the two shows. Saturday, Sunday, WrestleMania. The only reason I really wanted to go to make the drive was because my good friend Paul Heyman, who is one of the greatest human beings that I've ever met, was finally getting inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. And it was fitting because, of course, he made a name for himself in Philadelphia, leading the charge as the face and the owner of Extreme Championship Wrestling. And so SmackDown 8 to 10, and then they have to, rejigger the whole thing and take the ropes down and make it all nice for the Hall of Fame. And I was like, man, we're staring at a potential 2 more hours of this. And both Rick and I are driving home. He's not staying for the weekend. My daughter has a soccer game Saturday morning. I don't want to miss that. And so I'm getting nervous. And then they announce, somewhat shocking, I still can't believe they did this. They announce that Paul Heyman was kicking off the Hall of Fame. Oh, my God. What a pop for that. And true to form, and as expected, a fantastic speech. If you missed it, go on YouTube or Peacock and watch it. It was vintage Paul Heyman. And I have so much love for Paul for so many reasons. Longtime fans of this program will remember when he came in studio in 2010 with the massive jug of coffee, talking about the state of wrestling in his career, and he was on the outside looking in at that time, and he's been so kind to us over the years. And I can proudly say that I consider him a friend, a confidant, if you will, someone that I've asked his opinion on matters pertaining to my career, etc. He was kind enough to invite me to his daughter's bat mitzvah and son's bar mitzvah, attended the bat mitzvah, which was a very special and incredible experience. And it was an honor to be invited, and it was very touching. That was back in 2015. It's very cool to see his kids sitting ringside next to CM Punk, who's a very good friend of his. And it was just amazing. And among the many things that he said, which this ended up being a theme of the weekend, which really stood out to me, he really showered Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H, with praise and talked about how this was a new era and that he's a Paul Levesque guy, which is, leaning into what people say about him, Paul Heyman guy. I consider myself a Paul Heyman guy. I would do anything for that guy. And I thought it was very interesting that he was so willing and so often praising Paul and others. That's very much Paul Heyman, but the Paul Levesque stuff in particular, because he is now, in many respects, the face of WWE. So that was a great experience, and I was so happy that Rick and I got to go see that. I talked about this last year, but when I was backstage in Montreal in February of last year, Heyman really went out of his way to make me feel comfortable and just allowed me to shadow him the whole time. And it was, I mean, I felt like I was witnessing Picasso at work. It was one of the coolest experiences of my life. And he didn't have to do that. He could have kept me in the corner, but he really looked out for me. And so I will always be a Paul Heyman guy and love that guy and back that guy. And so I had to be there, and I would have done anything to be there, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. And so it was very, very cool to experience that, and so pleased that I was able to. We both drove home, struggled a little bit on the drive, but it was all good. Went to the soccer game Saturday, and then packed up the whole family and went back to Philadelphia on Saturday for WrestleMania. Now, that's when we had the cheesesteak. We at Shea's, way better in my opinion, and we got all ready. Now, I went to WrestleMania both nights with my sons, Oliver and Walter. They had never been to WrestleMania. This is now my 5th WrestleMania. The first one that I went to was WrestleMania 18, back when it was Hogan versus Rock at the Rogers Center / Sky Dome in Toronto in 2002. I was sitting 5 rows from the top. This time around, we're sitting 5 rows from the ring. And so I had to explain to them, this isn't normal. This is not how you should, start your experience at WrestleMania. Is like, you're supposed to work your way down. But I'm so pleased that I get to give them experiences like this and share experiences like this with them. And in particular, because these experiences as a kid meant so much to me. Like, to me, WrestleMania, thinking about it, watching. I remember when my mom was, when I was young and my mom was in the hospital, and she had just given birth to my sister, and I'm watching it on the hospital TV. It was WrestleMania 7 coming up. And I remember renting WrestleMania 1 and doing my own WrestleManias with the toys. And so, like, to me, that's the Super Bowl, right? That's the NBA Finals. That's the Masters. That's the granddaddy of them all, the showcase of the Immortals. And so to be there amongst 72,000 fans who just all love professional wrestling was a really cool experience. It was freaking cold, though. It was really cold. I've never watched wrestling in a climate like that. And it's cold when you're, if it's 40 Celsius is like around, I don't know, 40 Fahrenheit is around like 8, 9 Celsius. And you're walking around, not so bad. But you're sitting and it's windy. And I mostly felt sorry for the wrestlers because there were some heaters at, above the ring. But to be honest, like, it was freaking cold. And I don't know how much, help those heaters were providing. And so Saturday was cold. And honestly, I don't know why they choose to do WrestleMania in the Northeast in early April in an open-air stadium. If it's going to be in the Northeast and it's going to be in an open-air stadium, I would suggest doing it later in the month. It just so happens that today, tomorrow, and Wednesday are going to be a lot warmer. So, there's that, but there's also the potential for rain. Last Wednesday, there was essentially like a monsoon here. What would have happened if there was a crazy rainstorm? That would have been a disaster. And so I don't even know how they're like, I would be so anxious. For years, you're building up to this and you're just waiting for the forecast for one particular, 2-day stretch. So there's that. And there's also, like, this is a pretty busy weekend in sports with the men's Final Four on Saturday night and the women's Final Four, which is bigger than the men's Final Four this year. If you do it a couple of weeks down the line, there's a little less competition. Obviously, there's the NBA playoffs and NHL playoffs, but I wonder if they're going to push it down the line in the future, or if they go back to the Northeast, do it in a enclosed stadium like in Minnesota or Indianapolis, etc. So Saturday was a little bit cold, but overall, I thought fun. I saw some people saying that the crowd was dead, and yeah, maybe they were dead because it was cold, because it was very cold, and it only got colder. Very cool to see The Rock in person. Very cool to see all of that. And what I liked so much about it was Saturday was tied to Sunday. It wasn't just two separate main events. The result of Saturday affected Sunday's main event. If Cody and Seth lost, then Bloodline rules Sunday, and that's what happened. Sunday was a lot warmer, which was nice. In the morning, I got to take my kids to WWE World, and thank you to everyone who said hello and was very kind about the interviews, about the shows, about all that stuff. It was very cool to meet some people who actually like pro wrestling and aren't so hoity-toity about it. So that was fun. We walked around. We went to the Liberty Bell, but apparently you have to like wait in line and do a whole. I thought the Liberty Bell was just out and about, but apparently it's like in an enclosed house. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen the Liberty Bell in person?
Yes, I've been.
You waited in that whole line?
It wasn't that long when I went.
It was
I'll be
pretty damn
honest.
big.
But this is now several years ago.
I guess, it's a cool thing, but we didn't.
So you didn't
wait.
see it?
No, we didn't. We took a freaking Uber to see it, and
Seen one bell.
I was the only one that wanted
Went to
see
Philly.
it. No one cared.
Knockoff cheesesteak. Didn't see
Cheesesteak.
the bell.
Didn't see the bell.
Yeah, we really didn't.
There's still time.
Yeah, no, could go back. It's only like an hour
Still
and a half.
there.
Yeah,
Still there.
Yeah.
They still have it.
still cracked.
Good point.
Haven't
That's a
fixed
good
it,
point.
which is weird. In any event, then we get to WrestleMania 2, night 2, and this was very cool because I didn't realize that we had like VIP access. Shout out, no big deal, NBD, Barry H. Thank you, Uncle Nick. I didn't realize that we had this on night 1. Night 2, we have it, and now we're amidst all the luminaries, all the execs, all the VIPs. Saw Pat McAfee's boys, met his lovely wife, which was great. Saw some other people, saw the great Kyle Brandt, saw one of my favorite media reporters, Bobby Burak, saw who else? Will Kane, former ESPN host, and now with Fox News. And I'm probably forgetting a ton of people, but that was very cool. Plus food, drink, all that stuff. And it was just a lot more enjoyable on night 2 because of the weather and all that. But what really jumped out at me at the start of night 2, who shows up? Stephanie McMahon. And she, like Paul Heyman on Friday, talks about the Paul Levesque era. And at that point, first of all, we hadn't seen Stephanie in quite some time. Obviously, the daughter of Vince McMahon, but the wife of Paul Levesque. And it just felt, from being in the back with all the executive VIP celebrity media types, to what Heyman said on Friday, to The Rock on Saturday, to what Stephanie said on Sunday at the top of the show, to what happened at the end of the show, to the Endeavor people being around. I saw some UFC executives around. This felt like a real transformative moment and weekend for WWE, where WWE is very obviously, in my opinion, moving on from the Vince McMahon era, moving on from the old sports entertainment era. How many times did we hear pro wrestling, pro wrestling, pro wrestling, pro wrestling? There were a lot of subtle, or maybe not so subtle, things said, actions that happened where it seemed very clear that WWE was taking a massive step into the mainstream, into a new era, with Endeavor, with the sponsors, with the people in attendance, with the people who returned, with the things that were said, with Paul Levesque being mentioned, with Nick Khan being shown on TV at the end, with Cody Rhodes winning, with The Rock, with the old school. Like, it just seemed like a massive difference from last year. And last year, the event happened right before the sale, and obviously a lot has happened since, and a lot needs to be resolved, but it seemed like a very conscious decision to move from the old era into this new era. And I would say for most people, it seems like a very, very welcome change. The pro wrestling is back. Pro wrestling is back. Pro wrestling is back. Sports entertainment is dead. All that stuff. No one wanted that. And look at the way that main event was booked. The card was great. Go back and watch it if you want. But that main event and the finish to that main event might have been, and please indulge me here for a second, it was a pretty damn big weekend. There's a lot of MMA to come. But the main event on Sunday might have been the greatest finish to any WrestleMania, and there have been now 40, or any card ever in wrestling history, because of what that story meant. The Cody Rhodes finish the story angle, if you will. We had him in studio last week. We had him in studio last year to talk about this. We had never been so invested in something quite like this that felt so real, because it was real. It was about his dad never getting that opportunity to become WWF/WWE champion, and him not realizing his potential as his dad's son, and him not being able to give that belt to his dad when he was alive. Unfortunately, Dusty Rhodes no longer with us. His mom, obviously Cody's mom, in the front row. And so it felt real, even though I know it's scripted. It felt so freaking real. It was pulling at our heartstrings, because last year we were in Los Angeles and we all thought, I would have bet my life that he would have won. It seemed right there, and they didn't do it. And boy, am I glad that they didn't do it, because we got that moment yesterday, and it feels like it's so much better suited for today, for this era. And so the deck is stacked against him, which was perfect. The bloodline attacks, solo attacks. Jay comes in, Jimmy comes in, The Rock comes in, John Cena comes in, Seth Rollins as the Shield comes in, and what a great story that was. And then The Undertaker comes in. And truth be told, we decided to head out a little bit early to beat the rush because we still had an hour and 45-minute drive to come home. And I have my phone on, and the texts are popping up, and I'm seeing GC's reaction. Oh my God, GGGG, or exclamation, exclamation. This guy who you could say, like, not the biggest pro wrestling fan, and certainly you have an appreciation and I think a respect for it. But 3 years ago, like, it was non-existent in your life. You popping hard for Cena and Taker, but you're 30 seconds ahead of me. So I'm like, who's going to come out now? I thought Austin would come out, but obviously that didn't happen, but all good. And seeing your reaction to those texts as I'm watching with my kids on the drive home to beat the traffic, which I didn't really mind because I got to hear all the commentary and we got to experience it in our little car together, was pretty freaking magical. It was great. Cody wins. It's the right move. Roman Reigns is one of the greatest of all time, and what a run that was for 4 years, and he should be so proud, and Paul should be so proud, and I can't wait to see where they go from here, and there's so much more to do. But Cody winning last night was the perfect call, and it was the right call. He brings out, or actually all the wrestlers come out to celebrate with him, which was super cool. I see him with Nick, you see him with Triple H, you see him with Bruce Pritchard, all that stuff. You see him with his wife. You see him who he hinted on Wednesday she would make an appearance with his mom. And then we hear about that story afterwards that he was given a gold Rolex by the brass, and it's the same Rolex that his dad pawned off so that he could, in the eulogy for his dad, he posted this. He said, whoops. My beautiful, I can't see this. I have a horrible, why is it making that annoying noise? My beautiful sister will tell you about angel money and that beautiful gold Rolex. His father, Dusty, told me if I ever won the world title, that I could have it. Just the other night, I inquired about that watch. This is his eulogy several years ago, I think 2015. I come to find out that he had sold it so that I could drive to Los Angeles to chase a dream. They gave him the gold Rolex yesterday. Somehow they tracked it down and they gave it to him yesterday. I mean, how could you not love this? How could you not appreciate this? Again, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but that's a beautiful story and they freaking nailed it. And it's so much fun. It's so much fun to be a fan. It's so much fun to enjoy pro wrestling. And I had a few people tell me, oh man, they come up to me and they start talking shit about AEW. And every single fan that I said this to, or that said this to me, I said to them, I don't hate AEW. I love pro wrestling. I don't care if it's Japanese pro wrestling. I don't care if it's Ring of Honor. I don't care if it's TNA, et cetera, et cetera. And I tell them, if you have listened to any of my shows over the past 10 years, 15 years, you would know that I always try to champion the cause for the other leagues, right? Because it's great for the performers, for the fighters, for the wrestlers, for the talent, for there to be competition. It's good for my business. It's good for their business. It's always better for everyone. And I will say this, and I hope they hear it and chill out just a little bit. And if not, it's all good. Last night doesn't happen. And last night isn't the success that it was, and the moment that it was, and the moment that will be remembered from now until eternity, and one of the greatest WrestleMania moments of all time. It does not happen if not for AEW and Tony Khan. It doesn't exist. And so I hope they take great pride in that. And I hope that people recognize that part of the story is integral to this part of the story. And if that part of the story doesn't exist, this part of the story doesn't get finished. It is so important to recognize that, because when Cody Rhodes leaves, he could just be floating in the wind. He could just be some indie guy. He could be some guy fighting over in Japan or competing in Japan. He could be some guy just kind of bouncing around. If not for him leaving and meeting Tony Khan and then with the rest of the guys starting AEW, he does not become the talent and superstar that he becomes, and he doesn't become sought after by WWE to come back and do all of this and have this moment yesterday. It doesn't happen because when he left, he wasn't this guy. He was nowhere near being this guy. He had to leave to reinvent himself, to build up his confidence in order to get to this point, and he only does that in large part due to what was built with AEW. That's why it's important that the AEWs of the world exist, and it's a testament to their presence in this business. And so I hope they recognize that and appreciate that and are proud of that. But in the end, he is not there anymore, and that's just business, and that's life, and he got to have that moment, and what a freaking moment it was. And it was just, in my opinion, the greatest moment, the greatest finish, the greatest ending to a WrestleMania ever. And that's saying a lot because there have been some great ones, but they gave us what we wanted, and it was just a reminder of how much fun all of this could be. And to me, the cherry on top, and it's something I will never forget, and I'm so grateful and thankful for. It's like my experience with the Knicks a couple of weekends ago, taking my kids to a Knicks game. It's fun to be a fan. It's fun to experience things. It's fun to go through life liking things and having that escape and rooting for things and looking forward to things. That is fun. And it's fun when you're a kid, and it's fun when you're a teenager or a 20-year-old or 30-year-old. But it pales in comparison to going through those things and experiencing those things with your kids as a dad. And as a lifelong fan, getting my kids into it, watching it with them, seeing them pop for certain things, Speed showing up, Logan Paul showing up, and doing his thing, R-Truth doing his thing, Sammy winning, etc. And then what happened in the main, and then this morning, listening to them while they were taking, they're getting ready for school, taking a shower, debating the finish, and Taker showing up, and my middle son Walter being upset because he wanted Roman to win because he likes Roman, and just hearing them debate the end of WrestleMania, God, I was more proud about that than them bringing home a good report card. Don't tell them I said that. But just incredible. And this is what everyone talks about. And your thing could be something different. Your thing could be something completely different. But any father out there, any parent out there who experiences something like this, your kids becoming fans of something that you grew up enjoying and being a fan of, there is nothing like it. And so I hope you understand when I show this enthusiasm and this fandom for this type of stuff, I hope you understand where it's coming from. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. There were 140 or so thousand people who enjoyed this weekend, and that's great. And it's okay if it's not your cup of tea, but just please understand that this is fun, that you experience it with family, you experience it with kids, and memories like the ones that we created this past weekend are ones that I'll never forget. It was really freaking awesome. And so let me ask the guys before we get to our first guest of the day. Rick, you were there with me on Friday. I'm assuming you watched.
All-timer from Paul Heyman.
It was amazing.
Friday. I mean, just nailed every single note. Is he the greatest on the mic in wrestling ever?
He's up there, man. There's Bobby Heenan, who was incredible, but he's like legit Mount Rushmore, top 4, top 5, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, every time he grabs a microphone, it's just magical.
We were eating out of the palm of his hand. It was truly magic.
Us and everybody else. But yes, I did watch. I did not see much of Saturday. I did see most of Sunday.
Incredible, right?
Really enjoyed. Is it okay if I say I didn't enjoy the breaking of kayfabe at the end?
What is this?
Is it okay if I say that?
What is it?
Yeah, what did happen?
What don't you like?
I kind of zoned out when everyone was dapping each other up.
I want to see them maintain a little bit of the suspension of disbelief. Like,
what did they do?
What bothered you?
I'm not saying bothered, but like I would have preferred if there was more looking toward the future than like, the celebration of the business part of it. Just personal preference.
But which part in particular? Be specific.
Like we're bringing out Bruce Pritchard and Triple H and all.
So you would have preferred that goes off air. That happens off air. Because
Yeah,
I didn't really think
yeah.
there was any kayfabe broken. You know why? He doesn't have beef with Triple H anymore. He's not a character. Neither is Bruce Pritchard. So he was just saying, hey, I
No, but
won. Let me bring out the guys who brought me back. That's not kayfabe.
Yeah, but that's business. They brought me back to WWE.
Bro,
and now
at the top of the show,
they're
Stephanie
hugging.
McMahon comes out and says,
okay,
this
how
is the
about
Paul Levesque era. She called him by his kayfabe name or his
if
real
Roman
name.
Reigns wins, is he hugging Triple H in the ring after? And Bruce Pritchard?
It's possible.
Nah.
It doesn't fit the story, though. Cody,
Just say, is this because it's a quote-unquote new era?
100%. This
it's
is all
that.
a new era.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And again, I'm not like, when you say like, I'm not like disturbed by it. Like, it was like, but I would have preferred a little more to stay in the world. How about that?
Nah, that's the big critique.
I'm not critiquing. I'm telling
Listen,
you,
it's
I
not a
would have
common
preferred
thing.
to stay in the world.
Sure, that's fair. But I actually don't really think that it was that much of a departure because
No, come on.
he has
No,
talked.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that happened this weekend has never happened before. They said, by the way, not before, but they actually said the word pro wrestling, not sports entertainment.
Multiple times over the weekend.
Big deal.
It's very clear there's a new era, which I'm fine with. I'm okay with that. And I especially agree in like the context of like Paul Heyman was leaning pretty heavily into that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's outside, like he's doing something that exists outside of the storyline. Then once it's the storyline, I'd rather stay locked in. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it wasn't good. I'm not saying that anybody else shouldn't have enjoyed it. I would have preferred a different.
Yeah, I mean, that whatever. That's what.
This is
what
nitpicking.
this? I mean,
What is
this,
I'm not nitpicking.
Wait,
I'm not
all
even-
that matters is when the bell tolls and then
Yes.
everything goes dark and then Undertaker shows up behind the Rock.
I
love that.
I mean, you talk about I've stated I'm not really a wrestling guy, but like I was hyped up in my living room, sitting by myself when the Undertaker showed up. I mean, that was
What would
that
you
was
have popped
amazing.
harder for, that or if the glass would have shattered and Stone Cold would have come out? Because it was down to those two in that moment.
I mean, I probably would have gone pretty crazy for Stone Cold showing up too, because like you don't have to be like a diehard wrestling fan to recognize these guys. They're like legends of entertainment. I mean, I love the bell ringing and then everything going dark, and then the Undertaker's just there, and the fact that he was behind the Rock, who's like he's an old school guy too, and then he choke slams him, then it goes black again, then they're gone. I mean, that was amazing.
Not only that, we get a recreation of the AJ Styles meme. Like now we get a new Undertaker.
Oh yeah, with him.
looming.
Undertaker,
With him behind the
Undertaker
Rock.
behind the Rock and like the face and everything. Because like one thing that I thought about is that like people always say like, oh, you know it's scripted, and it's just like going into it, I was like, Cody's gonna win. But the thing is, I was just like, how is he gonna win though? Like they keep promising how this is the biggest WrestleMania ever. The thing that I enjoyed was like seeing how they were gonna make it happen. Plus, John Cena showing up was pretty crazy too, and then you get the face off with him and the Rock. Yeah, I thought it was fun. I had a ton of fun watching it.
I thought last year that it was obvious that he was going to win. He didn't, so I was not.
Yeah. I mean,
What
you
it-
can't count the chickens till they hatch.
What are the other contenders for best ever? Obviously, like the Daniel Bryan, right? And
Daniel Bryan. Becky winning was it was a little bit sloppy at the end though.
Isn't like Undertaker versus Michaels one that everybody talks about as like one of the greatest from the 2000 the mid 2000s?
Hogan and Andre, Ultimate Warrior beating Hogan, Brett and Shawn. I mean, there's great moments, but like one that tied this story that has been going on for so long with the legends and the emotion. Again, a lot of it is written and a lot of it is scripted, so to speak. But this was a real story, like about his dad and about his legacy and about his own journey and his mom. Like all that is real. All that is real.
I thought he said it so beautifully in the press conference, in the post-match press conference. He said, essentially, like a lot of people will see it as a father-son story, which everybody can latch onto and identify with. But it's really a story about like, I wasn't good enough and then I became good enough. And that's like a story even more people can kind of see themselves in. And I thought that was pretty cool. Like the father part is part of it.
Yeah.
But like it was more like they thought I wasn't the man and then I became the man. That's pretty
So freaking
badass.
great.
I actually watched the press conference and then I went down a rabbit hole of the Stardust days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's,
look,
I mean,
you look at that guy and you say, how could that guy end up here, right?
dude, I mean, you're talking about just like,
Mid card.
I was going to say, just felt like a prop for
Yeah.
the WWE.
Yeah.
Like no star power at all, just like a character and nothing more. And it's crazy that was only like 8 years ago or whatever.
What a time, guys. I could do a whole 4-hour show on this past weekend, but alas, we do have other things to discuss as well, and it could come up throughout the program. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you didn't enjoy it, sucks for you because you missed out. Now, a lot of things happened over the past weekend. There was a UFC event. There was a PFL event on Thursday. There was the boxing, as I said. There was also a Cage Warriors event on Saturday, as well as Saturday afternoon here in the United States. And the big story going into that card was the final fight on the Cage Warriors contract by what many people are saying the hottest free agent in MMA right now. His name is Paul Hughes. He is joining us coming off another big win. Here he is, the big man, Paul Hughes. Paul, thank you so much for doing this. Great to have you on.
Mitt, an absolute pleasure, Ariel. Pleasure and an honor.
Well, congratulations on another big win for you. And certainly there's a lot of talk going into this fight week, regarding your contract and your future. And so I'm just wondering, there was that, but there was also multiple opponents. I believe the opponent that you fought on Saturday, Fabiano Silva, was your fourth opponent that you were scheduled to fight, right? Was there any point where you thought this fight wouldn't actually happen and that would delay your tenure with the promotion?
Absolutely. I mean, Fabiano was actually my fourth opponent in the space of a week. There was many more before that. It actually took me months to get my initial match. So, yeah, it was a fun week. And there was definitely points that I thought the fight wasn't happening. I mean, I went through, as I say, 4 in a week. So it got to Tuesday night, and that's when I heard Fabiano had accepted. Now, 2 days previous to that, so on the Monday night and the Sunday night, was 2 different opponents. They both accepted, and I was like, right, we finally got somebody here. And then it came to the following evening, and it was like, no, the other guy's out. He says he can't make weight now, or his medicals didn't get cleared. Then it got to the Tuesday night, and Mr. Silva, fair play to him, he saved the day, and Ian Dean saved the day. So we finally got a fight. And believe it or not, Ariel, I mean, I only found this out after the fight. The guy's medicals didn't get cleared fully until the day of the fight, until the afternoon. So that's how tight we cut it. And honestly, I'm just so grateful to be able to actually get in the cage, get another victory, and then to finish my chapter with Cage Warriors and to finish my contract. So.
And what would have happened if the fight didn't go on? Like, would you have just had to wait a few more months for your next fight?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't one of those contracts where there was like a term attached to it and you'd be a free agent regardless.
No, I would have had to wait. So I was stressing.
Yeah, that would have been devastating, right? Like when you're sort of like mentally set on something happening and then it getting delayed is deflating, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could probably sum up the last 2 years of my career being that exact situation. So I kind of thought, God damn it, is this happening again to me? But here, the MMA gods prevailed, and we got the fight, and I'm free, and I'm very happy about it.
Considering the fact that there was a lot at stake here, right? Like you slip on a banana peel, you lose this fight to a very late replacement, your stock goes down, right? Your leverage goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Were you feeling that pressure as well?
Absolutely. I mean, like, I had a lot of opponent changes, but each opponent, the level went up and up. Now, I was accepting anybody. I just needed somebody. I believe in the best, so it didn't matter. But I mean, Fabiano, 50-fight veteran, 14 KOs, 12 submissions, only been stopped, I think, twice in his career. That was a Tuesday night. It was like, you want to fight this guy? And I was like, of course, just get somebody in the cage. I mean, this is the sort of guy that, I don't want to say spoil the party, because I believe I was always going to win, but it's the sort of guy that could maybe make you not look as good as, make it awkward. He's super durable. So that was a concern for sure, because I didn't want my potential value to drop, because I've fought some 55 Brazilian veteran that just stayed in there and took a lot of damage, and I couldn't get the finish. So the pressure was there, but look, I prevailed. I shut him down. I got the finish, and yeah, happy about it.
And you got another impressive first round finish. Was there any talk from Cage Warriors to keep you around, to re-sign you?
No, there was nothing about re-signing.
And
I think, look, man, that chapter's done there. I mean, I've done so much with Cage Warriors. They've built my career. I've had so many big nights. I've won the title years ago against Charrier, unified it. I've been there, done that years ago. And the fact that I'm still here at this point is probably a surprise to everybody, myself and Cage Warriors included. So, there was nothing about re-signing. It was just a case of, we're going to let this guy move on.
And so why, as of Saturday, were you still there? Because let's be honest, there were a lot of fighters who aren't as talented and don't have the resume that you have who were long gone. So why were you there, and why did you have to fight out your contract?
Well, look, I still have one fight left in my deal.
Oh.
I had opportunities. Yeah, there was one fight left, and so I made the decision to.
One fight going into Saturday. Sorry, one fight, not another fight. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I had one fight left, so it made sense for me. I had already vacated the featherweight belt, moved up a weight class, so I wasn't tied into like a champion's clause of defenses, anything like that. So at the start of the year, I assessed them, and I thought, look, a good option for me right now might be to actually fight out this Cage Warriors contract, become a true free agent in a few months' time, and then be able to have the opportunity to play the game.
Were there any talks from any of the other promotions? Because Cage Warriors has the relationship with the UFC where, if you still have fights left on your deal, the UFC could come sign you, and they usually don't stand in the way of that. Was this something that ever came up that came on your radar?
With the UFC, sorry?
UFC or any other promotion. Did anyone try to sign you before the end of your contract with Cage Warriors? And if so, why didn't that not happen?
Yeah, I had an offer from the PFL and Bellator after my last fight, but I couldn't get the release granted. Well, look, I inquired about it, to see if that was a possibility, but it wasn't a possibility. So my only option then was to fight out my contract, and that's what I decided to do.
Why wasn't it a possibility?
Because I was still under contract. I owed them one more fight, and that's just how it was.
Okay, so instead of me beating around the bush, can I just ask you straight up, is it because the owner of Cage Warriors or the promoter of Cage Warriors, Graham Boylan, has a great relationship with the UFC and you are not managed by him? And so if you're not managed by him, he's not going to let you leave the contract early?
It's quite possible, It's quite possible. But, I mean, I think there's been people in the same position under Graham where they haven't fought in other organizations as well. So, potentially.
Was an offer ever made from him to you? Hey, if you let me manage you, I'll get you into the UFC before this deal is done.
No.
Okay, that was never discussed. Did you consider it? Did you want that to happen?
No, I didn't want that to happen. I'm working with the best in the game and Tim Simpson and Chosen Advisory, so I have full faith in my management now. I've recently started working with Tim this year, so I believe I'm absolutely in the best position. All the good things are in place behind the scenes for me to take off now.
Yeah, and Tim really is one of the best. And I know he only works with a select few, right? Given the name of the management team. So that says a lot about you, that he would want to represent you. And so as we currently sit here on this Monday evening in Ireland, do you have offers on the table from other promotions?
Since Saturday, not yet, but we are in talks, and Tim is going to work his magic now, and I'm going to let him do what he does, and I'm just going to sit back and see what comes. I done my business on Saturday night. I fought out the contract. I've created the hype, and now I'm going to let Tim, the best in the game, work his magic.
You don't have to tell me this, and it's probably in your best interest not to tell me who your top choice is, just from a negotiation standpoint. But do you have a top choice in your mind? Is there a place where you want to go if everything was the same? If all the offers, all the opportunities were the same, is there one place that you would rather go above the others?
Honestly, right now, I couldn't say, because I just haven't got any. Once I have it on the table, Ariel, then I'm going to see what my heart and my mind tells me then, because it's all well and good because, Errol, as I said to you, I had an offer at the beginning or at the end of last year with the PFL, and it was a possibility that I never even thought about before, and it completely changed my viewpoint on my potential, my pathways in my career. So it's something that I've done a great deep dive into, is the MMA industry in general, into myself and what I want from this game. I've really, really done a deep dive, and I've thought about, if I go here, then where will I go to? Where will I be in 2 steps? Where will I be in 5 steps? And I've thought about that for multiple organizations. But until I have offers on the table, whether that be next week or whether that be 2-3 weeks' time, I can only truly assess then when it's in paper and it's in writing. And then I'm going to have to do another deep dive and make the choice, what's best for me, what's best for my career, my family's future. And yeah, it's super exciting, man. It's super exciting.
Yeah, it's great when the when the world is in the palm of your hands. And so you say that, like, after the deep dive, you were able to sort of figure out what you really want out of this game. So what do you really want out of this game?
Look, I'll tell you what I don't want. I don't want to leave this game with no money and a lot of brain damage. That's what I don't want. Recently, very, very recently, a good teammate of mine and a very good friend, and Ryan Curtis, who I think you've covered in the show, got severely injured. Just beside me in the training mats, I was there with him for hours until the ambulance arrived, and I've visited him many a times. And for anybody that listening that doesn't know the story, is Ryan just had an incident in training where he basically broke his neck and his back very, very badly. He's in intensive care, or he was in intensive care. He's currently rehabbing. And, when something like that happens so close to home, it really, really makes you assess things even further. Because even talking to Ryan just last week before the fight, we were just catching up about it all. And he was just saying to me, like, when something like that happens, he was just thinking to himself, but why does it have to be me that this happens to? You hear about these things happening and all that, but why me? I'm the one lying here now. I can't move my arms and legs. Why does it have to be me? And Ryan's got a family, and he's just an unbelievable guy that has everything going for him. And then just like that, one training night, just a normal Thursday night, everything changed, and he's given his life to this game, and I've also given my life to this game at this point. And I want to have something to show for it, Ariel. And I deserve to have something to show for it. All fighters that put their ass out there deserve to have something to show for it. And they deserve to get their value. So that's where I'm at right now. I feel I just want to have something to show, man. I feel like I have all the potential in the world to be the superstar in the world of MMA. I feel I'm good enough right now, skill-wise. But beyond that, I believe I have all the tools. And I want to capitalize on it. And I want to set myself up for sure.
Very well said. And I want to ask you a follow-up regarding that, but just as an aside, because Ryan's story is heartbreaking, but I've seen some somewhat positive videos, some potentially positive videos of him. Could you give us an update on how he's doing right now?
Yeah, so he put up a video last week of him doing the bike. So I'm calling him Big Lance now, Big Lance Armstrong. He's got the legs going. I tell you what, Ariel, like, of course, is how traumatic and crazy the situation is. But if there's anyone to get through this, not to just get through it and to potentially walk again, which he will, but to be a success story that everybody around the world that has a similar injury can look at and say, that guy, Ryan Curtis, used to be the MMA fighter, and now he's back doing this and that. That is what Ryan's going to be. Like, from the get-go, we believe, and Ryan believes, that he is going to be the example to set around the world of what you can come back from with the power of the mind. And that's what Ryan has. And being a fighter is his greatest asset. And he's gonna change the game when it comes to recovery. I truly, truly believe that. And he truly, truly believes that. So to answer your question, he's doing well. It's a hard grind. Don't get me wrong. It's not easy for him to be up and doing that every day, but he's going to set an example, and I'm unbelievably proud of him, and I love him.
I love to hear that as well, and thinking about him and praying for him. And every video is more promising than the next, and I have no doubt that is going to come to fruition, as you just said. So going back to you and your story, there have been some people in the past who, let's be honest, the UFC is the top dog. There is a massive gap between them and everyone else. You see what they do for fighters who sign with them. Best example as of late, Michael Chandler. Look at the superstar that he has become as a result of signing with them after 10 years or so with Bellator. There have been some fighters who have taken less just to go to the UFC because they believe that being with the UFC will, in the end, pay off. And then there are other fighters who say, I want the security. I'm okay with not being in the UFC. I want the payday to secure my family's future, et cetera, et cetera. Would it be fair to say that you agree with me that the UFC is the top dog, but ultimately, if the latter is presented to you, meaning a massive offer from someone else that isn't the UFC, you are not turning that down and taking less just to say that you're a UFC fighter?
Absolutely not. I'm open to everything right now, Errol. Honestly, I'm open to everything. And as I say, I had to do a deep dive, and I had to ask myself, is it fame that I want? Is it just like clout? Is it to say that I'm in the UFC? And to be honest, Errol, I don't give a bollocks about that. I just turned 27 last week. I'm not that 21, 22-year-old kid that like has this dream of only UFC and I want to say I'm a UFC fighter. I'm at the stage now where I've done had a lot of big nights in my career. I've done a lot of big things, and it's not just about saying, I fight in the UFC. Me right now, the number one thing being the best fighter on the planet. There's nothing to say I can't do that. I can do that anywhere. Do you know what I mean? I can still be the best fighter on the planet, but I need to get my volume.
I love it. And 55, right? You'll be fighting at 55 wherever you go?
55, yeah.
Yeah. I saw a photo that you posted a few months ago of you, Ian Gary, and Conor McGregor, I believe, at the Black Forge Inn. What is your relationship like with those two, and what was that little tete-a-tete like for you?
Yeah, that was awesome, man. That was really, really cool experience and totally unexpected as well. Ian was just in town. He was in town. I think he had just fought and he was coming back to do some visa stuff. And I'd be friendly with Ian. You know, we came up together in Cage Warriors. I cornered him in his Cage Warriors World title fight. We've had a funny history, and I consider him a friend. So I went down to Dublin just to see him and catch up. And just by pure chance that day, he had been talking to Conor on Instagram, and he said basically, Ian dropped down to the gym later on. Let's train. And I think that's when they had their boxing spar. And he said, look, bring your people. Let's go to the Black Forge for dinner. I was in Dublin at the time. I was hanging out with his strength conditioning coach and my strength conditioning coach, Brandon Gallagher. And he was like, look, man, get down to the Black Forge now. You know why? So we rocked down, we pulled up, and we were sitting down at the table. Conor comes around the corner. The first thing he says, frig me, there's Big Hughesy in the building too.
Wow.
Big handshake, big hello. And we had dinner, and we went outside. We were in the smoking area chatting about fighting. There was a point where, you know, Conor, he's just such a special guy, special energy. Like, he's the most energetic man I've ever been around. But we were exchanging details about fighting. We were talking about Conor's fights. Like the morning of the Aldo fight, he was telling us about the movement work he was doing outside. And there was a point where like all three of us were like kind of shadow boxing and like talking about fighting. And there was points Conor was he was looking up in the sky and he going, lads, we got to thank God for this. You know, we got to thank God for this. This is an unreal life and all. And we're just talking about this. And I remember just one point going, this is absolutely mental. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? Ian and myself, we came up together, a great relationship. Now we're moving on to big things. And we're spending time with the greatest to ever do it, who's just from down the road. You know, when he's passing on the knowledge, it was a truly special night. And it gave me a lot of deep drive and energy to keep pushing on and to show me I'm on the right track. So it was awesome.
I love that. That is a tremendous story. I asked you earlier your weight. You said 155, and I couldn't help but notice a cheeky little comment. I think it was on your Instagram regarding another 55-pounder in the UFC, Paddy Pimblett. I believe, and I'm not endorsing this comment. I come with peace and love, all right, Paul, peace and love. But I did read that you called him, I do believe, a shite bag, I believe you called him. What's your issue with Paddy?
A shite bag. Look, Ariel, he's a shite bag, mate. He's an absolute shite bag. He has been since Cage Warriors days. To be honest, you know, I'm not a huge one for beefs and all right now. I only do it when it's legit. It's not no fake stuff, but I just think he's always had a stinking attitude as well, being around him in the Cage Warriors days coming up. I've just never really seen eye to eye to him to be honest. And I think what he's doing, I mean, his fights in the UFC, very, very poor. I genuinely believe, as I said in the comment, I'd beat him with one hand, and he's a shite bag. So absolutely a fight that I want down the line or would be open to. So yeah.
Okay.
You see it all there. Like, you don't miss nothing, you boy. Yeah.
Listen, we see
you don't miss nothing,
and there's people that help us out as well. But that's that's interesting stuff considering who you were fighting for as of Saturday. So when would you like? Do you have a timeline? When would you like to come to a deal with someone? Are you anxious to get this completed?
Look, whatever time the deal needs to get done correctly, I'm willing to take. But I am absolutely adamant about fighting as much as I can this year because I had to do a lot of waiting around last year, waiting for opportunities, putting my name in a lot of hats when nothing came to fruition. So I am hungrier than ever, Ariel. Saturday night was just a warm-up. I want to fight a lot, man. I have so much to prove in this game. I keep saying that I'm the best in the world, but I need to prove it against the top guys now. So I want 4 fights this year, wherever that may be. I'm ready to get active and I'm ready to prove myself.
I love it. Well, congratulations on everything you've accomplished thus far. Congrats on the win, on the winning streak, on completing your contract on top. And I can't imagine why PFL, Bellator, UFC, any promotion under the sun wouldn't want to sign you. And so I'm very curious to see where you end up. Sorry it took us so long to have you on the program, but I was just enjoying your interviews with Pete so much. I felt like I knew you already, and Tim obviously speaks very highly of you. So the first of many, I hope. Congrats. Enjoy everything that comes with this, and enjoy the process as well. And I think that you'll be sought after, and I'm looking forward to seeing where you end up. So well done, Paul. Thank you so much, and good luck to you.
An absolute pleasure and an honor to be in your show, Ariel. Really do appreciate it. And Ariel, sure, you know yourself.
You know yourself, Paul. Hottest free agent in the game right there. Well done, Paul Hughes. Can't wait to see where he signs with, and who he signs with, I should say. And he is an absolute gent. And let me just quickly say this. He doesn't need me to say this, but I did catch wind of some shenanigans that were going on with my close dear friend Pete Carroll on Friday, and then on Saturday. And I would suggest everyone go check out the Crack podcast to hear about what he had to deal with on Saturday. And obviously, a lot of this, is familiar. I have his back. Everyone here has his back. I think I speak for everyone at MMA Fighting. We have his back. Every journalist has his back in MMA. That stuff is minor league, bush league nonsense, and I'm happy he rose above it. Had no doubt that he would rise above it. Good on Cage Warriors for fixing it and for backtracking and for not making this into a thing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go watch or listen to his podcast and go to his Twitter timeline. But no journalist should be intimidated. No journalist should be treated like that because he's done nothing wrong. And honestly, I wouldn't know who anyone was over in Cage Warriors if it wasn't for him. And he has covered them on the biggest of stages, platforms, outlets. He is the number one MMA journalist in Europe. There is no doubt about that. No one even comes close to him. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't know about the Paul Hugheses of the world and the Cage Warriors of the world and the Patties of the world before that and all the other people that have come through over the years. So, all that stuff is nonsense, and I'm glad it all got cleared up and that he was able to cover the event in peace and continue to put out great work. So well done, Paul. Well done, Pete. And looking forward to seeing how that story, the Paul Hughes story, progresses and plays out. Now, let's turn our attention to UFC 300. To me, one of the most interesting, I said it a couple weeks ago, maybe the fight that I'm most looking forward to is Arman Tsarukyan versus Charles Oliveira. What a massive fight with massive stakes attached to it. Let's go and say hello now to Arman Tsarukyan. Hello, Arman. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for coming on. What a massive week for you. First, can I ask you, when you were approached about this fight, when you were offered this fight, not only UFC 300, huge card, but Charles Oliveira, former champion, what was your reaction when you were first told that this is the fight that the UFC wants to make for you?
Oh, it's like a dream fight, and he was a champion, it's for me, it's like a fight for the belt, because he was a champion, he defended his belts, and he's number one, and especially this fight, it's like contender number one. I was super excited, super happy, and I couldn't sleep a couple of days after that news.
After the amazing win over Benil in December, did you think a fight like this on a stage like this would be next for you, or is this coming maybe just a little sooner than you expected?
No, I was expecting Gaethje or Oliveira because I was on top, top five, and I'm like just one guy who is new, in top five, and they need new face. So if I win, definitely I'm gonna be contender number one. And I feel like everybody wants to see that rematch, me and Islam, because it was so close. Not that rematch Oliveira and Islam, because Islam beat him easy. So, but he couldn't beat me easy. It was like long fight and fight of the night. And next fight is gonna be maybe same, but I'm gonna be winner.
Were you surprised that Charles said yes to you because you are so dangerous? But like you just said, you're the new guy.
Yeah, I'm a new guy, and I think he pulled out from last fight. That's why he has to fight with someone and to get that title shot again, and that's why he accepted that fight. And he doesn't care. He fights with everybody. Charles Oliveira, he I think he doesn't pick any opponents, and that's why people likes him. He fight with everybody, and he beat a lot of people in top 15 in our division, and that's why he was a champion.
So such an interesting time at 155 because Islam doesn't have his next fight yet. We thought it was going to be Gaethje, but Gaethje's fighting on this card against Max Holloway, and then Dustin knocks out BSD last month. So what have you been told? And if nothing, what do you think happens if you beat Charles Oliveira in impressive fashion this Saturday? What do you think happens to you next?
Arman Tsarukyan versus Islam Makhachev, definitely.
Next
it's a
up.
fight. Yeah, for sure. It's a. When I beat Charles Oliveira, definitely I'm gonna be number one contender. This fight, Dana White said this is contender fight. That's why winner is gonna fight with Islam. Me or Oliveira gonna fight with Islam, definitely.
So there's some talk about this pay-per-view in June, and he's talked about fighting in June. Would you be okay with a quick turnaround like that?
I don't know. Now I'm just focusing on Charles because this is a very important fight, very good opponent, and I gotta beat him, and then after that we can talk about when I can fight, next, because we never know what happened this Saturday. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, I believe myself. I'm going to win, but injured or whatever. But the best case scenario, it's beat Charles Oliveira in the first round and the fight with Islam in summer or whatever.
Did you watch UFC 200 back in 2016? Where were you in life when that happened?
Yes, I watched because Gegard Mousasi was fighting there, and he's Armenian, so he's a legend for us. That's why I was watching UFC that moment, and maybe I had one fight in my pro career or two fights, or I just started that moment. I was super young, 17 years old or 18 years old. So, and I couldn't even thought I'm gonna be in UFC or fight in UFC 300. It was I even didn't think about that. Just I was like an amateur fighter.
It was so far away that you couldn't even dream of something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think about UFC or whatever. Now, sometimes I meet young fighters, 17 or 18 years old. They already think, oh, when I go UFC, I'm gonna fight this division, that division. And when I was 17 or 18 years old, I didn't think even about UFC. But now the fighter is different.
Where did you prepare for this fight? Because I saw you with Fyodor Emelianenko. I saw you training, I think, back in Europe. So were you there and in Miami or just over in Europe?
I started in Russia, in the mountains, the highest mountains in Russia, Elbrus. It's we had a training camp there with a Fyodor team, and I was there 3 weeks, and then I went to the middle mountains in Russia, still 3 weeks there, and then I came to Miami. So, but I started in Russia and but came before 2 months in Miami, and I had a 50-50 training camp, 50% in Russia, 50% in US.
So we're showing footage right now of you in the water, in the freezing cold water, and you're not just doing a cold plunge thing. You're rolling around there in the snow. This is crazy stuff. This is miserable. You enjoy this?
Yeah, I like it, and it's good for health and for recovery also. And I grew up in Russia, for me it's easy, and especially in the winter, I'm used to it.
How long do you spend in there?
Like a minute or 2 minutes, I don't know.
It looks like you're going. It looks like it's a boiling hot day, and you're just relaxing, swimming, doing a little, breaststroke there. It's crazy. This is crazy. Where is this? In Russia?
Yeah, it's in Russia. Yeah, in the mountains.
Incredible. And what's it like training with Fyodor?
Was good. And so he's big. We never trained together, but he has a big team, and he has a lot of 155 fighters, and we train together, help each other, and was cool, and especially when you train with a legend, even you don't spar with him, just he's in the gym with you. It's gives me motivation,
So it's interesting because we've talked a little bit about like ATT and Dustin and stuff like that. So now you win this fight, you could be, maybe kind of jockeying for position with him. Would you be okay if he fights Islam and then you get the winner, or you are not open to that? Like just because of the fact that he's ATT, teammate and all that stuff?
We can have that conversation after this fight.
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
So, yeah, and I don't know about that now because I gotta beat Charles Oliveira.
Fair enough. Are you surprised that Justin took the Holloway fight and not the title fight?
Yeah, I was surprised, and maybe because Islam couldn't fight this moment, and that's why he took that fight. And it's good fight for him too. It's easy fight, I feel like, for him. He's gonna beat him, make money, and then fight after me for the title.
What is your relationship like with Charles and your thoughts on Charles? Because I saw he spoke to MMA Fighting, to Guilherme Cruz, and was saying some things about some of the things that you have said about him. And so do you feel like he is not as good as he once was? Do you feel like he has lost a step as far as his career goes?
No, he's good, but I gotta talk about him. I gotta say something that people gonna talk about our fights. If I'm not gonna talk and he's gonna be saying quiet, and nobody gonna know we fight each other. So, but that's why I say something to the fan and for discuss our fight, and a lot of people wants to watch this fight, and definitely I take serious this fight. He's the former champion. And I have never met him yet, but I think he knows why I'm doing that. And
I don't know if you know this, Arman, but at the beginning of the year, we had to make predictions for 2024. And my prediction was that you would be the lightweight champion of the UFC by the end of the year. That was my prediction.
Thank you.
So
thank you so much.
So far, we're on the right track here. I feel like it's right there.
Yeah, one step, and then the biggest step in my life. But yeah, this fight is I take this fight like a title fight.
Sure.
So and I had a very good training camp, and I'm ready. Just cut weight and beat Charles Oliveira, and to show everybody that I'm in different level, and I can beat Islam Makhachev also.
I'm so curious to see how the fight plays out, given your skill set and Charles's skill set. How do you actually envision it playing out? What do you think? How do you see it kind of going on Saturday?
It's gonna be crazy fight because he knows wrestling, he knows jiu-jitsu. I know he knows how to strike, and I even don't know what he wants to do during the fight. And same as he doesn't know what I'm gonna do, wrestle him or strike him. So it's something, if he gonna miss punch, he gonna wrestle. Me too. If I miss punch, I'm gonna wrestle. So it's gonna be like a scramble fight. So excited fight, and who knows MMA? Everybody gonna watch this fight because it's we are both completely MMA fighters, And but my prediction, it's a finish in the first round.
Wow.
TKO, done.
First round.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the confidence.
Yeah.
I think this could be one of the best fights on the card, and obviously every fight is great. I'm so looking forward to this fight. I'm also looking forward to the debut of Kayla Harrison. Could I just ask, are you and Kayla good now? Is everything okay between you guys?
Yeah, we're
some
good,
drama.
We train together. Yeah, we're good. We train together and we help each other. So she is our captain in our gym. So.
The fans sometimes they like to make drama. They like to ask questions.
Yeah, but we're good. We talk about that, and she understood, and I understood. So we're good now.
Okay. Huge stage for you. Do you think he'll be nervous come Saturday? You don't strike me as the kind of guy who gets nervous for things, but I wonder, because it's 300, it's Charles, what's at stake? Do you think that will be a thing that you'll have to deal with?
No, it's every fight. It's a nervous fight, especially, this fight, not that nervous like, let's say with Joaquin Silva, because he's unranking guy, and if he beat you, you're gonna like lose your position, all things. But this guy is number one. That's why like he's a strong, like, and if you even win him barely, so but he's still number one. So that I mean, like, I want to explain, like, I'm not nervous that like I was nervous with maybe guys who is unranking.
Sure. Well, I can't wait for it. Congrats on getting on the card on this massive fight. And yeah, you finish him in the first round. It's going to be hard to deny you that rematch against Islam. So well done on getting to this point, and good luck on Saturday. Can't wait for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll see you on next Monday.
Yes, I will see you then. Thank you, Arman. Good luck to you. Talk to you then.
Bye-bye.
There he is, Arman Tsarukyan, calling his shot. I love that. Nothing makes me happier than that. And I look forward to that very much. And I look forward to that fight very much. Another fascinating fight on this card, which really does feature a fascinating fight from top to bottom, is the featherweight debut of one Aljamain Sterling, of course, the former bantamweight champion, going up against the vet, Calvin Kattar. Have no idea what to expect. And that's why we love this fight so much. Wanted to talk to Calvin about it. He's kind enough to join us for a few minutes here from Las Vegas. Looks good out there. Not quite like the Northeast over here. Calvin, thank you so much for the time. Could I ask, what was your reaction? It's the same question I asked Arman, because I know every fighter was sort of jockeying for this card, wanted to be on this card. It's a historic card. When you got the call that they wanted you on this card, what was your reaction?
Big opportunity, obviously, but coming off the year and almost a half layoff, the next fight was big to me no matter who I was stepping across from and no matter what card I was on. So big moment for me to come back after a long layoff and excited to put on a hell of a performance.
Were you expecting this? Like, obviously you don't know where you're going to land, but considering the layoff, considering the last two fights, was there a part of you thinking like, maybe they'll build me back up on a smaller card?
I never put too much thoughts out there on what I'm expecting. I can't control all the bullshit. I just got to stay as ready as possible. And I knew the next one was going to be big, no matter who I was stepping across from. Like I said, I feel like I've been, the last two fights are kind of tough for me, where last one was an injury, and then the one prior, I felt like I won. So I feel like I should be on at least a 2-fight win streak plus the injury. It's just frustrating, man. It's not the way it worked out, obviously, and you can't put energy into what you can't control like that. But all I could do is focus on coming out and getting a strong rep on the next one and trying to get me a W here.
So the reason for the inactivity in 2023, was that because of the injury in your last fight in 2022?
Yes. Yeah. And I was hopeful, a little optimistic about trying to get on that Boston card with Rob, scheduled to fight on 292 in Boston in August. And really, I knew it wasn't likely, but I wanted something to focus on and jumpstart me feeling like I was getting back in camp. That would have been 8 months post-op. And it wasn't likely, but it did get things going. And, from there, it just kind of took longer to find an opponent and a place that made sense to step back in there. So here we are. It all works out the way it does for a reason. If I focus on all that bullshit, I'd be a little bit up and down all over the place. And all I did was just focus on getting better every day, and knew I'd eventually be stepping back in there and put in the work to be ready for when that day comes.
Mentally, how would you describe last year for you? Not being able to compete, not being able to go out there and train for a long time, right? And what was the injury that you had surgically repaired?
ACL.
Damn, yes.
And that's a good question, honestly, where you said mentally. Where was I? Because that's what it is, man. It's a long layoff. It's a big mental game. And unfortunately, but fortunately for me, I had Rob kind of go through it not too long ago. And he was able to kind of give me some advice going through it and help kind of prepare me for that moment. And yeah, all I could do is just focus on recovery. My fight then became recovery for the last year and some change. So, every day I felt like I was laying a good brick of just trying to be as healthy as possible for, like I said, the inevitable return. I knew I was going to be back in here one day, and the more I focused on recovery, the sooner it would be and the more ready I would be.
When did you start to feel like you were 100%, like you were back to your old self? How long ago?
6 months.
Oh, wow.
And that's what's the freaky part with ACLs. Yeah, because you feel better than you actually are is what they say, So how I felt like I was like August might have been a possibility, and then you kind of get out of that little bit of a honeymoon phase and you kind of start picking things up, and you got to kind of ease into that because, like I said, it is a honeymoon phase and it's short lived. You're not as ready as you think you are. So I just had to listen to my team and the professionals. Shout out to Heather Linden at the UFC PI. Really kind of helped me a lot going through this injury and the whole team really. But just telling me to be patient, and I couldn't be more ready now.
So obviously we talk about your placement on this card, your reaction, but the opponent being Aljo in his featherweight debut, what did you think of that when you were offered that?
Not much, to be honest.
Well,
I mean, a little bit in the fact that he's a former champ. You know that's great, and you need tough opposition to get these big moment opportunities. So, shout out to him for making this fight happen on such a historic card. I'm blessed, honored, but it'd be the same if I was fighting anybody. The next fight's always the biggest, no matter who it's against, and I really didn't put too much stock into who I'm fighting.
Were you surprised that he was moving up?
A little bit. It's kind of funny. We talked about it where it's funny that I'm fighting Aljo and Rob fought Aldo. We always thought it would have been the other way around, but
right.
The way it worked out, it's funny how things go. It's why you can't put too much stock in the future. You just focus on every day. Who's next? What's next session, next opponent, next. You can't really go too far ahead. You don't know how things are going to play out.
You mentioned that Boston card. That was his last fight. That's when he fought Sean O'Malley. Were you surprised that the fight ended up that way?
I think Sean looked really good. I think he did a lot of small things very well in the little details, and I wasn't so surprised. I was definitely a little surprised, but I knew that was a possibility, a high possibility that could happen because Sean's able to create that distance and make those shots land and those opportunities appear. And Aljo kind of walked right into those ones. So, but I thought Aljo would have made it a little bit more of a dogfight. And but hey, that's the way it worked out. Sometimes
when people move up in weight class, it takes them a fight or two to get comfortable with the extra weight, the extra muscle, fighting bigger guys, et cetera, et cetera. Do you put stock into that? Obviously, you're not banking on that, right? You're probably going to say, I'm preparing for the best Aljamain Sterling, et cetera, et cetera. But do you believe in that it might take you a fight or two to get acclimated to the new weight class, especially when you fought at bantamweight for so long?
Man, you've done enough interviews with me, you know how I'm going to respond.
And others as well, not just you.
Yeah, you can't. You got to be prepared for the best version of them going out there. And, a lot of people would say, year and a half, you must have some ring rust. You put too much stock in that, Aljo. It's like, who gives a shit? People say a lot of shit. What's going to matter is on fight night, and it can go one of two ways. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make it end up looking like it did last August. So I'm prepared for a hell of a fight, and I would love an early finish, but prepared for anything that presents itself on Saturday.
Can I ask about your take on the state of the featherweight division? Since you last fought, now there's a new king, right? There's a new face of the division, Ilia Topuria. What a superstar he's become. I just saw him with Leo Messi this weekend, hanging out with him. It's crazy how big he's become. Were you surprised he beat Alex, and are you surprised at how big he has gotten so quickly?
I'm not surprised at how big he's gotten. A win over a great former champ like Volk is huge for you. Pound for pound, best fighter in the world. And no, it's great to see the movement within the division. I remember just a few years back, it was at a standstill. Yair was dealing with an injury and maybe suspension from USADA, things like that. Whatever, Ortega, he's injured. He was injured. He's back. It's good to see the featherweight division, top of it, busy again. It's exciting. It shows a lot of movement. It's good. It shows that, you need to stay ready at this point because anything can happen. A lot of movement. And it pays to stay ready.
Were you surprised that Max took the BMF fight at 155 and not the title fight against him?
No, because I like his rationale on that. You would think that Volk would get his shot, but then again, you don't really know because now it's tough to predict those things, But credit to him for going up and chasing another belt, the BMF belt. He's already been the featherweight champ before. He's about to conquer some new goals, new quests, and it's really cool to see him go out and go for that at 55. Against a crazy opponent like Gagey, man. What a hell of a fight that is. I feel like that's almost the real main event. That's the people's main event. Man, I'm really excited about that fight. hopefully I can get my fight wrapped up and be able to tune into that one shortly after.
By the way, going back to your last fight, did you have the knee issue going into the Arnold Allen fight, or was it something that happened in the fight?
No, I went for a flying knee. And when I had his head going for it, he moved and it kind of shifted my weight on the landing, and it buckled on me. And then there was short time in that round, I believe like 15, 20 seconds left. And, I covered up, withstood the damage of that last short end of the round. And then he was staring at that knee, and I was kind of bouncing up and down. I was ready to do a jump in the middle of the round. So I'm like, I'm good, motherfucker. I'm fine. And good thing I didn't do that, because I probably would have ate shit before I stepped out to the second and looked like a jackass. But I ended up going out in the second round, telling myself I was good. You got to kind of shut that bitch voice up in your head, especially in the fight. It might be talking to you, And turns out, a quick leg kick to the front leg shifted my weight to my back leg, and my back leg was the one that was affected. Buckled again. I hit the deck, and the hardest part on that was just not being in denial that I was injured, because the best way to describe it is like I still felt healthy. We barely threw really many punches in that first round. It was going to be a 5-round fight. I felt like we were just getting going. I felt like a Ferrari engine in my chest, but I had a flat tire. I just couldn't move. And just trying to it was in denial that I wasn't able to compete, because I felt so good. It's just this damn flat tire. And then going down the cage on the way out, they were trying to give me crutches. I'm like, no, I'm good. And it buckled again on me. I'm like, fuck, give me the crutches.
Fuck. Do you regret anything? Do you regret pushing it? Do you think you did even more damage to it?
Tough to tell, man. I can tell you so many times that I pushed through that bitch and it's worked out for me. Only thing I would say for regret was not taking the crutches, maybe on the way down the cage stairs. And trying to not be in denial of the injury so much when it first happened. But man, we're fighters, man. We fight everything. The opponent on the outside, the opponent within yourself on the inside. I'm ready for war every time I step in there, and it was just tough to kind of push past the fact that I had to accept being injured, and then let alone the long layoff. Like you said, man, it tests you mentally, and it speaks to a lot of things that these guys, like you said, talking about the mental health stuff. Dustin Poirier, going deep on it, both going in on it. It's good to hear these strong voices talk about things like that. And, we all have it, those highs and those lows. And I'm just excited, man, more grateful than ever to have a big opportunity to get back. And I'm coming into this fight with just a little bit more gratitude, man. And I usually have it, but this time it's a little bit more special. And then you add in the historic card of UFC 300. I'm excited to go and compete.
Was there a part of you that feared that you may never get back to this point?
I mean, that clip where Kobe talks to Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah.
And they're going over that ACL injury and then all those doubts he had. I've kind of had that roller coaster ride of emotions, but man, I'm feeling mentally strong now that I got this opportunity to get back, and I'm ready to go deliver a performance worthy of such a historic card.
I love it. Well, I wish you the best. I don't wish the best to the Celtics coming up or any of your Boston teams. I hope they fall flat on their face. But I wish you the best, Calvin. I'm looking forward to that. I hate the freaking Celtics, all right? The Knicks are coming for your ass. I know you're a Pats.
It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
Probably. But welcome back. Kudos to you on making it all the way back. I know we talk about it for 2 minutes here, but people don't see the grind day in and day out. That's a long freaking stretch. So well done, and good luck to you on Saturday. Can't wait for this fight.
Appreciate it, Ari. Always good talking to you.
Thank you. Same here. There he is, Thanks. Calvin Kattar of the New England Cartel. He's selling some T-shirts also on his website if you want to support. And I love when fighters do that when they put out the merch. I think we have one of the photos of the T-shirts that he is selling. Mr. Calvin Kattar, do we have his shirt or no? There it is. Yes. The man. So that is a great fight. The whole card is good. There's a little something for everyone. Alex Pereira against Jamal Hill. Zhang Weili against Yan Xiaonan. I saw the line has moved very much in Zhang's favor. Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira, Arman Tsarukyan, Bo Nickel, Cody Brundage, Jiri Prochazka, Alexander Rakic, Calvin Kattar, Aljamain Sterling, Holly Holm, Kale Harrison, Sadiq Youssef, Diego Lopez, Jalen Turner, Renato Moicano, Jessica Andrade, Marina Rodriguez, Bobby Green, Jim Miller, Davison Figueiredo against Cody Garbrandt. And I'm told, my friends, that all kinds of luminaries are going to be in attendance over the week in Vegas, and of course in attendance on Saturday. And dare I say, none bigger than our next guest, who is en route from England to Las Vegas, but for the first time in studio on the program. Hit it, Frankie. Is he there? Is he actually here? The real heavyweight champion, my heavyweight champion, your heavyweight champion, the pride of England, the pride of Wigan. Is it you? In the flesh?
It's me.
Wow.
Nice to see you.
Is this the first time we meet in person?
It is actually, yeah.
Holy shit.
It is.
You smell great, by the way.
Thank you. Thank
Wow.
you. This is one of them
Hello.
t-shirts.
Oh, Mr. Aspinall is here.
Yeah, he's not coming on though.
Can I shake his hand?
Shake his hand.
I mean, just out of
He
respect.
said he's not coming on.
Okay, well, nice to meet you, sir. It's an honor. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I hope you have, if you want a chair right over here, please get comfortable. Mr. Aspinall in the back, you don't introduce him. That's
No, he
very
said, he
rude.
said he didn't want to come on, that's why.
Okay,
So
just
I
make
don't
sure
want-
your head is not in the camera shot
not in
there,
the
but you're good. You're
He's
good.
not in the camera shot.
He's a humble man. What do you think?
These chairs are a bit weird, aren't
Is
they?
it weird? Do you feel uncomfortable?
I'm all right. I'm good. This is a very bougie setup you've got here, actually.
Are you surprised?
I'm quite surprised.
Usually people come on, they're like, oh, we thought it was your
This
basement.
is beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful building.
See,
yeah.
we're not
Like
quite
it a lot.
the rinky-dink setup.
Very nice.
You should, if we're being honest, for the bands, you should have come on the Monday after MSG with the belt. Like that was a missed
You
opportunity.
didn't invite me to be
That's
fair.
such bullshit.
I have to get back, Ariel. I've got a lot of responsibilities at home,
you
so
know yourself,
I've got to get
Tom.
back. Oh, what's
You
all this stuff? This is nice stuff. Where's mine?
Do you have one?
I don't think I've got one.
No.
The Izzy one's good. I like the Izzy one.
The Izzy one might be
Yeah.
the best one.
It could be the best one.
Plastic Cell.
I like
Shout
it a
out
lot.
to them.
I like it a lot. Yeah, very
this one's
nice.
a cool one. You know
That
this?
is cool.
You know what this is?
Of course, come on.
No, I actually think you don't.
It's Rory McDonald.
Okay.
After he fought Robbie Lawler.
Wow. Which number?
What? The number of the UFC that
Yeah.
I have no idea.
189.
No, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that.
Is it crazy that we've never actually met in
I
person?
know it is. We spoke a lot
Yeah.
over the years. Yeah.
Dare I
but
say,
never-
like we're kind of mates.
Does the vibe still check in real life, or is it a bit
You?
off? Yeah.
You smell better than I thought.
Oh, I smell it.
Yeah,
No, I said
yeah.
The vibe though is the vibe there.
The aura?
Yeah.
You're Tommy Aspinall. You're the freaking heavyweight champion of the world.
A lot of athletes will be able to relate to this. This is one of them t-shirts that stinks even when it's clean, so you got to extra spray
is
it.
that
But
true?
I like the fit of the t-shirt.
Shout out to Gym
yeah.
King.
Yep, thank you.
Did you see our producer Connor wearing?
I did. Very happy with that. That's cool. That's a cool.
You know that
arrival.
he had mentioned before your last fight that your store, whatever your store is, doesn't ship to America. Do you know this? Have you rectified this?
Yeah, it's not rectified.
Fucking hell.
It's not that popular yet. It's on the come up.
A fan bought it for him.
Yeah, he
from
said that's so nice of him. I really.
These are the
appreciate
types of people that
I
support
really
you.
appreciate stuff like that. That's cool. That's cool.
So what brings you to New York?
I got stuff to do.
Oh, you were supposed to say come on this
Well,
program.
no, I wanted to come on the show, obviously.
Okay.
I wanted to come on the show. This is the first time I've actually been to the States and not fought.
Oh, wow.
Actually. And hopefully I'm not fighting on Saturday, but you never know.
Wow, no. Well,
No,
I don't
I'm not
think
gonna
there's a
fight on
heavyweight
Saturday.
fight, right?
There is.
Oh, no,
No.
light heavyweight.
There's a light heavyweight fight.
Not heavyweight, but
No heavyweight fights.
Okay.
on. So I'm clear of fights, and yeah, I've just got some media stuff to do. I'm en route to Vegas. I'm enjoying myself here.
this is your first time back in New York since.
So I've only been once, and that's when I fought. So
crazy.
anybody knows that, like, when you're fighting somewhere, you can't really enjoy it. Like,
Right.
you're not chilling, you're not going out seeing stuff, you're not doing, enjoying stuff. You're just thinking about your fight. So this is the first time I've been, and like, yeah, I'm enjoying. I've only been here a day.
Sure. And you're here till
I'm here 2 more days.
2 more days, and then you go to Vegas
to
for
Vegas.
300.
Yes.
Now, in Vegas, are we going as just a fan? Is there some business to attend to?
A little bit of both.
Okay,
A little bit of
interesting.
both. Yeah.
Interesting. What
Yeah.
kind of business?
Well, I can't tell you.
Okay.
I can't.
Do you need my
I've
help?
I've got some work to do with the UFC.
Okay.
As in, like, not business fight-wise, but, meeting fans.
Okay.
Signings, stuff like that.
Okay.
And then we need to talk about our next fight and stuff like that as well.
Right.
And I want to watch the 300, of course.
When you're here, I know you've been here for 24 hours or so.
Yep.
Does it bring back memories of November? Do you get that warm, fuzzy feeling inside?
No, I feel different this time.
How so?
I think last time I was just a bit overwhelmed with it all because they put us right on Times Square, you know. Like right on Times Square, showed up obviously, I had a week's notice before I arrived there. So it was just all like a massive whirlwind of me having, I think a lot of people don't realise, when you don't have a work visa coming to America, it's very difficult. Like I'm from Manchester and we have to go to London. So I was on call constantly to see if I could go and get a work visa. And then I got injured. Yeah. I didn't get injured. Like, for me, an injury is like, you need surgery.
Right.
I had an issue with my body.
Your back, right?
My back, yeah. So I pulled my back really bad. So I wasn't even training properly. Then I was on call to get this visa. I had to keep going to London, and then I had to fly all the way over here, and just all the logistics that went with it. So it was just a big, massive, overwhelming experience.
Stressful.
Very stressful.
First title fight.
All that.
Short notice.
All that stuff. Fighting
MSG.
a guy that just won 6 first-round knockouts, and me fighting without a training camp there's a lot going on, mate.
And the back.
The back.
Was the back hurting on the Saturday?
Yes.
Badly?
You know what? It was really weird because I took the fight, I think, I don't know exactly what day it was. It was like just over 2 weeks away. I think it was on the Friday.
Okay.
And then the fight was 2 weeks on Saturday. So the first thing I said to my team, my coaches and stuff, I said, listen, I don't really know where I'm at. I need to spar. That's like what I want to do is I want to spar. That's the closest thing you can do to actually being in a real fight is sparring. Said I want to get 5 different heavyweight sparring partners. I want to stay in for the 5 rounds. Give me a fresh guy every round. That was the plan. That's usually what I do to prepare for a fight. Then I think it was in the 3rd or 4th round, I just pulled my back really bad and I was just like stiff as a board. And we just basically near enough pulled the plug completely on training at that point. And it was just like, listen, we're just going to wing this and see how it goes.
But not pull the plug on the fight, right?
No. We just said,
on.
we're just going to keep the training to like a minimum, try and get some timing stuff in, no more sparring. And we're just going to see what goes on.
How was that flight, by the way, with the bad back?
It was fine because they flew me business. And when I'm in business,
so you got to...
I'm a tall guy, I can just
Yeah,
we're all good.
But still, it's not the most...
No, to be honest, the back wasn't... I couldn't train. But I knew with a bit of an adrenaline, I could fight.
You'd be fine.
Right. Yeah, I was all good.
Has life considerably changed for you since November? Like, do you feel a difference? You walk out on the street, people come up to you.
I guess I'm a bit more popular, but what does that mean, really? It doesn't really mean much.
I mean, people are noticing you, people are coming up, people want your time, people are pulling you in different directions.
Yeah, I don't mind it. That's cool.
So that's a good byproduct.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is there anything that you don't like about this new life that you have? Because you strike me, correct me if I'm wrong, as a pretty private guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit of a private guy. I want to be more private.
You'd rather be more private?
I don't know, because I remember GSP telling me, the great GSP, great GSP.
Yes, he's somewhere here.
He told me about, we chatted a little bit about this pressure stuff, and he said, you know, if you don't like it, it's easy, just lose. And so obviously it's a byproduct of being good.
Right.
But I'm okay with that. I'm getting used to it, I think. I think I'm getting used to it. The thing is, when you get more popular, people want to drag you down, don't they? They want to take from you.
Right.
But that's something that I'm still getting used to. You know, this whole like popular stuff, I'm not saying like I'm Michael Jackson or anything, because I'm absolutely not.
No, but...
like 3 years ago, no one had any idea who I am. And now it's like, you know, I'm a bit more popular than I used to be, for sure.
But even like, you know, there are some people who put their family out, who, you know, they want... You don't do any of that.
I try not to, yeah.
Nothing.
No.
Your wife, you don't...
I think that... so for me to be in this position where I am, I put myself there. I chose to do it. I understand that for me to be the best MMA fighter in the world, that brings a lot of popularity, a lot of eyes on me. And I chose to be like that. That's a byproduct of my success. That's a byproduct of me doing well. My family, they didn't choose that. And I don't feel like I should drag them in, because it does have tough moments. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still getting used to the fact that people feel like they can just say whatever they want to me. And yeah, they can just get away with it.
You mean on the street or like on social media?
In general, just, both.
People aren't shouting things at you on the street.
Occasionally, yeah.
Really?
Occasionally they do, yeah.
Trying to like wind you up?
Sometimes.
No, that's crazy.
They do.
Going up to the heavyweight champ?
Oh, well, when you put drinking drunks involved, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you had to smack anyone?
No.
Beat anyone up?
No.
Choke them?
Nope.
Nothing?
Nothing.
But step to someone?
No.
Okay.
No, none of that. None of that stuff. No, but I chose to put myself in that spot, so I don't want to, like, especially children, I feel like you can't drag them in without the consent Like, maybe my kids don't like that.
Of course.
I don't know. When they're old enough, if they say, listen, I want to be in the public eye now, like, I want to be part of that, I'll say, absolutely, come along with me, do this, whatever. But right now, they can't, they're not old enough to make that educated decision. They don't, old enough to make the educated decision on, do I want to be in the public eye or not? So right now, it's not.
Your oldest is how old?
7.
So do they understand
The
who
oldest
you
one
are?
does a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, the oldest one does, yeah. for
Maybe some friends in school say
sure. Yeah,
your
that's
dad.
it. I think that he doesn't really care that much.
Yeah.
But I think now the fact that his friends and like the older kids at school, they care. And obviously when you're younger at school, you look up to the older ones.
Yeah.
So I think he's like, oh, this is like a bit of a big deal. But he's really chilled. He's really cool.
How come they don't bring you out? Like I saw Ilya Taporia, he's out there with Real Madrid.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't Man City or Man United bring you out? I saw you at Old Trafford,
Yeah,
right?
I went to Old Trafford, but
In the like
I
before a
don't know.
match or something.
I'm not sure.
This
I'm
is
not
crazy.
Sure. I don't know.
Is it because maybe in England there's just so much going on?
UK MMA now is absolute peak. Like it's
And
amazing.
combat, right?
It's
Boxing.
just amazing. It's so like I'm so proud to be part of the UK MMA thing, and like I say, combat sports in general. Look at the heavyweight champions of the world are from the UK, and you can't deny that.
Yes.
So that's great.
I haven't talked to you since AJ fought Francis.
Yes.
Were you surprised by that?
No.
Why? Why you said that so quickly?
Because it's heavyweight combat sports.
Right.
You can't
But
be
that
surprised
quick,
with
that
stuff.
one-sided.
I thought that Francis did amazing against Tyson, and I know Tyson personally. I trained with Tyson.
Sure.
He's incredible, and I think I bought into the fact that Francis is like really good at boxing, and he got clipped with a shot. He got clipped with a shot and went down, and in my opinion, he never recovered. And AJ, since he's been doing his, he looks way more confident than he used to be. He looks like he's got his mojo back, and he looks great.
Do you think? Have you been with Tyson leading up to Usyk? He's in Saudi, right?
Not for a while.
Or somewhere?
No, I think he's still in the UK.
He's still.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Obviously, you think he beats Usyk. That's your guy.
I think it's a tough fight for him.
Oh.
I think I really rate Usyk. I think Tyson hasn't been looking. He didn't look great in his last fight, but I don't know what the reasons were for that. I don't know. So if Tyson's on good form, I'm sure he can beat Usyk. Yeah.
In retrospect, you chalk that more up to Tyson not being in great form, or what Francis did?
I don't know. I think Tyson and his team know though.
Okay.
And I think they're smart people and they'll keep it close. In my opinion, if you have a bad performance, and to be honest, even if you had a good performance, I shouldn't have really said about my back and stuff. But
Why is that?
It's out there. I don't know. I was just a bit happy after the fight and it just kind of slipped out. I was planning on keeping it to myself.
It just adds to the legend.
Yeah, but I feel like it kind of disrespects your opponent a little bit, and I don't really like that.
Because you beat him hurt?
Yeah, I'm like, it's a bit of a corny move, and I shouldn't have never said it, but it's out there, so obviously I'll talk about it. And Tyson's a smart guy, his team are smart people, and they're not going to start saying, I didn't do well because of this, this, and this.
Right.
That's just not what they're going to do.
AJ Tyson, this version of AJ.
Yes. I think it's a great fight, Yeah. I think it's an amazing fight. Is it going to happen, though? You know my feelings on boxing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look at boxing giving us all the big fights.
The boxing...
Because of you.
It's gone a lot better,
You
though,
talked
hasn't
shite.
It's gone a lot... It has gone a lot better, though.
It has.
I take it back.
You take it all back? You're officially taking
Maybe
it
not
back?
all of it.
Okay.
Maybe not. I'm only speaking as a fan, I'm not speaking
No,
as a
I know.
fighter. I think
I know.
being as a... Boxers are probably... Maybe not probably. Boxers are definitely in a better spot than MMA fighters. They call the shots. They can do what they want.
Oh, this is a change.
That's pretty... No, I'm talking as a boxer, as a
Sure.
prize fighter.
Got it. Yes.
As a fan, sometimes boxing can get a little bit sketchy.
Because it's splintered and everyone's...
Especially when you start going to these events and it's like, fair enough, they might do like a decent main event, but below the main event, sometimes, more than sometimes, it's a 16-0 guy against a 5-15 guy, and I don't like to watch that.
Yeah. But is that any different than going to like a lower level MMA show and there's some... You know what I mean?
You're probably right. Yeah, I never thought from that perspective. Yeah, I'm just hating on boxing over here.
I'm getting you.
You're getting me. Yeah, but it's definitely on the up. Definitely. But now these Saudis have got involved in all that stuff, it's great.
Do you think it will ever get to the point where the MMA heavyweight champion of the world, you,
Yes.
is treated the same way as Tyson Fury?
Maybe one day. You know what I don't like, though, and what I feel like we get pushed into a lot as MMA fighters is this MMA versus boxing thing. I think everyone can exist in the same...
Of course.
In the same stratosphere. Like, it doesn't have to be like, which one's the top dog? Is it MMA or boxing? Like, they both have a place in the world of entertainment, in my opinion. Like,
Yes.
why does one have to slag the other off? It doesn't have to be like that. It's like, boxing's great, MMA is great, kickboxing's great. It's all good stuff. Let's enjoy it all. Like,
Did you watch WrestleMania?
No, I didn't watch WrestleMania. I actually got invited to WrestleMania, but I didn't go.
Why?
I don't know.
We could have hung out. I was there.
You were there?
Yeah.
It was in Chicago, wasn't
Philadelphia.
it? Philadelphia, sorry.
Yeah.
When I went to the airport, actually, the guy at the airport, you know, like the check-in guy, whatever, he was asking me, was I a wrestler? You just compete at wrestling? I was like, no, I'm a UFC fighter now.
Are you not a fan?
No, I'm definitely a fan. I just don't have time to watch it all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan where, like, I'll make time to watch it. I watch some stuff. I used to watch it a lot when I was younger and stuff. I'm not opposed to watching it at all. I couldn't tell you, like, who the top guys are now because I don't watch it, but if it's on, I'll definitely watch.
You've heard of The Rock, yes?
Come on.
He was there.
I know he was. Another guy just told me that, actually, that he was there. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? See The Rock, meet The Rock. That would have been cool. He's a legend.
Because now, obviously, it's all under the same umbrella, right? TKO, WWE, UFC. And what a week this is with 300. So for the company, it's gigantic. How close did it get to Tom Aspinall in 300?
I thought you were going to ask me about how close did it get to me signing for the WWE.
Oh, why? Was that a thing?
It wasn't.
Okay.
Not very close, to be honest. They asked me about Stipe, like, but not even officially. They were just like, what about fighting Stipe? At 300, I was like, yep, can't be him. And then they were like...
How long ago was that?
A couple of months ago.
Okay.
Like, probably beginning of the year-ish, February, January, something like that. I was like, yeah, count me in. And then they were like, actually, no, he just wants to fight John. It's like, okay, cool.
Did they go to someone else? Maybe Gan or someone like that?
No, that was it.
It was just Stipe.
That's all they asked, yeah.
Okay, were you disappointed?
Yeah. I like fighting. I like fighting people. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to duck and dive and choose my opponents and nitpick. I'm here to fight, and that's it. And
obviously this was a big deal, right? The card is a big stage, seemed perfect. And did Pereira's name come up ever at any point?
Not really, not by the UFC.
I know you guys were sort of flirting with each other.
We were just flirting.
But it was never something that
there was a little bit of talk that he wanted to go to heavyweight, and I was like, well, if he wants to go to heavyweight, he's obviously going to want to fight the champion.
Right.
So I thought, I'll put my name forward, see what goes on. Let's do a bit of internet stuff going on. And people started to get behind it. I was like, maybe the UFC are going to get behind it. But it turns out that Pereira wants to stick at like heavyweight. And good luck to him. Like, he's got a massive fight this weekend. It's going to be a great fight. I'm very excited for that fight.
Obviously, John is John, but like between Stipe and Pereira, which kind of, fictitious fight at the moment would have interested you more?
Any of them.
But between those two particular guys?
They're both great. I'm not bothered. I'd love to fight Stipe.
Yeah,
in my opinion, he's the heavyweight GOAT. But I don't want to disrespect Stipe. This is not my intention with this. But he's definitely on the back end of his career.
Right.
So I don't think that, it's not as good as beating him when he was at his best. I'm not picky, I'm not picky at all. I just want to fight people.
This event on Saturday, correct me if I'm wrong, have you been to an event in Vegas as a fan?
No. I've only been to 2 events in Vegas. I fought on both of them, and they were in COVID.
Apex.
Yeah, Apex.
Have you been to any events in America as a fan?
No.
Wow, this is a big deal.
I'm not. I don't spend much time over here, to be honest.
I know.
No,
yeah.
I'm not like. I'm a home guy. I like being at home.
Well, because I'm just thinking of like when they show those shots on TV, like, oh, look who's here and look who's here.
Bilal Muhammad again. Gilbert Burns again.
It's
every
Bilal
event.
And Alex Pereira. Alex Jamal Hill. Bilal and Jamal Hill on every and Gilbert Burns.
Lads, get a hobby. Get a hobby. You're going to every event.
Is it too much?
What the hell?
Even the Apex events they're at.
Every event. I'm like, oh my God. What?
That wouldn't be you.
No. I'm not flying across the Atlantic every week.
No, but if you lived here, I still think that wouldn't be you.
No, it wouldn't be me.
No.
It wouldn't be me. No. I like just popping my head up when, every now and again. I'm not in for the... I'm not saying these guys are, by any means, but I like private time. Like, I like family time. I like doing my own little thing and spending my own little time. And then when I need to pop my head up, like this week, I'll pop my head up, I'll do all the media stuff, and then I'll go back to the routine and do my usual stuff next week.
Are you looking forward to just being there as a spectator?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a massive UFC fan, you know. Right. I mean, times have changed a little bit. There's an event every week now, so I can't keep up with everybody. I don't know everybody in every weight like I used to. And a lot of the time, I'm just watching heavyweights. I'm just seeing what's out there. I'm watching big fights. But absolutely, I love MMA, mate. I absolutely love it. Like, there's no one on this planet who's more passionate about MMA than me. I absolutely live and breathe for MMA. Love it.
Speaking of which, 299 heavyweights, your old mate Curtis Blades.
Yeah.
Were you surprised by that win over Jota
No,
Almeida?
absolutely not. I thought he was. I thought that Curtis was going to win.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either way. It's heavyweight MMA. You never know what's going to go on. But yeah, I wasn't surprised. I think that he was a little bit untested, Almeida, and Curtis Blades is like been through it all in the UFC. The guy's great. I think he's really, really good. He's a really good opponent. And with these veterans, it's not as easy as it is with the other guys. Like I've fought a few veterans myself, and I know you can't just go in there and just get rid of them like you can do the other guys. So yeah, big win for Curtis. Congratulations.
So shortly thereafter, Dana White does an interview with TNT Sports, which, by the way, your new home. Congratulations on
Tom
the new
Aspinall's
program.
Fight Lab.
Incredible.
Have you checked it out?
I've checked it out. It's you and Adam Catterall.
Me and the Catman, yeah.
Every month before the...
And a celebrity guest every time.
Joe Cole?
Joe Cole was the first one.
Legend.
I don't think I can announce anymore, so I'll stop.
Sorry.
I don't want my new bosses to get at me. But yeah, we've got that going. We've got the YouTube channel going now. I'm trying to do little bits, you know what I mean? Bits that don't take
How many
up too
people
much
you have
time.
working for you? We have the promo right there. Look at that. Look at your...
yeah, that's me. Yeah. That's
welcoming
me.
you.
That's me.
How many? Because your YouTube channel is quite impressive.
Thank you. It's good.
You've got like a whole, and your social media.
Me and a couple of guys. That's all. Me and a couple of close friends. You know what I mean? We've not got this massive team of people. These are friends of mine. People I work with are people that I like.
There it is, right there.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the
promotion.
Thanks for the.
It's great. The stuff that you do is great. I want to ask you about one particular video in a moment. But did you feel like this was a necessity to get people more invested in you, emotionally attached to you, your journey and stuff?
I think so. I think that people, and as well, something that. I'm kind of learning. I mean, I'm learning all the time about the way this stuff works, but I feel like I have some actual, I don't like to call it fans, you know what I mean? But I feel like I've got...
I think you have a couple of them.
I feel like I've got some true supporters, and I feel like I need to let people in more, a little bit. I want to bring people along with me with the journey, and now I feel like on the YouTube channel, even though it's really in its infancy, we were just talking about it actually in the car, it's like I feel like it's no longer just people just being like, oh, there's Tom Aspinall, let's click a video and watch, because it's, you know, I feel like it's actually like people who are like kind of fans of the YouTube channel now, which is like a small, quote unquote, community going on there, which is still in its infancies, but it's doing really, really well.
No, great stuff. The training stuff with like with Rico and the big lad.
The heavyweight squad is in there.
Yes.
We got a great heavyweight squad going in.
I always screw
Eddie
up.
Hall.
Eddie Hall, but the team the PT named the team.
We're not calling it that though.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Why?
Well, it's a bit,
you guys are all friendly.
Team BFG you're talking about. Yeah. We're keeping it.
Mick, you.
There's a lot of we've got one of the best heavyweight rooms in the world, mate, and I'm not over-exaggerating on that. We've got like between 10 and 20 world-level heavyweights on the mat when we're in training camp, and it's just incredible. It's great.
What about this hamburger that you put together?
It's not mine. It's a local... it's like a local burger place.
TCB? What, the TBC? The TBC burger?
No, it's not T. That says the.
No, at the bottom it says TBC burger sauce. The burger collection?
TBE. Well, I can't even see it. I need my glasses.
Does that not say TBC? Connor, does it not say TBC?
The burger capital.
TBC burger sauce?
The burger capital.
Yeah, TBC.
Yeah, it's like their own sauce.
We do our research here.
Yeah, oh great. Well, yeah, they're a little...
4 patties though is a little much, no?
Oh, well, I'm a big guy.
4 patties and the cheese and the...
great, you know. Do you see my video of me making it?
Yes,
Yeah,
I saw it.
cool, yeah.
Wait, but is it your idea or did they
No, it's their idea.
Oh,
no, I
okay,
just tagged along. And...
yes, the videos are great.
Great, thank you.
I enjoy the production.
On, but back to the Tom Aspinall's MMA lab.
Yes, we're kind of going all over here.
We are, sorry.
We're all over the gap here, Tom.
We're all over the gap. It's it's just going to be a new show, a little bit different to a normal breakdown show. So it's going to be like, my brother's on there as a little cameo. He's going to be like the body. And I'm going to talk about the fights, break it down, me and Adam Catterall.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to talk about the fights. And then I'm actually going to like demo some of the techniques that we're talking about, so people get a little visual on it and stuff. Again, we've only recorded 1 episode. It's early on, so please be patient with me.
It's early days, as they say.
Very early days.
And your brother's a fighter?
My brother trains.
Okay.
He trains. He's never actually fought, but he's trained for a long time. We're a family of martial artists, aren't we? Everyone trains him.
Will he fight?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's up to him. I think to fight, you need to have extreme dedication. Extreme. And I don't know if he wants to do it. That's completely up to him. But he's a very high-level everything. Like, he's a good striker, good grappler, he can do everything. But,
How old is he?
Oh, he's not mega young. How old is he now? 27? 27.
Okay. So he's no spring chicken,
No
as they
spring
say.
chicken. But
all right.
He's a big guy, big athletic guy.
One of the reasons I mentioned TNT was because Dana White did an interview with TNT
Yes.
Sports.
So we are all over the gaff, aren't we? Actually?
We are. But we come back. Don't worry. And he said something in the interview that got the fans in the UK very excited.
Yes.
He looked at the schedule and he said, hold up, I've got a heavyweight champ, I've got a welterweight champion, we need to go to the UK. And there have been rumors of the Manchester card, and everyone thought, okay, you and Leon. What could you tell us? Clear the air for all of us here. What could you tell us about this card? Is there a pay-per-view in Manchester?
That's what I'm hearing. I don't actually know. I guess I'll find out this weekend. That's what I'm hearing.
In July, right?
That's what I've heard also, in July. I don't think it's confirmed that it's Manchester yet, but I've heard strong rumours that it's...
The new arena, would it be?
The Co-op Arena, I believe it's called.
Is it open yet?
It's not open. I think it opens in April. So...
This
month.
April.
Sorry, this month.
Okay.
Sorry. Hey, it's my birthday in a few days, you know.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Which day?
11th.
You have to think about it for a sec.
Yeah.
Well, that's in 3 days.
3 days.
You'll be in Vegas.
I'll be in Vegas. Yeah.
You and Mr. Aspinall going to paint the town red?
Probably not. We'll enjoy ourselves, though. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time.
Anyway, you keep okay. So what about this? Dana White says this.
Yep.
What's your reaction to this comment?
Excellent. That's great. I want to fight. That's all. I want to fight.
You like the idea of a pay-per-view
Absolutely.
in England?
Absolutely. Look, what do you think? You know, there's all a lot of controversy with my position, I guess, at the moment in the division.
Is there?
I mean, not controversy. People just argue online about it, don't they?
Sure.
They like to do that. For
Right.
reason. Grown men love to sit there going, I'm pretty pissed off at
Yeah,
this. Let's do a comment.
yeah.
It's
It is bizarre.
Weird thing. But I mean, it's a bit of a, what's the word? Juxtaposition. Is that right?
It's a tremendous word.
Yes, a bit of a juxtaposition at the moment in the heavyweight division, whereas we have an interim champion who's potentially going to defend a belt, which is pretty rare.
It has happened.
It's happened.
Yes.
Happened, but it's rare.
Sure,
You don't hear about it a lot.
Sure.
But it's not, I don't know if it's happened when the champ is going to come back, does it? I don't know. Anyway, we're in a juxtaposition at the moment. A lot of people are like, just wait, you shouldn't have to defend it, blah, blah, blah. You really think I'm going to sit in Manchester and watch a show in my hometown and watch an event and not fight? Come on. Absolutely not. I have to fight somebody.
Also, you want to get paid too. Like just sitting around and waiting.
But it's not. I mean, money's one thing, but like, I was off for a year with an injury, a massive injury, potential career-ending injury. I don't want my career to be over, and I don't want to sit on the sidelines waiting. I want to go and do my thing, and I want to prove I'm the best. I'm not a nitpicker. I'm not a guy who says, "Oh, let me just wait this one out." No, I'm a fighter. I want to fight people. This is what I'm here to do. Like I believe I'm nowhere near my prime actually yet, but my body's good and my mind's good, and why should I not?
So you're on this card. I feel like there are three options.
Okay.
Curtis Blades.
Yep.
Great story, right? Mm-hmm. Cyril Gane. Great story there too.
Yep.
Stipe.
Three options.
I feel like Stipe probably not going to happen.
I don't think so.
So we're down to two.
Yes.
If Dana White this weekend says to you or Hunter Campbell, all right, what do you want, champ? Who are you picking?
Curtis Blades, of course.
Why?
Because we were supposed to fight. We had a fight for 15 seconds. I injured my knee, and he has a win over me. So of course I want that fight first. First of all, let's not beat around the bush here. John Jones is the guy I want to fight.
Sure.
Of course.
But that's probably not happening in July.
Yeah. That's not happening. Then we go Stipe. Of course. He's free. Makes sense. That's not happening. So the next guy I want to fight, Curtis Blades, because we have some unfinished business. It's nothing against Curtis. Personally, I actually like Curtis. Like, we spent some good time together. I met his dad and everything, met his team. Great people, like top of the food chain type people, my kind of people. Professionally, we've got a big problem here, and I want to get that one back.
Do you think there's any chance that it's John or Stipe?
No.
No chance. Zero.
No.
Okay. And what if they say to you, yeah, you know, maybe we don't love the Curtis idea. We want Cyril.
Yep.
What do you say?
I'll take him out then.
But there's a part of you that, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't love the idea. Is it because you were chasing him and he dismissed you?
He's dismissed me on multiple occasions, and I'm not the first guy that he's dismissed. I'm not the first guy that he's ducked. It's out there for people to see. The reason that I got the Pavlovich fight was because Cyril didn't want it. So he ducked Pavlovich. He then duck Curtis Blades. Curtis Blades has been on record saying that. I asked for him years ago, didn't want it then. I then asked for him in Paris. They flew me over. We tried to make that fight. He didn't want it then. And we'll see what the UFC want to do. But
I have no inside info at all on this, but I feel like they're going to try to do you versus Ciryl. That's what I feel. What do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Just because I feel like they really, they like him. He's
definitely popular.
He's very popular.
He's definitely popular. And I'm not discrediting
he's a great
his skills.
fighter.
And I'm also not discrediting him as a person. I like him. We spent some time together also. He's a good guy. I just don't like the way he does stuff professionally because that's the opposite to what I do. I'm here to fight people. I'm here to prove I'm the best, not duck out of fights with people. So if we have to fight, excellent. I want to fight people.
Is it a little bit more personal with you and Ciryl?
No, it's more personal with me and Curtis.
Interesting.
Yeah. I want to fight Curtis.
Even though he didn't injure you, and he was a class act about it in the aftermath, was he not?
Curtis is great. Curtis is a great guy.
But it's just about like righting that wrong.
I just want to right the wrong, yeah.
Right.
To be honest, fighting isn't personal for me anyway. Fighting's a sport.
There's no fighter that you've ever competed against that you said, I don't like this guy and I really...
It's irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant to me. Feelings, how I feel about the person is irrelevant for me. Like, I train with some of my best friends in the world. Some of the best people I know, I train with them. And I punch them as hard as I can in the face on a regular basis. Like, this is a sport for me. It's nothing. They're not my enemies, they're my opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I don't like the way, for example, Ciryl does business or whatever, it doesn't mean that I dislike him, I discredit him as a person. If he signs a contract, I have to do everything I can to beat him, and that's it. Like emotions, personal relationships, how they are as a person, doesn't even come close to the feeling I have with someone when I fight. It's just literally sport, and that's it, business.
Wow. That's wild to me. Like, there's never been a guy, I don't like that guy. And I'm going to use this as a little motivation to get up in the morning.
Doesn't matter to me, mate.
Never.
You can be my best friend in the world or they can be my worst enemy. When I sign the contract and they lock that cage door and the bell goes, I'm trying to take them out from the first second. And that's the way it goes. It's purely sport, mate, for me. Purely sport. Like, they're trying to do it to me, I'm trying to do it to them for that 25 minutes. We can shake hands after, we can have a beer, or we can never speak to each other again. Whatever. Doesn't bother me. It's business.
Mid-July is rapidly approaching. When would you like to know by?
This weekend.
Okay, this is it.
I mean, ideally, I want as much notice as possible.
Yeah.
But last time I had no notice and it went pretty good.
Sure.
So I'm not too bothered, but as early as possible so I can start, organising my training camp and doing all the rest of it.
Okay, and now we get to the fun stuff.
I thought that was the fun stuff.
No. There's more fun.
Okay, go on.
Just a few weeks ago, you put out a great video blog of
what happened in the video blog
of a Arnold fitness.
Oh yeah,
competition.
you're talking about. Why we always got to talk about John?
Come on. And by the way, there's a new layer to this story that we'll get to in a moment.
Go on then.
Come on, this video. You can't tell me you don't want to talk about John when you put together this incredible video blog of you like planning out a whole day just to catch a glimpse of the guy. And then it's you going through the crowd.
Yeah.
Tell me, how does this all happen? Because someone had to have led you there, right? Security.
Yeah, well,
did they ask him first?
It was really weird, So we were both doing meet and greets. Oh, this on my videos, is it? Yeah, we were both doing meet and greets.
Yes.
But we were like 20 metres away from each other.
The whole time?
The whole day.
Oh, gosh.
The whole day. And then I was like, I can't just leave without doing something, like saying hello. Do you know what I mean? I just want to go and say hello. But his manager didn't want me to go over.
Who was that? Abraham?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
He didn't want me to go over.
He put the kibosh on it.
Tried to.
You found out about this?
Yeah, he tried to.
Okay.
And even when I went over, like I was in, pretty close to him, and he was like, no, you can't do this. I was like, no, I'm just saying hello. We just want to say hello, that's all. I'm not trying to like cause a scene or nothing. I honestly wasn't trying to cause a scene. I just wanted to see, like, face to face. That's what I said. Are we going to do this or what? And he was like, oh, I'd like to. Give me the brush off. You give me the. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, so the hand on the shoulder, seen around the world. What is there's two thoughts. There's two schools of thought. One, surgically repaired shoulder. He didn't want you.
People are doing breakdowns on this.
Oh, yes.
It's wild.
Or the other one is he's trying to say, like, you can't alpha me.
I don't know.
What do you think? Come on.
I just put my hand on his shoulder and he took it off.
It was like, so. It was incredible.
Something that I didn't. So I originally thought that, like, he thought I was being disrespectful, which I wasn't. So he didn't actually pick up on the audio, but I put my hand on his shoulder and he took it off, and I was like, mate, we're not doing that. I'm not here for that. Do you know what I mean? I'm just here to like say hello and ask, are we going to fight?
Did you feel that was disrespectful? Him removing your hand?
No, it's John Jones.
What do you think he thought about that?
I have no idea. I'm not like breaking it down. Like, I don't think about it that much. I was just like, he put that hand on his shoulder, he took it off. Okay, he doesn't want me to touch him, that's fine.
Why did you touch his shoulder?
Like in a friendly way.
Like you did to Sergey before the fight.
In a friendly way, that's all. That's nothing.
You were just trying to say, mate.
There was no psychological breakdown of it all. I was like trying to have a chat with him, put my hand on his shoulder in a friendly way.
You wanted to face off.
I wanted to face off, yeah.
Yeah, and he.
John's smart, you know.
Okay, why?
I don't really want to talk about Jones, you know.
But this is incredible stuff.
Okay, John will not say anywhere. I mean, you're a media guy. There's plenty of media guys around the world. John will not say anywhere, you can't find it, it's not out there, that he will fight me.
Yeah.
He won't say it anywhere.
No.
Publicly.
Right.
He won't say it. You can't find a clip, a quote, nothing anywhere of John Jones saying, one day I'm going to fight Tom Aspinall and I'm going to friggin' beat the brakes off him. And that's what I'm going to do. That doesn't exist. And he doesn't want any evidence anywhere of him agreeing to any kind of fight with me, anywhere. Because he doesn't want to go back on that. Do you understand what I mean?
Got it, yeah.
Like, he doesn't want to do a face-off because that promotes a potential fight. He doesn't, when I ask him, John, are we going to do this? He will not say, absolutely, let me get Stipe out of the way and we'll do it. He'll instead say, oh, maybe one day. Because he doesn't want that quote of, we're going to fight one day. And it's super smart.
And why do you think that is?
I don't know, mate. Honestly, I don't want to come in here and talk about
Okay,
John
fine, fair enough.
I don't want to. I'm aware that I'm doing a lot of media this week. Everyone's going to ask me about John.
Might as well talk about it here, and then you could say, hey, just go look at Ariel's interview.
Yeah,
We're done.
I will.
Okay.
No, I did it. I have done everything I can to get the fight, and I don't.
But you know, this all helps. Like weekend, that was the most talked about thing in the sport.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was nice to meet John. Like I've never met John before. That was cool. But yeah, I feel like I'm kind of beating a dead horse and just keep crying about it, and I don't want to.
But I think there's a difference between crying about the situation and just saying like, "Hey, I saw him. This happened."
Yeah. I see what you mean, but I feel like
you're not crying about the situation
everywhere
right now.
I go and every interview I do, and people are like, "Oh, when you fighting John?" I'm like, I don't know. I'd love to fight John.
I wouldn't ask such a thing.
Thanks.
But when are you fighting John? No, I'm kidding. What did you make of him? Just like his aura, being like sizing him up. Would you?
He's John Jones.
He's John Jones,
yeah.
legend. You have great respect for the legends of the game.
I respect for everybody who does this sport at any level. Do you know what I mean? I do I'm an ambassador for a thing in the UK called Ultra MMA. It's like so it's kind of like white collar boxing but an MMA version. So they train for 10, 15, 16 weeks for charity.
Okay.
Never done it before. And then they have a fight for charity, like a white collar kind of thing, like 3 2-minute rounds. Honestly, the respect I have for those people, it's off the charts because this sport is so friggin' hard. And I respect anybody and everyone who participates.
Just regular
in the sport.
people?
Regular people.
Okay.
Yeah,
and you help train them?
I don't help train them. I just go to the events.
Okay.
I support the event. I sometimes go to the training sessions. I might give them a little team talk or whatever. Just try and I respect every single person who does this sport. It's so hard.
Okay, I know you don't, but I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about one more thing pertaining to John.
Go on, then.
This past weekend, he seemed to have found himself in some hot water.
Yep.
I'm not going to ask you about what happened because you weren't there and that's not fair to you. But the reason I bring this up is you see these things happen and once again, there's some drama. And does that just make you think, I need to get this out of my mind? Because there's a good chance we don't know where this guy is at in a year.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be disappointed. So if it comes, it comes. But I can't set my mind to this because there's always something that seems to come up every year or a few months, et cetera, et cetera.
I honestly, I don't spend my days thinking about John Jones.
But that's a game changer in your career, right? You become the first guy to ever beat John Jones.
Yeah, but on the contrary to what people think, I'm not desperate for that. That fight doesn't define my career. It would be great. It would be nice. But I got other ways to prove myself, and I'm going to be around this sport for at least another 5 years, at least minimum. So yeah, it'd be great if I get the fight. Fantastic, but I'm not like, oh, look what John's done again. It's never going to happen. Oh my God.
Okay.
That's John's business. John can do his thing. If we fight, great. If we don't, great as well. All respect to John Jones, one of the GOATs of the sport.
People think that I'm taking a shot at him when I call you the real heavyweight champion, but it's simply because you have more wins in the UFC heavyweight division, and I would say a win over Sergey Pavlovich is equal to a win over Cyril Gane. So I acknowledge you as the real heavyweight champion.
Well, thanks.
Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I think there's actually a chance, call me crazy, I think there's a chance that at some point you become the real heavyweight champion without having to fight him. Similar to Robert Whittaker and
How
GSP.
does that work?
Well, it happened with Robert Whittaker and GSP. GSP beat Michael Bisping.
Yeah, and retired.
And he had a stomach issue.
Yeah.
And then they just made Robert Whittaker
So
the
he
real
just
champ.
automatically gets promoted, if you will. To, I mean, ultimately, I'd like to fight for it.
You did fight for it.
Yeah, no, I'd like to fight the...
In an alternate universe, Sergey Pavlovich versus Tom Aspinall is a real heavyweight title fight.
Yeah, it was a great fight, and Sergey Pavlovich is a dangerous man.
Yeah.
But what about this stuff that's going on with him and Volkov?
Yeah, what about it?
I heard, I don't know if that's true, but that none of them actually agreed to the fight and they announced it. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I read. It's crazy.
Well, what do you mean it's crazy? This happens all the time.
It's crazy, no, it's crazy.
Have you heard about Dustin Poirier versus Benoit Saint-Denis?
Yeah, but I didn't know. I mean, the heavyweights are a little bit closer to home for me because I fought both guys. So
you didn't think it could happen to them?
Well, of course it can. But I don't look into everything. Do you know what I looked into that one more so. Like,
what are you buddies with them?
No, not at all. Not at all.
You just dug a little bit.
But just because, like, lightweights, for example, it'll be like, oh, yeah, that's cool, whatever. But them two, because I fought both of them, it was like, oh, my God, look at this. Like, for me, they're closer to home. I've got a relationship with both of them. I've got a history with both of them, whereas Dustin and Saint Denis, I've not. So I was just looking at them like, oh, my God, look at this. This is wild.
You know where that doesn't happen?
I don't know.
Well, what I'm referring to is fights getting announced before they're agreed to. You know where that's
talk about boxing, aren't you?
Yeah, in boxing it doesn't happen.
Eddie Hearn.
Yeah, Eddie would never do that.
No,
you think Eddie does that to Anthony Joshua?
No.
Hey, Anthony, you're fighting on this day. What?
It sounds like you're trying to trap me into trashing the UFC, which I'm not.
No, I would never do such a thing.
We know what you like, Ariel. We know what you like.
Wow. By the way, someone's going to do a 45-minute breakdown of this exchange. Here's the thing. You're the one that brought it up.
What, the boxing?
The Volkov thing.
Yeah, I know, because I was surprised. And you're a man in the know.
Yeah, no.
So, are they actually fighting now, though? What's going on? Because I've not heard.
That's a good question. Do you like that fight?
Oh, absolutely. I love heavyweight fights.
Who wins that fight?
Oh, it's a tough one. I don't know. I rate both guys very highly. And people will probably listen to this and go, oh, you're just rating them highly because you beat them. No, mate, the top-level heavyweights, the pair of them. And I don't know. I know they were training partners for a long time. Makes it even more interesting. Interesting fight. I don't know. Love heavyweight MMA. It's my favourite.
So it's interesting that you specify heavyweight MMA. You're an MMA fan. Do you watch the other promotions too?
Bits. Not,
like this big guy, Renan Ferreira, who just knocked out Ryan Bader.
I watched that. I watched that fight in particular.
Do you rate him?
Yeah, he looks good. He looks really good. A guy who I trained with recently. He came over to train. Ante Delia, he's like a PFL guy.
He just fought.
Yeah, he just lost. Actually, he got injured though in his fight. But he beat what's his name? Renan, the really tall guy. Yeah, Renan Ferreira. Yeah. So I watched that fight. So I was familiar with him anyway because I watched Ante's fights. And yeah, he looks great. He looks really good.
You think he could beat Francis?
I think anyone can beat anyone in heavyweight MMA. I think it's wild.
Yeah.
It has its own rules. MMA is wild enough on its own, like it's so crazy. And then when you stick little gloves on just gigantic, enormous guys, anything can happen.
Does the title of being the greatest British MMA fighter of all time mean something to you?
Not particularly. Well, Bisping's got that title at the moment, obviously.
At the moment, but when it's all said and done, is that something that you want? Do you want to be considered the greatest of all time?
I'd like to be in the Hall of Fame. That's what I'd like to do.
But the greatest from your country, I feel like it's right there.
That's great. Yeah, that would be.
But
awesome.
is it something that drives you? Is it something you think about?
Not something I think. To be honest, I just think to fight.
Fight to fight.
Fight to fight.
You're so like you have tunnel vision.
I have tunnel vision.
You don't think about anything down the line.
Nothing. Tomorrow's not promised.
Right.
So. I'm not trying to get all philosophical or anything, but all that stuff, I feel like I'll think about that when I'm done.
Legacy, your resume, the way people view you.
I just think about the next fight, you know.
Yeah. I'm saying like all these things you don't care about.
Not really. I'm a simple man. Like I think when I've got a date and an opponent, that's it, locked in, ready to go. My life revolves around that person for 8 weeks, 12 weeks, however long I've got to train. And that's it. All I think about is how can I get the best? How can I get myself prepared in the best way possible? How can I keep my body ready? How can I do all this other stuff? Like, I'm not really concerning myself too much about what other people are doing, what people are saying online, and blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't really mean anything to me. What means a lot to me is my day-to-day preparation. I have to have the best preparation possible, and I think I'm in a really, really good spot with that.
Did you watch Rico's one-night tournament?
Absolutely.
Could you, like, does that interest you, a one-night tournament
Absolutely not. I think Rico is wild. I said this to him last time we trained. I was like, Rico, mate, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? And he's like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's like, are you actually insane? He was like, well, yeah, a bit. I was like, 3 fights. The thing is with Rico, he's done everything that there is to do in the sport of kickboxing. He's literally, if you look at the stats and the resume and whatnot, he's literally the best kickboxer to ever, like, lace up the gloves, ever. And he still wants to prove himself by having 3 fights in a night against dangerous up-and-comers and wins. The guy is absolutely insane, and he is someone that, like, I'm massively inspired by Rico, massively. He gives me a lot, and I really appreciate it.
It's almost like he has lapped the rest of the sport.
Crazy. He's
so he almost has
crazy.
to create these new challenges for himself.
He's
like,
crazy.
He doesn't have anything to prove.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. That's what I literally had the same conversation with him. I was like, "What are you doing?" And he just loves it, mate. He loves fighting, loves proving himself, loves being ready to fight, and just lives for it. Absolutely lives for it. And even he's not an old guy. I think he's about 34, 35. So, but he's done everything there is to do, and he's got absolutely insane mental strength and motivation.
Did you see this video of Anthony Joshua kicking pads today?
No, I've not seen it.
Oh, Connor, can you do me a favor? Can you
kicking pads?
Yeah.
Oh no, I've not seen it. Let me see.
Could we just put this up? I retweeted it earlier, and we could put it up in a couple of minutes. I would love to get your thoughts on this. So just slack me when you have it, because I thought it was really interesting to see the technique. Perhaps Mr. Aspinall. We'll get it in a moment. It'll take a couple seconds to get it up there. But I'm just curious if you've ever done MMA with Rico.
No, I've not actually.
He's never.
No, he has had one MMA fight.
Yes, back in the day.
Yeah. I believe was it in Romania or something? I don't know. But
you never go on the
no, that was before I was training with him. So I think that was like 5 years ago. But as far as he can definitely grapple a bit though, definitely. Because we spoke about it, even just speaking, like I'm aware that he knows of what he's doing, and he said that he said himself that he's all right, like he's not bad, and the guy's an absolute freak. I bet he's good.
We always play that sound, the Tommy Aspinall sound, anytime we reference you. No one else gets this treatment on this program.
Oh, thank you.
You don't have a toy, but you are like immortalized in a different way.
I feel a bit left out without the toy.
Well, we need to work on that.
I don't think there's one. They're not custom made, are they?
These? There's one that's custom made. There's a Tiffany Van Sust one. But yes, the majority of them are all
They're great.
I just wanted to ask, that night it's almost 3 years ago now.
Which night in particular?
The night from that clip when everyone's dancing.
Oh, yeah.
And going crazy.
The Volkov fight.
Volkov fight.
Yeah.
Like, that to me was like kind of your coming out party.
Yeah.
What do you remember most about that night?
So it was kind of weird for me the way it works, because I had 4 fights during the pandemic. And that was kind of like when the world kind of like quote unquote opened up again. And we started doing like public events again and stuff like that. That was wild. That's when, because I was obviously a UFC fighter. I was 4-0 with 4 finishes in the UFC before that. If I remember rightly. Yeah, I was 4-0 with 4 finishes at the time. But I felt like, because everyone was indoors, my life didn't change too much. Right. And then after that, that's when it really started to get a bit of wind behind it, I think. But after the last one, over here in MSG, that's when it took a step further, and I think it's just going to go more and more.
To see people in your own country close to your, dancing on the streets.
That was wild. Yeah.
Was it one of your mates there?
That was my mate that recorded it.
That's
that was my friend of 25 years who recorded that. That's pretty cool, yeah. But people get arrested and stuff, People were on top of cars.
Yes.
I think the police van showed up and they flipped the police van over. It's just crazy. It was absolutely wild.
But you must have loved it.
Loved it.
Despite the fact that
Absolutely. Every time I hear that song, I love it. Even my kids sing the song.
The Tommy version?
Yeah, they love it. And you know what, the UFC, they started getting a bit smart about it, is when I'm fighting, the actual song, Baby Give It Up is the song.
Casey and the Sunshine
They
Man.
will, before they start the promos for my fight,
Oh,
So
they play it?
They play it every time now. So it's like, they'll usually do, because I'm usually fighting high up the card, main event or co-main, they usually have like a bit of a decent promo. So it'll be like, they'll show my promo, they'll show my opponent's promo, then one person will walk, the other person will walk, introductions, fight. But whereas before that, in the interim, before the fight, before my fight and my fight, they'll always play that song and I can hear it in the locker room. It's wild.
Just to get it.
It's cool.
Who is credited for singing that first or for starting that? Like to attach your name to that
I have
particular
absolutely
song?
no idea.
You don't know how it started?
No idea.
I always wonder about these chants.
I don't know. Who starts them?
Who starts them?
It's got to be just one person goes for it and then everyone just joins in.
Because it's such a great part of your culture. We don't do that here. No one is like serenading athletes attached to famous songs like they do at football matches and stuff.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know why it is, but it's a bit crazy, isn't it, the way that they like
And it's always like 80s or 70s version
there's a
music.
great song. I knew that song for years anyway because in the UK we've got a thing called Smooth FM. It's a radio station.
Okay.
And it's what like my dad used to listen to in the car, like on the way to training. I used to hate Smooth FM. And now I tune into Smooth FM. Like I've got to the age where I love the music and I was really familiar with that song anyway. It's always
That's how you know you're an old man.
That's how I'm
when you're
getting old,
listening,
yeah.
And you listen to that particular, like the original with your kids. The baby give it up. Ah, that's amazing. The whole Aspinall clan
just the Tommy Aspinall bit.
that's amazing. Cool. That's incredible. I love that. Do we have that clip? Let me see here. I want to show it to you. Okay, here it is. This is Anthony Joshua hitting mitts. I saw this today on the DAZN channel. What do you think of this technique?
Bit stiff in the hips, isn't he? Big AJ.
Okay, what would you say?
But you can tell he's kicked before.
Really?
Yeah, he's definitely got a good technique, but he's a bit stiff.
Is it me or are the punches a little stiff too?
Well, probably the idea of kicking makes his punches stiff, I would imagine.
Okay.
That's what I
So
would
he's
that's what I would
overthinking
think.
things.
I think so. I think his whole body's become stiff because he's thinking about kicking.
Right? Isn't that
That's
crazy?
what it looks like.
One more time if we can. Well, I would love, I know you said your father can't, but what about the technique there, Mr. Aspinall? What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, he agrees.
He's a big man. He's a big man, so he's definitely a bit.
Am I right that the punches look stiff?
They do look a little bit stiff, to be fair. Why is he doing it? Yeah,
I don't know. I just saw it pop up.
Where is he? Is he
I don't
away
know.
somewhere?
I literally just saw it right before the show, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
He's wearing a vest. What do you call? You don't call it a vest, do you? You call it like a wife beater or whatever.
Oh yeah.
By the way, while we were on the subject of Cyril Gane, we're going all over the gap here.
Okay, yeah.
I was at so I was in Paris when he fought Spivak actually. When they flew me out to try and make the fight, and it didn't happen. Not my fault. Just saying. But
I remember.
So me and one Michael Bisping were kind of at an after party afterwards. So we went to the after party. We came back to the hotel, and we were just like stood in the hotel lobby just talking. Cyril walked past, and Cyril was wearing a white vest, a wife beater.
Okay.
The guy can seriously pull off a vest. He looked fantastic, and he actually invited us to his after party.
Oh.
Me and Bisping went along to his after party with loads of. It was great.
You were hanging out with him.
We were hanging out. We had a great time.
So you're mates.
Yeah, it's perfect. Listen, this is a job for me. I don't hate anybody. Like this is whether we're mates or not. It's they're irrelevant to me. The personal relationship, if we have one, is completely irrelevant. It's void, if that's the right word. When we fight, we're agreeing to. It's me or them.
Right.
It's me or them. So I like Curtis. I like Cyril. We've hung out before. I've hung out with both of them. Great guys. Nothing against them. But if it's me or them, it has to be them.
By the way, your wrist over there, like, why do you just have like black?
You're asking about my tattoos?
Yeah.
So I've got. I don't think you should ask about my tattoos.
Really? Is it a sensitive subject?
It's a bit of a mess, so...
But you just have black. Like, what does that signify?
The amount of cover-ups I've got. So this is all a cover-up, this, and I'm still doing it.
You're covering it up?
This is not covered yet. So I originally had, like, sleeves, like, different style. Then I got my back done. My back took 50 hours. It took a long time. And then I thought, like, this is a cover-up, these are cover-ups, and I thought, like... My sleeves look weird because they were completely different styles, and I wanted to do my sleeves the same style as my back, so I'm redoing my sleeves now. But if you're asking about this black in particular, so when I got my jiu-jitsu black belt, I was like, I'm gonna get a black belt tattooed somewhere, and I thought, right, on the wrist, pretty cool. So my tattoo artist started doing the tattoo, and literally halfway through, I was like, I don't like it, you know. I think it looks a bit corny having like a black belt tattooed around my wrist. And he was like, well, it's a bit late to cover it up now. I was like, can you just cover it with black? And he was like, yeah, sure. So we just ended up doing that.
Wow.
Yeah, but all this arm, literally the full arm is a cover-up.
But when you say a cover-up, do you mean is the whole arm going to be black?
No. This was stuff underneath, so this is like a bit of a Japanese style now. This was all stuff underneath. This top bit, this is black, obviously. This was a tribal. This is like one of my first tattoos. I got it when I was like 15. Like in the UK, we wear like school uniforms, you know, for school, and it was like popping out the school uniform. I thought it was like the hardest guy ever walking around with a tattoo, a tribal tattoo that means absolutely nothing. So a few years later, I decided to cover it. I decided to get it blacked out. It's now blacked out, and now I tried to go over the black with some other stuff, but you can't really see it, so it's just a mess.
Is that a hard conversation to have with the tattoo artist when you say mid-tattoo you don't like it?
No, he's my friend.
He wasn't offended?
No, I mean, he wasn't a fan of the
idea?
The design was my idea, so I just said I don't like the design. I think it looks...
Will you ever, like, put something there, like some color?
Maybe. See, it's hard to do over the black. See, like this, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. But
yeah, it's like, what is that?
This is like a white mask over the top of it. But so you might... See, you can't even see it on screen. When you close up, it's nice. You can see it, but from far away, the white doesn't really stand out as much.
I think you just wanted to flex your big arms for us right there. Look at that.
This arm's not great. This arm's a bit better.
It looks like it would kill to be sitting there and the guy's blacking your wrist.
No, it doesn't matter what colour it is. It hurts.
Really but it's just like there's so much ink right there.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot. Yeah. I mean,
are you done with the tattoos?
When I finish this arm, I think I'm going to be done with it. I always wanted my neck, you know.
No, don't do the neck.
No, my neck's getting a bit common. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think for the time being, I'll be done. Yeah.
And what's the writing here on your?
This means my father didn't give me the fish. He taught me how to catch it.
In what language?
Spanish, I believe.
Okay.
But I'm going to get that covered.
Why?
I might leave the writing on. You know, I was talking to my wife about it recently because the writing obviously has a lot of meaning to it.
Sure.
My dad's obviously taught me martial arts since I was 7 years old, but I'm going to do a different design around it.
When did you get that?
Oh, I was about 18-ish.
Okay.
I've been getting tattooed for a long time, but I'm trying to make everything balanced, nice, and then pull the plug. But it takes with training and all the rest of it. Like I've had a couple of issues with infections. Oh yeah. Like tattoos get infected, and as you know, I'm a bit of a germaphobe, and that whole thing going, and it's just not very nice. This
is why it's so much more fun to be in person than on Zoom. I can't ask you about these things. I can't notice these things.
What? Bad tattoos?
Yeah, you know.
I mean, anyone can notice them. Someone sent me a comment. This is when I decided to get it. Someone sent me a comment, and these days I try and I just what's the
don't read them.
I just do the post and ghost thing these days. I try to anyway.
Get someone to do it for you.
Yeah, well I do now.
Yeah.
And my plan is when I'm in training camp, I'm going no phone and everything. I'm going no phone.
What do you mean no phone?
I don't want to use my phone anymore when I'm in training camp.
How do people interact with you?
They don't. That's the idea of it. Well, I'll probably have like a little shitter. Like that I can.
What about me, like WhatsApping you? I can't send you messages.
I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to get another number and I'm just going to text people like I'm in contact with and I speak to and I like, not people who bother me. So you'll probably be staying.
Do I make the cut?
No, you'll be staying. No, not really. People who I get on with and I speak to and I'm friends with and don't bring any negative energy, they'll be. But I won't be posting on. Well, my social media will be getting posted on, but I won't be posting.
Sure.
And I just want people who I speak to on a regular basis, stuff like that.
Okay, wow. Yeah. So you go like 0 dark 30, as they say.
I'm going all in on the training camp. Like I didn't come this far to, you know, I don't like when I got the knee injury. It was taking a bit of a deep turn here.
I like this.
A bit of a dark turn, but when I took the knee injury, I really had some massive internal conversations about whether I want to continue this sport or not. Seriously, and there was days that I didn't. To be honest, I didn't really want to. I thought this is too hard. I want to do something else, and I decided that if I want to continue the sport, I want to literally go like all in, like no distractions, anything that stopped me being the best. Then I'm gonna stop it.
Wow.
I don't want to be involved, and sometimes I feel like social media on my phone can be a distraction. And I want to cut that out. Like I started really being really being serious with my strength and conditioning, really serious with my training and the training partners that I have. That was massive for me. Really serious about who I spend time with and you know socialise with and stuff like that. And I think sometimes when I'm in training camp, posting on social media and the response from it can be a bit of a distraction, and I want to cut that out as well.
How close were you to actually saying you're done?
I don't know. So, some days I was quite close, but I think part of that was the fact that my leg hurt so much. Like, when you have surgery and you're in pain all day, that's hard mentally on its own. No, not to add into the fact that I just lost a fight in front of 20,000 of my own fans. Like, that's tough.
Quote unquote lost.
You look at the records, it says that I lost.
Yeah.
So, and I always look at MMA like a fight, like an actual fight, like self-defense. And if we were in an actual fight, I wouldn't be doing too good with one leg. So that's why I want to get it back. Like, that's a loss on my record. If anyone Googles Tom Aspinall versus Curtis Blades, he won and I lost.
Right.
So that's why I want to get it back.
Did you voice this to your family?
Yeah. What the fact that I might, I think it was pretty obvious. I don't think I need to voice it. And I'm extremely lucky that I have some, not just my dad, I'm very lucky to have my dad, of course, but some other close family members and friends, like, people are there to remind me, like, this is what you spent your whole life doing. And since I come back, I have had like a burning desire of greatness. And I don't let stuff drag me from that ever anymore, ever. Because I think before, I was a bit of a pushover, you know, in terms of how I spent my time, the people that I spent my time with. If someone would make me feel, oh, will you just come and do this on this day? Oh yeah, go on, I'll go and do it. I'm selfish now, completely selfish. If it doesn't help me being the best, it has none of my time. Zero of it, zero, absolutely zero. And whether I succeed in this sport or not, at least when I'm retired, I can look back and go, well, I tried my best there. And that's all that anyone can do, is try the best.
You're not used to losing.
I don't like losing.
You don't like losing?
Yeah, but I'm completely aware. On the other hand, there's two of us in there. One of us has to win and one of us has to lose. And at some point, that's going to happen. But in terms of skill, actual skill level, I think I'm head and shoulders above anyone else in the heavyweight division. But I'm also very, 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 very aware that I can lose at any moment.
What about in the heavyweight darts division?
Are you going to play darts with me?
I just want to know.
Luke Littler. Big
That's the man.
Luke Littler.
That's the man.
Everyone loves him in the UK right now.
How's when you go for a box of toys with the boys? Did I get that right?
No.
Fuck,
Are you talking about box of toys as in boys?
Yes. When you go out, did I screw that up?
Yeah, you messed it up big time. So
when you go to the local.
When you go to the local with a box of toys.
Yeah, there it is. Do you partake?
When you go for a cheeky one with a box of toys.
Yes, a cheeky one. You partake?
Yeah, I'll do a bit of darts in the boozer. Yeah.
What's the boozer?
The pub.
Oh, that's what it's called.
That's what we call it, yeah. You're going.
And how would you rate your game?
Where is the dartboard? It's not there. Around the back.
It's right over there.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Let's go, Tom.
Yeah, you want to play?
Me versus you.
Are you doing round the board, or are you doing highest score wins?
What is around the board? No, it's 3 versus 3. Highest score wins.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know what round the board is?
It's something like you have. We don't have time for that. We'd be here for all freaking afternoon. But this is what we do with the luminaries on our program. We go 3 versus 3. And
where's the starting thing?
This right here.
That's a bit close, isn't it?
No, listen. These are. And by the way, could we just recognize the fact that this is an official board gifted to me by Michael Smith, Bully Boy, and Michael Van Gerwen. Do you know who they are?
I know Michael Van Gerwen.
Legend. Michael Smith. He was the one who won last year.
I don't follow darts that much, but I really want to go to the Ali Pali.
Oh, it's tremendous. Have you
been?
been?
Never been. I'm first time.
You go first. So it's just 3 versus 3, but
no warm-ups.
No, I'm a great guest. Excuse me, I'm a great host. You're a great guest. I give you one warm-up shot.
One.
Just to get your feet wet.
What if I do a treble on the warm-up?
And go ahead, you can keep it. But no, the warm-up is just 1 shot, not 3.
Yeah, but what if I do a treble 20 on the warm-up?
Oh yeah, go ahead. But I just want to ask you. Oh wait. If I beat you, what do I get?
What do you want?
I want to walk you out for your next fight.
Steady on. You're not allowed in the building anymore.
Fuck you, Tom.
You're kicking me out.
Are you kidding me?
What do you want? What do you want? Be honest.
A hug.
I'll hook you up with that.
Okay, let's see. Let's see your form. Oh my gosh, look at this.
What's wrong with that?
No, nothing. No commentary. Oh, that's not bad.
I'll stick with that.
You're sticking. You're keeping it.
I'm keeping it.
Okay, here he goes. How do you feel about the lights in your face? Because Eddie, your friend, always complains about the lights.
Eddie Hearn.
Yeah.
You had Eddie Hearn in studio multiple occasions.
Yes.
Why you never me and Eddie on a collab?
Would you like to do that?
I don't know if Eddie knows of my existence. Oh, he was at one of my fights. He was.
He was. And weren't you supposed to do like a thing one time?
What thing?
Was that you? Like a Zoom with him?
Yeah, I was actually.
Yes.
I'm just joking. I'm just pulling Eddie's leg out.
Yeah, no, he loves
I don't have any relationship with Eddie. But I'm a fan of Eddie's.
You're chatting too much shite right now, all right?
This is what happens in the boozer.
That's right. Here we go. Oof! Off the board?
Is it off the board? Shit,
Ah, you know yourself, Tom. You're choking. What? What?
Right, you can't beat this.
2 off the board, Tom. This is embarrassing.
I was going for the glory, weren't I?
This is
Mate, that's how I do. Do you not see my last fight? All in.
That's the kind of guy I feel.
Swing for the fences and hope
I
for
feel
the best.
bad. You come to New York, UFC. I'm gonna have to beat you, a little schmuck like me.
Come on.
All right, here we go. Tom, I mean, this is. You need to.
I seen Jack Shaw was doing a bit of this.
What is that? Oh, 4. Well, you got an 18, huh? Did I get an 18 there?
I think you've got an 18. No, 4.
Oh, that's a 666 right there. There's your 18.
Oh, you beat me already.
Yeah,
You don't need the last one.
I'll look ahead.
Quick maths.
Oh, almost got it right there.
Well done, mate.
And the 20.
I'll take a loss, mate. And there's no ego there in darts.
You told me you're a germaphobe, so I don't want to.
We can hug it out.
My guy
me,
Tom.
Thank
There he is. What an absolute legend. Tom Aspinall going to Las Vegas. If you see him there, well, you're just walking off. I'm saying goodbye to you. I'm talking to the camera. Look at us. We're right here.
I'm a TNT guy. I know how to look in the camera and smile, mate. Where is it?
By the way, I think you took my job.
Well, you
I was with TNT and they dropped me, and now.
Cheaper option, you see.
Well, they did. They had to clear up some of the pay.
Where's the camera?
We're right over there. Anyway, that's Tom Aspinall. He's going to be fighting soon. If you're in Vegas, tell him you love him. Give him a hug. Maybe don't touch his hands because he's a germaphobe.
No, I don't mind it. You're bringing me up to. You're making it a mountain out of a molehill.
Okay, so
I don't mind.
shake his hand.
Shake the hand.
Do whatever you got to do.
Can I go now?
We'll be right back with President Awesome of Karate Combat. Here's my conversation from last week with. I don't remember. Enjoy. Without further ado, let's do it again. Here he is, the reigning defending UFC light heavyweight champion, the pride of Brazil, the man who will headline UFC 300, the one and only Alex Pereira, joined by Plinio Cruz. Hello, Alex. How are you? Good to see you.
Hello,
Plinio. How are you? Good to see you as well. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Oh, it's nice to have you back. I was trying to put this in my pocket. Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you guys.
Foi prazer ter com a gente aqui.
Massive superstars.
Falou que você virou uma grande estrela agora, superstar.
When you come to New York, do you and Plinio, you're so good at this. You're just like you don't even you don't miss a beat, huh?
Appreciate it. Falou que eu não perco nada, né? Tô
sempre junto.
Always together.
Look at this.
Eu
See
vi.
this for you?
We were seeing the backstage.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
You like this?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yes. Well, by the way, what does chama mean?
Chama.
What does that mean?
Ele perguntando o que é chama.
Não, chama é algo assim, como se fosse vamos lá, let's go, né? Tipo, vamos treinar, eu falo, chama, tipo, let's go.
Posso adicionar pouquinho? So chama is like he says, like let's go, like you know how Shannon Brink created Let's Go Champ?
Yes.
That's our mantra.
Okay.
The literal translation for chama in Portuguese means to call, to chamar somebody, or also flame, right? But to chama like let's go, come with me, follow us, let's do it. That's his mantra that he created.
Em português eu falei, vamos ou não vamos? Aí, chama ou não chama?
In Portuguese, it'd be let's go, let's not, like, you know what I mean? Like, to call
are we going or not
chama,
going?
let's go with me.
Well, and where did that start for you? Like, because now anytime, like today when we posted, everyone chama. How did that start?
Falei, como é que começou isso? Que agora todo mundo já vê você já fala o chama, né?
Eu comecei a falar, nem lembro quando que foi, mas aí eu vi que a galera tava gostando e aí me motivou mais. Aí eu tô trabalhando isso que motiva a galera também, eles estão gostando, então vamos fazer.
Well, he not even know really where he started. He just started saying that, then he picked up, people like, and then he just keep following it.
And who started this? Were you the first one to start? I see the merch is fantastic. Who came up with this as sort of a symbol for you?
E como é que começou isso? Você vê que nas suas roupas é muito fantástico e tal. Como é que foi essa ideia aí?
Essa aí mesmo acho que veio dos fãs, né? O pessoal viu eu lá todo sério, cara parado, né? Cara de pedra, e colocaram e eu gostei de verdade, então eu tô trabalhando em cima dessa imagem também, que tá sendo muito bom. As minhas camisetas mesmo, que a melhor venda foi com a cara de pedra, de todos os desenhos.
Well, I think he started with the fans, you know what I mean? Somebody started mentioning because, his cold stone face, putting a comparison between them, and he kind of he started using it too, and something he really enjoyed, I think the fans enjoyed. He actually made a shirt with the stone face. Yes, his bestseller.
Wow. That is why do you think, we showed the footage, we'll see it right over here, you in Toronto, with the fans, and it's very rare for a non-English speaking, like this is you in Toronto with all the people, and I see the crowd there. They adore you. The fans adore you. Everyone loves you. You always deliver with your fights, but it's rare that someone who doesn't speak English has this kind of connection with North American fans. Why do you think, look at this crowd here, look at this in Toronto and Canada, why do you think you have this connection with the fans? Why do they love you so much?
É muito difícil alguém já ter esse tipo de nível de reconhecimento e ainda mais para uma pessoa que não fala inglês ter esse reconhecimento legal assim, ser amado pelo povo norte-americano. O que você acha que faz você ser tão amado assim?
Eu acho que eu venho fazendo, né? Nas minhas lutas, todo mundo vê que eu sou um cara sério. Treino muito para chegar ali e fazer um bom trabalho e em todas essas lutas, não só dentro do UFC, né, mas toda a minha carreira, tenho muitos números positivos e eu acho que o fã, primeiramente, eles gostam disso e depois eles te apoiam no que você faz, né, porque você tá agradando ele no que eles gostam de ver. Se eles pagam um pay-per-view ali é porque é para ver a luta, né, então eu acho que eles abraçaram para me dar essa motivação e isso me motiva bastante.
Well, I think first of all, because of the results, because the positive result that he have, he's a very serious, focused guy. I think people like that, you know what I mean? He's always training, they see his lifestyle, they see his dedication, and also delivering positive results. Not only the UFC, but throughout his career, he had very good moments as a fighter. So I think that's the first thing that attracts fans, and then plus that, everything that goes around together. So I think maybe because of that.
How is your English, by the way? Like, do you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying before he translates or no?
Falou, como é que tá o seu inglês? Você tá entendendo um pouquinho o que ele falou de traduzir?
Eu entendo algumas palavras só, mas é difícil, né, associar. Para mim é bem complicado, né, aprender o inglês, mas, vou tentar um pouco mais.
Well, very hard. He can understand a little bit. It's hard to associate some words, but he's trying.
Are you learning? Are you
Tá
trying to
aprendendo
learn how to speak
devagarzinho?
English?
Devagar, mas eu tenho vergonha, né? Se estiver assim sozinho, se tiver, talvez nós dois ali, você vai conversar comigo e aí eu acho que eu consigo entender mais e falar alguma coisa, mas se tiver outra pessoa, um amigo meu que me conhece, eu vou ficar com vergonha.
Well, he's trying hard. He's learning little by little, but he's shy, you know what I mean? So maybe it's just you both. He's going to start speaking a little bit, but when there's another person involved and all this is hard for him.
Fair enough. But there's so much to talk to you about, but I was just going over your resume, and I've never asked you about this. That fight against Thomas Powell in LFA, the one where you returned to MMA, I remember watching that and actually thinking in my mind that he might be dead because he was knocked out for so long. What were you actually thinking in that moment? Because it was like legit 5 minutes that he was out on the... It was pretty scary. I'm not making light of it at all. What were you actually thinking? Were you worried at all that something horrible might have happened to him because of how hard you hit him?
Tá olhando seu currículo, seu resumo de vitórias e tudo, e voltou naquela do Tom Aspinall do LFA, quando você nocauteou ele. Ele falou assim, ele ficou literalmente pelo menos 5 minutos desacordado. Né, você chegou a pensar alguma vez na sua cabeça que poderia ter matado aquele cara ali? Ou o que passou na sua cabeça naquele momento ali?
Não, ali foi a luta, assim, que eu fiquei com mais medo, porque ficou, acho que 8 minutos ali no chão. E, ele não se mexia pra nada. Então, ali me assustou bastante, porque, lógico, a gente tá ali, a gente quer nocautear, a gente, não mede forças, a gente, quer machucar, mas no final a gente quer que tudo fica bem, né? E por algum momento passou pela minha cabeça, né, algo assim pior, né? Porque ele não se mexia. E na hora o Glover tava ali, até no vídeo dá pra ver, eu falei, caramba, e agora, velho? Eu fiquei assustado ali com a situação, porque é a mesma coisa sou um pai de família, tenho os meus filhos, né, minha família, e é pesado para eles ver isso, entendeu? Então me coloquei um pouco no lugar dele ali e, também sou cara de pedra, mas eu tenho coração também.
Well, is the fight that scared him the most on aspect of hurting somebody? Because, you go there prepared, you do it all that you can to win the fight, but after the fight is over, you still want your opponent to go back home to his family, you know what I mean? And the guy stayed literally 8 minutes unconscious on the floor over there. So even Glover, me, him, we are concerned of what's going on because, at the end of the day, he just wants to, fight, get the guy home and then it's fine. And seeing that was kind of little hardcore. Like he said, he can be the stone face, but he still have a good heart, So he was scared for a little bit.
If I would have talked to that guy in November of 2020, okay, you're coming back into MMA and you have aspirations to go to the UFC, would he have believed that in the next 3.5 years that everything would turn out like this? Obviously, there's ups and downs and whatnot, but 2 MSG shows, International Fight Week, now 300, or are you now exceeding all your expectations?
Se ele tivesse falado com você, esse cara, em 2020, que tudo isso teria acontecido, que você teria sido campeão de 2 categorias, que estaria virado superstar que virou agora e tá todo esse hype em cima de você conseguiria imaginar isso? Ou isso você já tá passando além das suas expectativas?
Não, com certeza, né? passa das minhas expectativas. Claro que quando eu cheguei, né, na organização, meu foco era me tornar campeão. E é a mesma coisa, até você mesmo falou aqui para mim agora, as pessoas estão aceitando, você nem fala inglês, tal. Então é coisas que eu não imaginava, né? E você está vendo como que é diferente, né? Então não tinha como prever isso, né? Então para mim com certeza é uma surpresa e uma surpresa muito boa.
No, it definitely go beyond his expectations, like everything that got involved. You know what I mean? We're here talk about, even you just talking, you don't even speak English, and like champion 2 with divisions and everything that's going on right now definitely exceed the expectations from the beginning.
Okay, so now the big news, UFC 300. When did you first get the call about joining this card, about headlining this card?
UFC 300. Quando que você recebeu a ligação que você ia estar liderando a luta principal desse card?
Bom, tava meio que certo para mim lutar no Brasil, né? Assim, tava tudo certo verbalmente, não tinha assinado nada ainda, mas alguns dias antes, meu empresário ligou para mim e falou dessa notícia, né, para mim lutar no UFC 300, fazendo aí a luta principal. E, pô, eu adorei, porque é um tempo bom para mim agora, né? Já venho treinando, pô, não paro de treinar. Eu faço as minhas viagens, mas tô sempre treinando. Então, foi a melhor coisa que aconteceu.
The original verbal agreement, not signed, was to fight the 301 in Brazil, main event, Jamal Hill. But a few days ago, they call and his manager called us and say that they were asking for him to headline the UFC 300. He liked the idea. I think it's perfect timing for him to be prepared for it, so he just jumped in.
Mas eu já sabia que eu ia lutar. Assim, eu sentia isso, né?
No 300.
No 300. Primeiro eu falei pro meu empresário, né? Falei, pô, eu queria lutar no UFC 300 e tal. Isso faz muito tempo. E aí, acho que ele levou pro UFC, mas aí falou, não, vai lutar no Brasil, que é melhor e tal. Aí eu falei, beleza. Mas eu falei assim pro meu empresário, pô, eu tenho certeza que eu vou lutar no UFC 300. Ah, não vai, pô, tá tudo certo já, os caras querem você no Brasil. Eu falei, ok. Mesma coisa da parada do John Jones, né? Quando eu ia lutar no mesmo card, aí não colocaram minha foto no cartaz, e eu falei assim, falei pro Plínio, eu falei, não sei o que vai acontecer, mas eu vou estar nesse cartaz aqui ainda. E o cartaz já estava pronto já, é coisa que, pô, tava tudo impresso já. E eu falei, pô, não sei porquê, mas eu vou lutar minha foto vai estar aqui ainda.
Well, you can call it intuition or anything else like that, but real talk that nobody know. When they book him for Brazil, he say, no, I want to fight on the UFC 300. This is over a month ago. Mais de mês isso aí, né? Mais ou menos. Like a while ago.
Não, lógico, depois que eu lutei, entendeu?
Right after he fought. A little bit after, like, oh, I want to fight the UFC 300. I want to fight the UFC 300. His manager say, look, the agreement to fight on the 301 is done. Okay, no problem. But I feel that somehow I'm going to be on this card. No. A while ago, he go, bro, I'm going to fight the UFC 300. His manager say, no. Fast forward in a few months, you'll fight the UFC 300. Thing that people don't know. When they made the poster for him to fight...
All right, that was my conversation with Alex Pereira and the great Plinio from just a couple of weeks ago when their fight against Jamal Hill was announced. I had a little mental block there because I had just beaten the champ. I mean, I kind of felt bad. He got 2 off the board. It was a little bit embarrassing. But how great was that? That was lovely to have Tom Aspinall in studio. An absolute gent. Great to meet his whole team. And in particular, his father. So he's off to Las Vegas and looking forward to that very much. Still to come, Skye Nicolson, the new WBC featherweight champion. In a minute, we're going to be joined by our next in-studio guest. What a time it is. And I do want to remind you that we are taping our Wednesday show after today's show. We'll answer your questions for On the Nose. So get those in. It's on the Substack right now, last minute. And that will air on Wednesday in our usual 1 p.m. slot. It's our only pre-tape of the week, so calm down. And then Thursday, Friday, we'll be live from Las Vegas, Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m., 4 p.m., yes. Wanted to give a very special happy birthday to my good friend Luciana. It's her birthday, our interpreter, our quasi-interpreter, the 7 to my 10. Happy birthday to her. She asked me to give her a shout out, so I wanted to do that. So hope it's a great birthday and a wonderful year ahead. And I am just waiting for the cue. Are we good with our in-studio guest or not quite yet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we are. Okay, I wasn't sure. All right. let us not waste any time. This man has been making quite the noise on social media in the world of combat sports. He is the president of Karate Combat. He is Asim Zaidi. There he is, flying in all the way from Florida to join us. Hello, sir. How are you? It is great to meet you in person.
Can we do a karate?
What are we doing? Okay, sorry. I like to do this.
No problem. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you. I have a bone to pick with you, Mrs. Zaidi. Yes, I heard your... No, it was very good. It was very good. Your wife, your beautiful wife, did an impression of me?
Yes.
On your Instagram. I guess preparing you for the interview. She did get the cadence down, I have to say. It was quite good.
I was shocked because I had never heard her do the impression, and we've never done a rehearsal, but we were having fun with it, and she killed it.
She did. Well done. Well done. And you can have a seat over there if you'd like. No problem. It's not on that camera. Make yourself at home.
You can tell we have a codependent relationship.
This is incredible. Wherever you go, she goes, and vice versa.
She's brushing her teeth. I'm next.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I like that. Do you have kids?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We want Karate Combat to
That'll be your
skyrocket first. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to steal from her. The first question was, "Are you on coke?" So, are you on coke? I mean, she opened the door for that question. So,
it was terrible because one of our first YouTube videos that went viral, everybody was commenting like snowflakes and like coke, and I'm like, "What the hell's going on?" But I've never tasted a drop of alcohol in my life. I've never tried a drug in my life, but I have a very unique diet.
Okay,
I don't think doctors would agree with this, but I decide not to drink water. I only drink caffeinated beverages. I also juice like a ton, testosterone, HGH, all that stuff.
Oh, for real?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, when you say juice, I thought you meant like...
No. So through my veins is pure testosterone and caffeine. That's it.
Okay.
Probably not great for my kidneys.
Wait a second. Is that true? No water?
It's terrible. It's a bad habit.
This is why you're so energetic.
Well, I've always been this way, but that definitely helps, you know?
But never any water. That can't
Never
be good.
any water. So look, this is actually, we're concerned about my health and longevity.
Yeah,
I've like crammed 20 years of work into a few years.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, which is why I'm here. This was a big goal of mine to meet you.
Thank you.
Honestly. And man, so we're concerned about my health and longevity because I'm just so high pace. So now I'm trying to diet and be a little healthier. I take regular blood tests and try to actually.
But why no water?
It's a bad habit. You know, I'll tell you what it is. I used to cut a lot of weight.
You used to fight.
I used to fight, right? So I was 2-time kickboxing world champion, and then I went pro. I became a coach. But I used to chug so much water to cut weight. I was always water loading, and I think it's just like I don't want to see water again. And I don't want to see a sauna again. So it's a bad habit. I need to change it. And hopefully this will inspire me.
And what kind of drinks? Like, I don't know what that is. But...
Okay, perfect. This is part of it's a nootropic, yeah. So
is this your drink?
Actually, here's
wow,
the thing.
What a promoter you are.
It is. And here's the thing. So it wasn't my drink originally.
Okay.
And I started drinking nootropics to be more focused. And what happened is I reached out to the creator of this, and I'm like, dude, I love your product. I believe in it. I'd like to switch out the name, white label it, put my logo on it, and promote it. And he's like, okay, down. So this is my nootropic drink now, but I definitely didn't create the ingredients because I'm not knowledgeable enough.
Okay. And have you always been this way, like even as a kid?
Yeah,
super
definitely.
High energy?
Yeah, definitely hyperactive, high energy. But I think I channel it really well, which is why. So actually, I wrote your name down. You and Rogan were such a goal of mine when I became president of Karate Combat. So I've only been president for like 5 months now. A lot of people don't know that. So 5 months, and I remember writing your name and Rogan's name, hoping in 2024 I could hit those goals. And it's so cool. Now we're in April.
Yeah.
We're in April, and I can't believe I'm in front of you. This is nuts.
No, it's great. It's an honor to have you here. And thank you. I know you had to make a bit of a trek before going to UAE, right?
Yes.
So thank you for doing this. Okay, so let's talk about it. And by the way, did the solar eclipse happen yet? Did you catch it?
This is crazy. Yeah. I just caught it.
Did you see it?
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts.
Did we miss out on history? Did it look great? I'm sitting in here.
This is history now.
Was everything dark?
Yeah, no, I didn't see that part. It was just covering.
Wow.
So I didn't get to see the complete cover, unfortunately.
Who would have thought you would have seen that from our offices here?
Of course.
It's all coming up you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so there was a gentleman who was the president of Karate Combat, Adam, right?
Yes.
Adam Kovacs. He'd been on our show before.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yes,
Okay.
a few years ago when they were kind of, getting off the ground. And then all of a sudden you come in, and with all due respect to Adam, you are a completely different human being, different style, right? Different personality.
Definitely.
And you come in like a freaking bat out of hell.
Yes.
With your energy, with your personality, with your persona. How does this happen? Because former fighter, head coach at the Goat Shed, right?
Yes, sir.
So people have seen you cornering fighters and whatnot.
Of course.
But the president of Karate Combat, how does that opportunity come to your doorstep?
This is actually a really cool story. So what happened is my team is the most viral MMA gym on
What does
the
that
planet
mean?
right
I've
now.
heard you say this. What
Yes,
does that mean?
So, for example, we get about like 20 million impressions a month on Goat Shed. The videos are very controversial. They're viral. We could put sparring clips. We put crazy things happening in the gym. So I have 15 fighters sleeping in my gym, living in my gym on the mats. We feed them 3 meals a day, 5 days a week. We take care of them. And
Who's we?
My wife and I.
You feed the fighters?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we fund these guys. So in Miami, most of the people that come through, the athletes that come through are immigrants. And they have to come in. They don't have a home at first. They have big dreams. And they need someone to support them and get them on their feet. So usually they find Goat Shed. Because we have the training methods, and then we have the environment where, okay, you got your meal plans, you got a place to sleep, we got a washer dryer for you, we can take care of you. And then it takes about like a year and a half to get these guys on their feet. And finally, they're able to make a life. Actually, it's the American dream, right?
Right.
The American dream kind of becomes a reality.
In which part of Florida?
In Miami.
In Miami,
Yeah,
okay.
in Miami, the heart, like
And
Wynwood.
did you name the?
Yes, I did.
And why did you call it that?
So at the time, I only was training a few amateurs, and all of them were undefeated amateurs, champions in Florida. And one of the promoters, as a joke, was like, dude, you have all the goats. And I'm like, okay. And we started playing with it. I didn't have a name for the team. And then, obviously, the House of the Goats would be like a shed.
Yeah.
And it was just like a natural progression. And then, like, the idea was we were the first MMA team in Miami, representing Miami. So then, I started reaching out. I got the luxury cars involved, helped us go viral, like the Lamborghinis and Aventadors. I got the chains to have that Miami look, even though I'm a really casual dressed guy off camera.
Okay.
And then, that just took off because no coach or gym is really marketing in that way,
Sure.
right? So we were like the disruptors.
And do you get pushback from other people?
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay.
Oh my God. So like in the beginning, the old school coaches were like, what's going on? This guy just got here and he's boasting and he's talking and he's promoting his fighters like as if they're the best thing ever. And they were very upset at that. But I think now, within 3 years, we've gained a record of like 112 wins, 12 losses, which is a 90% win ratio. In the UFC, we're 7-3. And our last 7 bouts were all fight of the night bonuses.
Wow.
So we're doing great, but we're still a new team. We don't have champions or anything like that.
Right.
But we're just 3.5 years open. So I think now we've earned that where, hey, if we want to boast and talk and go viral, we definitely can do it. And on the business side, hey, I'm a 33-year-old president of a $500 million organization. So it must have been the right tactics, right, to get here.
I'm going to ask you about the organization a little more in a second, but there was a fight recently, Jillian Robertson, fellow Canadian. She's on the verge of winning, and your instinct, rather than guiding her over the line, so to speak, is to turn around. I believe we have the footage to turn around and start filming it like a selfie-style video.
Definitely.
Here it is, right over here. The coaches, everyone's going crazy. You're talking into the camera. Why do you do this? What propels you to do this? And do you understand why this would perhaps rub some people the wrong way?
Oh, without a doubt, I understand that the old school mentality, that would rub them the wrong way. But imagine this. Imagine you're my athlete. Wouldn't you want someone, a friend, a family member, to grab their phone and just scream your name and just vouch for you how you're just this unbelievable athlete? I mean, anybody would want that. Imagine if I left this room and I'm like, Ariel Hawani, the best. It would feel great. So it's not an arrogant thing on my part. It's me believing in my athletes so much and being so proud of them that I can't contain that energy. And it was great. It made it to ESPN. It was great for Jillian. Actually, what's strange is my last, 4 fights with my athletes, when I cornered them, all made it to ESPN.
Wow.
Because with Eileen, we twerked upside down. So, I definitely support my athletes to the extreme. And I think it gets some coaches angry. But what they have to understand is like, look where we are so fast. At my age, it's not common that you could be this successful in this industry. It usually takes decades and decades.
Sure.
So I think there's something to be said there. But in the end of the day, I'm not saying it's me on my phone. Yeah, that was me. That was my armbar. I didn't do that.
No.
Like,
What
that's
are you
Jillian.
saying? Okay.
I said, Jillian Robertson, the most submissions in UFC history. Don't forget her name. Keep your eyes open. Whatever it is. Oh, fight of the night bonus. I was like, give her that bonus, Dana. And I want the best for her. And she did get that bonus, so.
Was part of the reason perhaps what, like you saw other coaches maybe not show props to their fighters enough, and you were like, okay, I'm going to be the guy who's going to have their backs unequivocally?
You know what? There is an aspect of that, but more than anything, I think it's a natural part of me to just like be excited for all my friends, like to back them up 100%. But there is a part about being the disruptor, right? So I always like to do the opposite. And I'm actually like a big troll. Like I love trolling people a little bit. So what's funny is as I created this facade of like these Aventadors and Lamborghinis and chains, everyone started believing. So first of all, a friend of mine for, 20 years owns the biggest wholesale exchange for jewelry in Miami. So I could borrow these things and then I have to give it back to him. So I would be like, dude, let me get 500 grand on my neck. Let me get two. I used to wear 2 Rolexes on one wrist.
Oh, gosh.
Just to be obnoxious.
Yeah.
What happened is these guys were roasting me, these older coaches, and they were like, oh, this guy comes from money, he's daddy's money, all this stuff. So I said, you know what? If they're saying that, let me help them keep talking about me. So I wore spikes on my shoes. I was super obnoxious. Get out of a Rolls Royce. I did all these things that aren't, like, I'm just trolling. They don't realize it. They think it's natural.
Got it.
But I'm just sort of like making fun of them. I never thought 2 Rolexes on one wrist was good looking. I did it just to be funny.
Yeah.
And it created this persona that was so different. And it really helped with all my athletes.
Any part of that, like, and correct me if I'm totally off base here, but is it a little Andrew Tate-ish?
Oh, wow. You know what? Okay, so this is going to be really, really interesting. I've never seen too much of him prior. I had never seen too much of him. I didn't know too much about him. I saw, obviously, the viral clips on Instagram. I can't miss them, right? But then my wife came up to me one day and was like, hey, listen to this guy a little bit. And I listened to him, one of the podcasts he did, and I was actually really impressed with how educated he was, how eloquent he was, how he put ideas together. And whether I agree, I can't say I agree with 100% of what he may say, but I can definitely respect the fact that he's so intelligent, so eloquent, and whatever idea he has in his head, he's able to say verbally. And that's pretty admirable. That's pretty amazing.
Okay, so...
sorry. Yeah. When I became president, you're going to love this. I'm sorry to interrupt you
no
like
problem.
that.
Go ahead.
We went to... Okay, so I can't say too much about it, but my first trip when I became president, I went to Bucharest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was within 2 weeks of becoming president. And we will be doing an event in Bucharest. And I guess I'll leave it at that in Romania. So
is he involved?
I guess I'll leave it at that. And then,
all right.
Did
you meet him? You'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and we'll see where it goes.
Wow. Okay, so I'm onto something here with this.
He commented on the last Karate Combat.
Wow.
So, okay, this is absurd. So what's cool is, obviously, I have decent fight knowledge if I'm cornering in the UFC, all this stuff. But I'm learning about this crypto world, and I don't really understand that world.
Right.
And the guys behind Karate Combat, the founders, I need you to imagine like the Wolf on Wall Street. It's 4 guys that are literally that dude. They're psychopaths. Okay. They're geniuses that were involved with hedge funds. They were working in hedge funds and all that stuff, and now they're into the crypto world. And they're teaching me about these things, and it's just like, it's a new world. I don't understand it completely, but I lost my train of thought completely. But that's I guess, sort of why we're going to Romania and dealing with that stuff. I got to leave it a little open-ended.
So Tom Aspinall was just here. I don't know if you saw him.
Yeah.
And he was asking me before he left, Karate Combat, who owns Karate Combat? And I was like, well, I'm about to find out.
Yeah.
So who actually does own it?
So they're very quiet about their real names. So one of them, I'll say only LARPing, goes by that on Twitter. And that's where I was going to go about it. So here's the thing. When we do these Karate Combat fights, we've started a new league called the IFC. And these are crypto influencers.
Oh, I've seen this.
And I didn't understand, to be honest, I didn't really support it at first. And as I'm watching it, it's so intriguing. And it's so interesting that guys that are absurdly successful and like your average Joe are willing to get in the pit and then just fight, throw down. So that's where I was going with the whole crypto thing. The founders had this forward vision to do this, and that's where Andrew Tate commented. Because a gentleman named BitBoy, calls himself BitBoy, fought in the main event, and he actually really went out there, and Andrew Tate was in support of that and commented.
So this is under the Karate Combat umbrella?
Yes, and we have the Pit Submission Series, we have the IFC, and this is under the Karate Combat umbrella. By accident, we created these 2 amazing monster organizations that are slowly growing on their own, and we will begin to separate them on their own.
And the people who own Karate Combat now, have they always owned it?
Yes.
Is it the same group that launched it?
Yes, it's the same group. And
how old is it?
So Karate Combat has been around for about 6 years almost.
Okay.
And I've only been president for 5 months.
Right. So then back to that question. How did you become the president? Because being a coach of a team is hard enough as it is.
So now you're gonna love this story.
Okay, tell us.
So here's the thing.
Take some more caffeine while
yeah, of course. So here's the thing. Like I was saying before, and I got sidetracked, we were the most viral team on the planet as far as MMA gyms go, right? And Karate Combat saw that and they're like, dude, we need a representative from you. Give us a fighter. And we're like, okay, here we go. My wife, she's a manager for all my athletes. She's an attorney.
Oh, wow.
So she found an athlete in the mountains of Pakistan, okay? And she's like, I want to bring this guy to America. And I said, don't do it. I said, you're gonna spend all this money on attorneys, try to get this guy here, and they're never gonna accept him in. Do not bring him. And I don't know how good he is, because he's winning over there, but who's to say what the competition level is over there? I really don't know.
Right.
And, without telling me, she took out her entire retirement fund and paid for this guy attorney fees for him to get here. And she didn't let me know until we were driving to the airport, and we're driving to the airport, and she told me what she did. And it brought tears to my eyes because I was so proud of her. I'm so willing to bury myself for my athletes because I just love them with like a full heart, like really do. And the fact that she was willing to do that for an athlete, it just shows that we're cut from the same cloth, and I was so proud of her. This Pakistani athlete came here. He was a no-name guy. I presented him to Karate Combat, and they're like, they weren't that interested. And I said, look, give him a shot, and we'll blow up this guy. They're like, oh, he doesn't really have a name. In one fight, he became a national hero. We were able to coordinate in Pakistan stadiums full of people watching him live.
Wow.
So they were shocked. We got drones filming the stadiums of people watching him live in Pakistan, and they're like, wow, you turned this guy into a hero in one fight. If you worked for us, what could you do for our roster? Could you get the eyes on our roster? And I said, let's try it out. So I started off in the background, sort of as like a press secretary, like telling the stories of the athletes. But within 2 days, with my knowledge of the sport and different things, they offered me that position to be president.
Within 2 days?
Within 2 days, yeah.
And what did you think?
To be honest, you're going to think this is funny. I had checked if Instagram was available, President Asim, like when I got the job as press secretary. So I checked and I'm like, okay, it's available. Like, I feel like it's going to happen. Like, it just has to happen. Like, I'm too energetic. I'm psycho. I work too hard. I'm putting in 80, 90 hours a week of work. She is too. We don't need sleep. So there's no way I don't get this position eventually. And for 2 days to pass and then to earn that spot was like, it meant so much. And my first mission was make our main event for Las Vegas. We're doing a first event in Las Vegas. What do you want to do?
That's Benson and Anthony.
And that's the trilogy fight.
Yeah.
And me as a fan, I wanted to see that, and I think a lot of fans did, because the first fight was tight. The second fight was this armbar that was kind of like anticlimactic. It was really fast.
Yeah.
So it's like, they got to settle the score. And there's so much drama behind it because Benson lost twice. It's his chance, like, with his whole heart for redemption.
Right.
And it was actually really funny. You're going to love this too. So we went on a private jet. We filmed a crazy promo. I figured this has never been done in combat sports. Like, we're going to be on a private jet. We're going to just talk a huge game and announce Benson Henderson and Anthony Pettis. It went viral. It went all over the place, My very next event, I threw in my mom's house.
Okay, so is this true? Is this really your mom? I've seen this footage.
Yes, it's amazing.
This is not like some normal grandmother's house.
No.
This is your mom's house?
Yes.
Come on.
So
what does your mom do to have a house like this?
Okay.
Good for her. God bless her.
All right, I'm going to tell you something honestly.
What's going on here? This is a mansion.
You're going to be shocked right now. So we could talk here. There's so many cool stories.
Yeah, let's go.
There's so many cool stories. This is pretty amazing. So my mother's such an intriguing woman. She's a hero of mine. My father and mother had a unique upbringing. I didn't grow up with money, and we didn't grow up, they started off with nothing.
Okay.
So I got to see my mother, father, and uncles. My uncle was a taxi driver.
Where are you originally from?
I was born and raised in Miami, actually.
Okay, but your family?
But my family is from Pakistan, and I have some family from Iraq.
Okay.
Okay. But so I got to see my family start off with nothing. My mother specifically with really nothing. And she went from sleeping on gas station floors with her husband, my parents split up, sleeping on gas station floors, working all night long with no money, to what we call the GOAT Mansion, where we threw a karate combat event. And I got to see that the mindset that was necessary to achieve that success from my mom's side, from my father's side, and from my uncle's side. Now, I think that's why I piss a lot of traditional martial artists off, because my parents and family have such a different mindset as far as how to become successful, but it's just proven. They've done it over and over. To go from sleeping on a gas station floor to absurd levels of success is very rare. Mm-hmm. And then on top of it, you gotta imagine, she's a Pakistani woman. Her whole life, she was taught in Pakistan, you have to get married, have a kid. You don't go to school, you're not an educated woman, whatever. That power is kind of taken away from her. For her to be such a dominant force, to come to America and just an assertive woman and do what she's done, she's my hero. Like, absolute hero, And if I ever am scared, there's two people I call, but if I'm ever scared, my mom is my first call, because she will give me the confidence to do anything when everyone's against me.
Yeah.
So she's a fascinating person.
And how did she end up in a house like this, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, well, okay. Oh, you're talking about business-wise?
Yeah, like what did she do?
Okay, she bought, so this is actually, wow. we could do this forever.
Well,
this is a really cool story,
you
too.
Just host the show. You can just take over this show, too.
This is a really cool story also. So I remember when she started off, she had this, she had a connection in Pakistan with a factory where they would create T-shirts. And I remember she started supplying one Walgreens. She had a contract, and then 2, 3, 4, and then all of Florida. But at the time, it wasn't her factory. She just had a connection. And then eventually she had her own factory. Then she was supplying different states with plain T-shirts and towels, simple things like that. And then now she has her online store, and she supplies big companies with generic clothing where they put their logo on, if that makes sense.
Okay.
While she did that, real estate and all that stuff. And then she ended up here at Goat Mansion. And now she's actually a partner in a Hilton hotel. She's a part owner of a Hilton hotel.
Wow.
But she was a big risk taker. Like, she put all her marbles always in one idea. And that was the difference between her and a lot of people, because I think a lot of people talk about, oh, don't put all your eggs in one basket. My family was the opposite. It was always eggs in one basket, and you can't fail. And that's how I lived my life completely. You know, a lot of people don't want to talk in the way I do about my athletes because they're scared of losing. You know, if they talk with all this passion and confidence and they lose, they look very dumb, you know, but I really believe in my athletes, and I feel that we have this amazing training method, and I go and I put all my marbles behind each of them, and that's how I treat everything in life.
If your week, if your month, if your day was like a pie chart, how much time are you spending on your fighters, Goat Shed? How much time are you spending on karate combat?
So this is a big issue as of recently. And it does break my heart a little bit because I really didn't want it to take away. So I didn't want it to take away from Goat Shed. And what happened was I thought I was just going to be like a face and talking. And I thought I was just going to be promoting and making videos and that stuff. But that's not the case at all. So karate combat is run actually by the fans, by the token holders. They help make decisions. But in reality, behind it, we come up with these creative ideas. And, you know, we decide where the events are going to be. If you don't notice, every event is in a different location.
Yes,
right?
very unique locations.
Definitely.
Spring break, your mom's
Exactly.
house.
Think of it like a Mortal Kombat game, and each level you change the background.
Yeah.
That's what we sort of think
These are
of it.
some of the locations right here.
Oh, yeah, that's my mom's house, right? That's the beach. We have crazy locations. So each level, think of it as a different location. That's what we're trying to do, right? So we have to come up with all these creative ideas. I thought I was just going to make videos. I didn't think I was going to be involved.
Like an influencer type.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to be involved in every decision. And basically, I represent the token holders of karate combat.
What's that token holder?
So it's a crypto-run league. It's the first ever crypto-run sports league.
Oh.
And that's what's really interesting. So there's a karate token, and what happens is when you own that, you can help make decisions. So for example, let's say I decide to do an event at my mom's house, I can put that to a vote, but the token holders have to support me. If they say no, it doesn't happen. For example, we do rule changes. There were some rules that I felt very strongly about that needed to be changed. And I put it to the token holders. I'm like, look, here, I'm pitching you this idea. Will you guys back me? And then boom, they back me.
And where does this happen? Like, where are you asking them this?
Okay, so this is on the app. We have a Karate Combat app.
Okay.
And then you can go ahead. There's so many. Oh, wow. Okay, you're going to really like this too. So, I mean, the idea is to empower the fans and the fighters, right?
Yeah.
So I'm telling you how we empower the fans. They can help make decisions as far as rule changes, locations. We're starting Fight of the Night bonuses based on the token holders, not me.
Okay.
I can pitch, hey, these are the 3 athletes that I feel are, that are deserving. What do you guys feel? And they can vote for it. So I'm sort of guiding it, but again, it's the power to the fans.
How much are the tokens?
Right now, I don't know exactly how much each token is worth. But, I don't know legally how much I can say about how great it is.
I know nothing about crypto. This is all very foreign to me.
I didn't either. So I'm a college dropout.
Okay.
I feel I'm very educated from my parents as far as business goes, but I didn't know anything about crypto. I'm a big fight knowledge guy. I understand the sport, combat sports. When I got in, I was like, it was just out of my realm. I wasn't too interested to learn about it either at first. And what happened was, and I was really iffy about it, what happened was I started traveling around, meeting, the most successful individuals in the world. We went to the Middle East, met with some big people in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. We have meetings in Saudi. And I'm talking with these individuals who are some of the wealthiest people on the planet, and they're so concerned about what's happening with the crypto. And I'm like, okay, if they're so interested in this first ever sports league run by crypto, there's something there. It must be the future. I mean, other leagues must end up following this, right? So I tell my wife, we need to learn very quickly about crypto. Now, I'm only 5 months into my education, but I'm trying to learn about this thing, and it's fascinating because fans want to be able to make decisions. And instead of them being angry, now they're involved.
Okay.
So it's really cool. And now here's what I love that you're going to love. You always talk, and I talk about fighter treatment, okay? And that's a big one for me as a coach because I've slept in the gym with my fighters. My wife and I have slept in the gym with our fighters. You know, we have eaten those microwaved meals with them, you know, when we were in a different stage in life. And we've seen that, you know. I've lived in the village in Mexico. I've rented a house and been in camp with my fighters, and I've really dedicated my heart to them. So I care about these athletes. I feel like I'm in a unique scenario where over other presidents, I feel for them because I've lived that way and I know what it's like. So I want them to be taken care of. This token idea gives power to the athletes in that when people vote on fighters, you can vote on fighters before a match. 10% of that goes to the athletes. So as you build a greater name, not only are you paid through our purse, but all these people that have this money and are playing this game, you're contributing 10%. You gain 10% of that. And your purse increases, and of course, as the league grows, you grow. So it empowers the athlete as well. And that's why I love it. We're very fair to the fans and the athletes. I feel like we're the first organization that has tried this idea. And now that I've talked to some of the greatest minds in the world, I feel that it is the future. Because when I go to Dubai and I'm talking to them about karate combat, when I pitched this idea, we're throwing it in Dubai, we partnered with the DET. So I went there. Their concerns were so interesting. One was the crypto side of things. They thought, that's the future as far as sporting goes. And two was, what's karate combat going to do to our people? Is it going to be a positive impact? And that was really interesting. And they love the idea that karate has this sense of discipline. They have the bowing, they have the respect, and they wanted that to spread amongst their people. So it benefits Dubai as a city, you know, and that's everywhere we're going. When I'm talking to the people in the Middle East, they're talking about the crypto, they're talking about the influence karate can have on the community. I think it's really, really interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
How's the pay? Like, how would you say?
Well,
there's another question they asked me before they left. They're like, they're paying these guys well. I'm like, I'm about to find out.
Definitely.
So how is it?
So I'll tell you this. We have, and this is what's really cool too. I mean, a lot of athletes go into a league and their objective is they're going to fight there, build their record, and they're going to hop. And they're going to hop to the UFC or to PFL or whatever it may be. At Karate Combat, you can truly, from a point karate background, make your debut and go from that and spend your entire career with us. Because we have an athlete that maybe is a point fighting karate, you know, amateur fighter. He turns pro, he debuts. And then we have an Anthony Pettis, who's a former UFC champion. We have Luke Rockhold, former UFC champion. Benson Henderson, all these names, Joe Schilling. So it's really cool because all the athletes feel comfortable like, hey, I can make my name here and I don't have to hop away. I could stay here and make a career.
So the locations that we were just talking about there, very unique. They look great. But as you know, you have to sell tickets, right, to make money. How are you guys making money if, you know, event at your mom's house, correct me if I'm wrong, are there tickets sold?
So hold on. We destroyed my mom's house.
Okay, yeah. Poor mom.
We destroyed my mom's house, and but she's a remarkable lady. So I gotta tell you this story. You're gonna enjoy this too. So with my mom's house, when we decided to do this, so the first promo for Las Vegas, I was on a private jet with my wife, announcing something in a very pretentious, douchey way, right? The second promo, I'm trolling. I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
The second promo was me asking permission to throw a party at my mom's house, and my mom just. No, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, it was a funny promo and people really loved it.
Rick Ross involved.
Rick Ross, so he has a key to the city of Miami, so we had to have him involved as like a Miami hero.
Got it.
You know, that's why. It wasn't a random thing. But so my mom, she really is honored and supportive that Karate Combat would choose me as their president, such a, you know, young president, right? And that they would trust me. She offered her house at, you know, no charge. We've destroyed her home. The tennis court is ripped up, like cut open, all this stuff. And she will not tell me the damages. She will not let me know how much we destroyed the house and the tennis court and all this stuff. She's a huge supporter of me. And yeah, so we went there.
But like in general, like you're going to the beach, you're going to...
Oh, wait, I got to tell you this too. Okay. So at my mom's house,
yes,
this is borderline illegal, right? You can't do that in a community. You can't have 5,000 people in a home and throw fights.
Sure.
Like this is borderline rough, okay? So here, so the week of the fight, we made a grave mistake. We told one of the team members at Karate Combat, hey, we need 2 paramedics in order for these fights to happen, to be sanctioned by the Florida Boxing Commission. Please get 2 paramedics. So instead of finding a private place to get these paramedics, he emailed the city. And he said, hey, we're throwing an event at this address at this time on this day. We need 2 paramedics. And they're like, whoa, what are you doing?
Right.
And now you got to imagine, these events cost, up to 7 figures, right, to throw these events. And we could lose everything if this gets shut down 3 days before. It would be an absolute mess. And it's my second event as president. It would destroy me. Like, they would be like, dude, can we trust this guy? So now I'm stressing to the max. So I did what any logical adult would do. I asked my mom to go to City Hall. And she went there, and she, she pretended to be this like innocent house mom. I didn't know we do this all the time and all this stuff. And she actually somehow swayed them to get their approval to be able to do this event legally at my mom's house. And we had 5,000 people there, and it was...
Are these people paying to attend?
Okay, that's another thing. So that was a private event.
Yeah, okay.
We've had private events where it's invite only, because we treat this company like a startup, and we want as many views as possible so people get involved with the token, playing the game and all that stuff. We want user acquisition, right? That needs to be high. Our last event, 40,000 people were playing the game during the event. Those are pretty good numbers.
Yeah.
So right now, we want as many views as possible. But for instance, in Dubai, we're selling tickets.
Okay.
And that's going to be a 5,000 people arena in a tennis stadium. And we're going to be selling tickets there. And then the event after that, we have China. We're going to be selling tickets there. So depends on where it is. At my mom's house is a private event.
Sure,
It was free. Yeah.
And people in the United States and around the world, how could they watch? Like the Dubai event is a great one, great main event, Luke Rockhold, Joe Schilling. How do people watch this?
So that's another great thing right now. You can watch it free on YouTube. You can watch it free on Facebook, on X, on Twitch. It's free everywhere.
Okay.
We also partnered, we just gave it to UFC Fight Pass just to give some love. I mean, that's the biggest MMA library
Is this one on there? The one coming up?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But it's free everywhere. And because of that, our viewership is insane. See, when you're behind a paywall, like other organizations, I mean, they're doing a great job, but you're not gonna get as many views.
Sure.
So for instance, Las Vegas got about 30 million views. We got, I believe it was like 17 million on Facebook, another like 8 on X, and then another 3 on YouTube. When you add up all of them,
Sure.
it ends up being like 30 million. And that's great for the token, great for the token holders and crypto and all that side. But eventually...
You need a broadcast deal, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
If there's a broadcast deal that makes sense, of course we're not going to say no.
Right.
And that will come eventually. But for now, it's a gift to everybody, right?
Okay.
Free on YouTube.
What
free
about
everywhere.
pay-per-view? Like, okay, YouTube, but then the big ones on pay-per-view. Would you do that?
Eventually, this has to happen.
Yes.
It's just a natural
much,
progression. But for now, no. For now, these are gifts and to get those guys involved and get the fans involved with Karate Combat. But eventually, it's a natural progression. If it makes sense, it has to happen.
Okay. And so, like you just mentioned, Dubai, China, all over the world, right? How do you still coach the team?
Okay, so here's the thing. 1 week out of the month, I'm gone, right, for an event. The rest, we're able to work at home.
Okay.
My wife actually works for Karate Combat as well.
Okay.
So she's head of operations. She helps in all areas with me, which is, thank God, because I really need that help. But we're able to work at home. And then 1 week out of the month, I'm gone. What I've been able to do is, now that our life has really changed because of the blessing from Karate Combat, I'm able to fund a coaching staff and a great coaching staff. Actually, Dean Thomas coaches from his heart at my gym. He just trains, the top athletes there and he takes care of the gym. We also have Salman, who was a coach at All Stars Gym with Hazma Shimaev and a lot of great guys. Salman comes over and he helps out at the gym. And then we have a coach that we took from the jungles of Mexico, this unbelievable striking coach. And Mexican striking is unbelievable. It's really aggressive. Yeah. So we took him out, we got him an apartment in Miami, and he's running training with me. So with these 3 other coaches, I'm really able to go ahead and help the team and continue that growth.
Okay.
But it's not easy.
You don't, yeah, that's the thing. Like,
it's not easy.
Do you ever feel like, this guy has a big fight coming up or this girl has a big fight and I have to go to Dubai or whatever? How do you balance that?
I do feel that. And it breaks my heart and I know it hurts them too because when they see me, they're so excited. And then when I walked out for this interview, while I was leaving the gym, so I'm crazy. I make sure to land before my 8 a.m. class, and I make sure when I leave, it's after my last class.
Okay.
So I can stay true to my fighters. And when I was walking out the door Saturday, their eyes, it was like puppy eyes, and they were running up to me all saying bye to me, and it made me so sad to leave them. But in the end of the day, it's a betterment for the team. It will be. Because now I have a great coaching staff. So it's not just my brain. We have 4 brains involved in this team, and it's going to help them. But I'll tell you this to show you my commitment. Last month, we had Francisco Prado fight in the UFC. He was fighting in Mexico in Elevation.
Right.
I rented a house in Mexico. I got a driver for him. I got paid for all the food, flew out 3 training partners and a coach. I lived in this village in Mexico with him, and I would work with terrible Wi-Fi on Karate Combat while I was out there. And then, I would fly quickly for 3 days and go back for training camp. Fly quickly for 3 days, go back to training camp. And I stayed really, really dedicated to him. It wasn't easy. And this is another cool thing. Karate Combat was supposed to be in a different country. I made sure to move it to where the UFC was, where I was cornering.
Yeah.
So that way I could go the day before to do my event, and the next day I was cornering in the UFC.
That's a good perk.
It is.
That's the one that had Craig Jones, right?
That's the one that had,
yes,
which is kind of historical. He jumped off the.
It was incredible.
Pit
yes.
The triangle.
He used the pit almost as leverage, right?
Yes.
So you guys are also doing submission
So
grappling.
the idea, and this was inspired. There's some heads behind Karate Combat that inspired this as well. But when we saw how great Craig Jones was talking about Karate Combat, he attended an event in Vegas.
Okay.
And he sort of fell in love with it. And he put a podcast naturally. We didn't talk to him at all. Put a podcast talking so great about it. And a lot of people were talking about how interesting it would be to have grappling because you can never go off the mat, right? So there's no breaks. The referee doesn't have to intervene at all during the match. So he was talking so great about it. And I noticed that all his fans were transferring over to Karate Combat and really enjoying it, the striking arts. So I said, okay, let's contribute also. The Jiu-Jitsu fans love Karate Combat. Let's give back to them and let's try this out. So we had a pit submission series and it took off by accident, and it was an amazing thing. Some of the karate traditionalists are really upset at it. This is the ironic thing. So the karate traditionalists hate the jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
The jiu-jitsu guys love karate.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Is there more old guard, do you think?
I think that's what look, when you click the profile of the trolls, they're like these 50-year-old belly karate gis doing forms. It's kind of like Mac Dojos.
Okay.
No real athlete or fighter is just going to hate on Karate Combat. The level of fighting now is pretty amazing.
Yeah, no.
Really high level.
It's very entertaining. For those that may not know, if they've never seen, they're just MMA fans. What are the rules in a short elevator pitch? Like, what makes you different? Yeah.
I got you. It's very simple. Imagine MMA without submissions, so you can strike from virtually every position. Now, the pace of the fight is a lot quicker. I'll tell you why. We got 3-minute rounds instead of 5, and you can only strike. Can I demonstrate?
Sure.
You can only strike on the ground as long as you're continuing to land effectively.
Okay.
The second he kicks you off, you stand back up. The second he wrestles his way up, obviously the ref is going to break and stand back up. So as long as you're continuously striking, the match can go. That makes for a really high-paced fight. There's no stalling. You can never hold.
Can you go on your knees and start punching, or
if you drop your knees, it's not considered effective punching because you're gonna do these little rabbit punching.
Okay, so you have to be standing on your feet. Okay,
and you have to really land with power, and we let it go. And you see a lot of finishes because of that. Now, the cool thing about this pit, there's a lot about this pit, and the founders are the ones that created this pit. What's funny is the Wolf on Wall Street founders that I love so much, they're geniuses. They've never done a martial arts in their life.
Wow. So why'd they launch this?
So they were sitting one day, partying, drunk, having a good time, and they're like, dude, is there any UFC for karate athletes? And karate is the biggest martial art. Is there any UFC for it? That's how they were speaking at the time. And they're like, no. And they're like, what are we doing? We got to do this. And then they all got together, and these guys grew up together in frats and big hedge fund guys. They worked for the same hedge fund, all this stuff. And they put their own money in, a very large portion, 8 figures, to go ahead and start this league. And it just completely took off. And then one of them is an absolute crypto genius. And he was able to go ahead and get this token involved, controlling the league. And all these crypto sponsors came about. So now, we're already break even, So the crypto sponsors came about. Yeah, we have, we're on the Hedera blockchain. And they're a big sponsor for us. And they're able to help us continue funding this league.
So you mentioned earlier they want to remain anonymous. That obviously sets off some alarm. Like why?
Well,
why
Ariel, here's the thing: they don't want their face known.
Okay.
So we actually do podcasts with them.
Oh.
But what's very funny is he has an alien head.
Why?
So because he's a family man.
Okay.
He has beautiful kids,
What is
a wife.
What is he afraid of?
No, he's a very introverted, quiet guy.
Okay.
He may be loud and having fun with his friends, but they don't want to be in the limelight at all.
Okay.
So they are on podcasts. They're not hiding.
Okay.
And they talk, and everyone knows their voice. Only LARPing is the main guy, and he has this alien head, and he's there talking. Nobody knows what he looks like, but it's so cool, man.
So you kind of you take all the attention, the spotlight, and they do the back. and
Exactly.
stuff.
So I'll
do you
tell you
make the
this.
matches? Do you help make the
Yes,
matches?
yes.
So you're not just a figurehead.
No, and again, that's what I thought
Yeah,
I was going to be.
yeah.
But I'm making all these decisions, but I am the expert in the fight realm. The crypto side of things, that's what they do, and I'm getting educated on that. So when we went to the Middle East and pitched all these different places, I had to pitch the crypto side of things too. So I have to be educated also. So I'm learning about this other realm that's amazing for us, and it's really the future for us. So they're sort of like my university. I'm learning SAT words that I've never heard. I learned the word, defer the other day.
Oh, it's a big one. That's a very
Defer,
important
and
one.
then addendum.
Yes.
We had to send an addendum to Luke Rockhold and to Joe Schilling, and I learned that the other day. So I'm becoming a more eloquent man as well.
That's a very lawyer term, right?
Definitely.
A legal term, the addendum. So like a fight like Rockhold and Schilling, they've never fought for karate combat, right?
No, never.
How does this happen? Do you reach out to them? Does someone else reach out to them?
So this is cool.
And what weight, by the way?
Say it again.
What weight?
195.
Okay.
So what happened was, and I'll tell you this, our Dubai card, the lineup, what it looks like. So our prelims are UAE fighters, talent to fight for a contract, okay? Then we go into India versus Pakistan, where that idea came up twofold. With India versus Pakistan, actually, they get the most views with their cricket matches. Like insane views. I think it's like 200, 300 million views on their cricket matches. We're like, okay, we should be the first league to do this in actual combat sports.
Right.
Let's try that out. And obviously, Dubai is where you should do that. So we put India versus Pakistan. Another reason is one of our most famous superstars, the face of our league, is a Pakistani athlete. Like I told you, the guy from the mountains of Pakistan, he has blown up, absolutely blown up. Shahzaid Brind.
Okay.
And this guy's phenomenal. Boss Rudin last event, that was such an honor on commentary. He's like, I don't think anyone can beat him in karate combat right now. Like, he's just unstoppable. He scored one of the fastest knockouts ever, and he's such a humble, respectful dude, prays 5 times a day, never tasted alcohol in his life. No girls, very strict, family man, like, wonderful person. He deserves all the success he's feeling. So we did Pakistan versus India for him. So we got the UAE guys fighting for a contract, Pakistan, India, and then next we got karate versus Muay Thai. Okay. Now we were talking to huge names in the Muay Thai to be the captain of Muay Thai versus the captain of karate. It was gonna be really cool. Our main event got injured, and that was bad for us because Dubai is very strict, and we want to give them the best karate combat ever.
Right.
And that's what we pitched, and we sold them on this beautiful main event. And I said, oh my God, this is terrible. What are we gonna do? We have 4 weeks. And right away, I'm like, I know who to call. So I called a gentleman named Dean Toole.
Of course. Yeah.
He's behind Game Bread FC. Dean Toole is such a selfless man. He's always been sort of an advisor. He loves the way I market and all that stuff. So he's behind me and helping guide me too. So I call him like, Dean, we just lost my main event for Dubai. He's like, I'll get it for you in a couple hours. And I'm like, please, can you reach out to Luke Rockhold? And I had a couple options for opponents. I had Uriah Hall. We were in the DMs together. But he reached out to Joe Schilling. And it was such a violent, awesome matchup. And it was like, instantly, it makes sense, man. Joe Schilling, Luke Rockhold, we put it together in like 3 hours.
Wow.
And I definitely want to shout out Dean Toole. What an amazing guy to do that for me and never ask for credit, nothing. He doesn't even know I'm here shouting out his name, so I'm glad I could be able to do that.
Sure. You know? And as far as the attire, they wear the traditional karate pants.
Yes.
And the gloves that are sort of like MMA gloves, but they have the extra padding.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the ounces now are the same. I've done that. I've changed that.
Is it 4?
Yes.
What was it before?
It was like a sparring glove, like a 6-ounce glove.
Okay.
So we changed that. We put that to a vote with the token holders. We changed that. What's cool about it is since we're primarily a striking league, we can really curve the glove and cater it to striking. So it's definitely safer as far as you can really hit hard. Maybe
Less
safer
eye
for the
pokes?
athlete. Exactly. Helps with the eye pokes because it's really curved down.
Yeah.
It's actually a really, really amazing glove. But for MMA, it wouldn't make sense. Your glove would end up getting stuck. For grappling, it just wouldn't be good. But for striking, it's unbelievable.
UFC is announcing a new glove, I'm hearing, on Friday. Have you heard
really?
about this?
I had no idea.
Maybe to curtail. So perhaps they've seen your gloves and...
I don't think
I'm
so.
just saying.
I mean,
I'm
that would
just
be a
saying.
compliment. That would be amazing. I mean, when I started this president position, I was thinking of ways to shock everybody. And one of my students was like, man, you're kind of like the Dana White of karate combat. And he's like, you're the Dana Brown. And I became Dana Brown for a while. I used that hashtag. It was very funny. But I don't think they're looking at me for, I mean, I don't know.
And what about the pants?
The karate pants?
Yeah. Why the pants and not like shorts to make it even more modern?
Originally, we were only using karate athletes.
Yeah.
Now we have the karate rule set, karate combat rule set, and we're bringing different styles in to compete under our rule set. Just like it would be very strange if jiu-jitsu was like, oh, you're a wrestler, you can't come. That's like very discriminative, actually. It's very strange.
Right.
So we allow everybody to compete within our karate rule set, but we maintain tradition still. You know, like we try our best to have respectful face-offs. It doesn't happen all the time. We have some crazy face-offs.
Yeah.
But we try our best to make sure we maintain some karate traditions, you know, in the modern era.
Right.
So the pants are there. Now, this Muay Thai versus karate matchup, we're allowing the Muay Thai guys to wear their Muay Thai trunks. You know, just to show the difference,
I
right?
like that, yeah.
And it's a modified rule set. We're allowing certain things to make sure the Muay Thai guys are comfortable. Actually, could I demonstrate with you a rule set?
What do you mean, on me?
No, standing up.
Okay,
yeah.
go
Okay,
ahead,
so check
please.
this out.
Yeah.
And we'll leave this to the token holders. Here's an example of how the token's so cool. So please, can I borrow you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So before, we weren't allowed to clinch a guy and land strikes.
Yes.
This wasn't allowed.
Okay.
And it caused a lot of break in the action, and the Muay Thai guys are upset. They're like, dude, you want us to do karate versus Muay Thai, but you're not going to allow us to use a Thai clinch? So we're going to go to the token holders. They're going to decide. My pitch is, if you're holding the neck, as long as you're striking, let them do it. Now, if you're clinched and holding, break it. But as long as you're striking...
And you could just make these modifications.
That's the power of my presidency.
Yes.
I pitch it. But at the end of the day, it's the token holders that I'm speaking for, so they have to support me. I think they will support me. It would be...
They seem to like you very much.
They do.
They have your back.
But you know, the traditional martial artists don't. The traditional karate guys.
But are those guys the karate combat fans that you're catering to?
I mean, I would say that there's a small proportion of them. They're all on Reddit. It's like 20 dudes on Reddit that hate me. I don't look at Reddit. I'm not a Reddit guy.
You can't listen to the...
Yeah, it's a little strange, man. I'm gonna do an AMA on Reddit because it's kind of like offensive. So one of the owners was like telling me, like, man, let's go on Reddit and talk to these guys because they're really mad at you. And I'm like, why? Like, we're bringing so many eyes to this, but they hate on everything. What's
offensive? Like, are they being like disrespectful? Really?
Yeah, very disrespectful, and it's strange to me because I feel like I've brought so many eyes to the sport. You know, I mean, amazing. I'm here right now, so you would think they would be happy, but they hate on weird things like the fact that maybe Rick Ross is there, that there's UFC champions in the house watching, like Sean O'Malley was at one of our events, Volkanovski, all these guys, Tupure. So
GSP's involved, Wonder Boy's involved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of great names, but I don't know why that upsets them. It's very strange, but they're all the Mac Dojo dudes.
Right.
I shouldn't talk. I'm trying to make friends with them,
No,
but it is what it is.
How
man.
dare you?
Yeah, it is what it is.
How many events a year?
You know? Say it again.
How many events a year?
We're doing 12 events this year. So we used to do 6 events.
Okay.
But now with this new idea of doing our world tour, really breaking in, we're doing 12 events a year, and we're partnering up with cities across the world. That's how we're able to do this too. So like, for example, Dubai, the Dubai Tourism Board, they're involved with us. They're working very closely with us and helping fund this event too.
Okay.
Because it's gonna increase the amount of tourism there. It's great for the people. It's a positive impact on the community, basically.
Do you think there'll ever come a time where you have to choose between one job as opposed to the other, where you know, Dana White, he's not coaching fighters. You know what I mean? Scott Coker is not. So do you think push will come to shove? And are you worried about that?
Yeah, because I'm very, very loyal to my athletes, you know? Right now, it's great.
Your whole demeanor has just changed, by the way.
Yeah, because that's something that has been plaguing my mind and my wife's mind, because we love our athletes so much, you know? And that's a scary thing. My plan is, and what I'm hoping to, is the fight roster right now, I will go into the end of their careers. But once they're gone, any fighter that joins after that, once my original guys are done fighting, I'm out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then...
How many fighters is that?
We have a roster of like 34 athletes that are all... I mean, they're all in their 20s, some in the low 30s, but they're all in their 20s. So I would say give it about 9 years of coaching left, maybe 8 years.
And then you're gone.
And then I'm going to
Some superstar stud comes your way, you're like, nah, I'm not sticking around? No, because you like this
Look,
more?
There's going to be an exception.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to
Is it because you like this gig more?
No, it's not that. It's that I'm very loyal to my athletes right now, and they want to be world champions, so I will do everything in my heart to make sure they're world champion. But I'm sacrificing so much with my wife that we're not even able to have a family, different things like that, because we're spending so much money on our athletes. I mean, just to put it in perspective right now.
What do you mean when you say spending money on your athletes?
So let's have a little fun right now. You're going to enjoy this a little.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring a calculator out because, again, I'm a college dropout. My math is not the greatest. So check this out. This was only last month. So we spent, let's say, $3,500 on the house in Mexico, another $1,000 on the driver, another, let's say, $4,000 on flights for training partners, another $2,000 for food in Mexico. It was cheaper. $10,000 on what is this called? Visas for different fighters. So it's $5,000 for 2 fighters. So $10,000 there. Boom, boom, boom. And now visa for the Mexican coach that we just brought is another $5,000.
Jeez.
Then, okay, I have to have a coaching staff that's taking care of the gym while I'm gone. So in 1 month while I was gone in Mexico, it cost probably another $5,000. So this is off the top of my head.
Jeez.
So that's already $30,000 just for other people.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I've done this before. I went up to $65,000 for my fight team.
Wow. All out of pocket.
Out of pocket in 1 month. And in reality, I love my wife so much. And if we want to have family and children, I can't be giving $65,000 just away to everybody else.
No.
You know, just so you know, I wear these chains and this. It's fun. It's part of the brand. But this $120,000 watch is not mine. I borrowed it from my friend who owns the wholesale jewelry exchange, and I will give it back to him whenever he asks for it, and then he'll trade me out. But we live in a 1,000 square foot apartment.
Okay.
We really live under our means, and that's because we're loyal to our athletes. I can't look them in the eye and live in a penthouse in Miami and drive an Aventador. I can definitely afford it, but I can't see. They can't live in my gym, and I look at them, and I'm spending all this money wasting it. So I'm really loyal to my athletes, but it's not longevity-wise. I can't do that forever. You know?
Can I give you my 2 cents?
Of course.
There's never, and I'm a little bit older than you. There's never a perfect time to have kids. But
Mom says that. Yeah.
But you are doing a disservice to you and your wife if you don't have kids. Don't, with all due respect, choose these people over the kids, your legacy. Nothing will give you better and greater enjoyment than raising your kids. So this may be fun and exciting, and you could do both, but don't punish yourself by holding off on doing that. So that's my fatherly advice.
And that's the advice my father and mother are going to give me too. So, and it's correct. You know?
You'll, because in 3 years and 4 years and 5, there'll be something else that you'll be like, a couple more years I need to do this.
Laura, we will make a deadline tonight of 3 years.
And by the way, the kids will make you better. They will make you better people. They will give you perspective. They will ground you. They will give you a good distraction where you're not going 1,000 miles an hour on work. They are a gift.
Oh, that's another thing, right? I mean, like you said, you'll figure it out when you have those. I mean, that's what my mother and father said too. But her working 80, 90 hours a week.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Well, she's actually a crazy animal compared to me. So obviously I'm great on camera and stuff like that, but this woman doesn't sleep. I don't know how she does it. And it's crazy because I take all this credit and I'm here on camera saying I did that, but it's not like that. There's a whole team behind me, and she is everything for my success. I opened up Goat Shed because of her, and I definitely wouldn't be president of Karate Combat if she didn't inspire me to do that. So when we were dating, I was trying to fight and coach at the same time. So I was this amateur champion. Everyone thought I was going to be great. All this stuff, right? I won worlds twice. And then when I turned pro, I was coaching and fighting at the same time, and then it was just like plummeting down for me. And I just couldn't juggle it. And she came to me and she said, look, you're not a man. Make your decision. Are you a coach or are you a fighter? Because you're not loyal to your fighters because you're trying to fight.
Right.
And you're not loyal to your fighting career because you're trying to coach. Pick one. And she broke up with me for 9 months.
Wow.
She blocked me on absolutely every app that I could find her in. And I chased after her for 9 months. And I opened the Goat Shed during that breakup in inspiration to her because I realized I need to be a man. I need to make that decision. And thank God I did that, and I earned her back, and we've been together since, and now we're married. And my life has become so amazing because of my wife. When we got, something very powerful happened when we got married too. It's very strange. Everything just got together. I don't know what I believe in exactly, but whatever happened when we got married was really special, and she's a genius behind me, definitely.
Well, it's amazing to hear you talk about her like that. This was great. Good luck, April 20th. Looking forward to it. I'll be watching. Love Luke Rockhold, Joe Schilling, a legend. You need to drink water. You need to get some sleep, okay? And keep on going, but take care of
one
yourself,
shout
all
out
right?
too.
Yes, please.
So we have, and I talk so much about Karate Combat, we have the Pit Submission Series,
Yes.
also in Dubai. And the main event, we have Craig Jones, and he's taking on a very, very strong athlete. Right now, I think the guy's like 22 and 2 in the UFC, something like that. Amazing athlete. Marat, I can't even pronounce, I don't want to kill his last name, but, Renet starts with an F, figure Margareta. I should have practiced this, right? Poor guy. But unbelievable athlete. It's kind of like that Dagestani, Eastern European style of wrestling versus jiu-jitsu. It's going to be pretty amazing out there in Dubai.
Oh, same card.
Same card.
Okay.
And then, just like
we
I
love
said,
Craig Jones here.
Dean Toole has been really a blessing as far as giving me advice. I mean, Mo Jossim from ADCC has been behind me, really just giving me advice, selfless advice, to help guide me in growing this organization, Pit Sub Series, as well.
Well, keep it up, man. It was great. Thank you for coming. Good luck to you. Good luck to the family as well. And good luck to the team, the Goat Shed as well.
Definitely.
Good luck to...
I definitely want to say you can catch us all over the Middle East this year. We're trying to get to South Asia. We've partnered with the Rao family, and you should see us all over Asia, the Middle East, and I really want to bring it to our hometown in Miami often, so please stay tuned.
There he is, President Asim. And did I pronounce your name correctly? That's Asim?
So it's Asim.
Asim. Okay,
So
like
Asim, but for some reason, nobody can say Asim. They say Asim.
Okay.
So it's like, okay, awesome.
My apologies.
No
so Asim Zaidi?
Asim Zaidi, yeah.
Okay, well done, and good luck April 20th. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Skye Nicolson in a moment. Don't go anywhere. She is the pride of Nice, France. She is the one and only Manon Fiorot, and she's being joined by her coach and significant other, Aldric, who is joining us as well. Bonjour, Manon.
Bonjour. Hello.
Enchanté. Merci. Please have a seat. Aldric, thank you very much for coming. I like that you guys are all representing New York here. Yeah. This is great. You guys are very cool. I have to... How's your English, by the way? C'est pas bon ton anglais?
Little.
Un petit peu.
Yeah.
OK. Je peux faire toute l'interview en français aussi. And before I knew that you were going to translate, I was thinking maybe I would have to ask the question in French and then translate it back. But I'm happy that you're here to help us out. She has no idea what I'm talking about at this point.
I think she understands everything.
You think she understands?
Yeah,
you think she's messing around? She just doesn't want to speak in English.
Next, she can do it.
Yes.
Okay, well, what I wanted to say was, and please, like, you guys are so cool. Why are you so cool? How are you so cool? Supreme, you're rocking the new era stuff. Where does this style come from?
D'où vient ça? Je sais pas, j'aime bien m'habiller comme ça. Peut-être ça vient j'ai fait du snowboard avant, donc le style est très important dans ce sport aussi. Et voilà, j'aime bien m'habiller.
Yeah, perhaps it's snowboard. In this type of kind of sport, it's the style is very important. So yeah, perhaps like snowboard passed in the few years.
Are you a big fan of hip hop?
Oui, j'aime bien. Ouais. Mais après, j'écoute vraiment toutes sortes de musique, mais beaucoup de hip-hop.
Yeah, absolutely. I listen a lot of kind of music, but I like hip hop too.
I saw before your fight, you got a message from one of your favorite rappers, right? What was his name?
Rof, R-O-H-2-F.
Okay, is he a French rapper?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have any kind of relationship with him? Like, have you ever talked to him before?
Non, mais en fait, avant chaque combat ou après, il m'envoie des messages. Et en fait, je suis fan de ce rappeur depuis que je suis toute jeune. Et j'ai toujours écouté ses sons, même à l'époque où je faisais du karaté.
All right. That was Asim Zaidi, the president of Karate Combat. What energy, what excitement, what a personality. That was enlightening stuff. Go check out their next show on April 20th, and it's free. So how could you hate that? Now, one more guest to go, and we had to have her on this Monday because she accomplished a feat that she had been striving towards for quite some time. It was pretty much a shutout. One judge gave her opponent, Sarah Mahfoud, one round, but for all intents and purposes, it was, 10-0 across the board. She is the brand new WBC female featherweight champion, so she's gotten that very famous green belt around her waist, perhaps in her possession. As we speak right now, she is the pride of Australia. She is now a perfect 10-0. She's the one and only Skye Nicolson. There she is. Hello, Skye, champ. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I don't have the belt on me right now. I'm currently talking to you in the hallway because my team has locked me out of my room.
You're kidding.
So,
is that why the audio
yeah.
sounds so bad? This is real low rent stuff, Skye. Champion status. You would never do this if this was one of those other rinky-dink boxing sites. You always have perfect audio and video. For us, you come in the hallway?
I know. I went to the gym and I came back to talk to you, and my key needs to be reset.
Oh my gosh.
I'm talking to you by the elevators right now.
The Fontainebleau, which I've heard Eddie and everyone at Matchroom just go on and on about how great it is. The key is not working. What a great endorsement.
To be fair, it's an unreal hotel, but I'm meant to have late checkout, and it's...
This is a problem. Okay, champ life. Well, we'll make do. Congratulations on the win. This is a huge milestone for someone who is just 10 fights into their pro career. Does it feel real? Does it feel like a thing that you've accomplished, or is it still settling in?
Yeah, I was talking about this with my team. Like, it's almost like, you know, when the fight was like really one-sided, it's hard to like be really excited at the end when you win because you kind of already knew you won. Like, quite early in the fight, I knew exactly how the fight was going to go, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, you know, like when you like dream about winning that world title, it's like you're waiting for that moment at the end of the fight. And it's like, is it going to go my way? And it's like this like really high pressure situation, which I obviously didn't really have. So I felt like in some ways it was maybe a little bit underwhelming, like because there wasn't a huge challenge involved in winning. But I am obviously very happy to be world champion.
You mentioned something in a post-fight interview with the Matchroom YouTube. You said that you got, compared to your training, lazy in there because it was so easy and one-sided. Is that an accurate assessment of what you were feeling?
Yeah, I felt like there were moments where I definitely probably could have capitalized on my superior skills and how comfortable I was feeling in there. But I felt like I did probably go into cruise control a little bit too much and maybe played it a little bit too safe. But at the same time, like my team and I, we talked before the fight, and it was just win at all costs, just win. So I see both sides. Like one side, I'm like, oh, I want to entertain. I want to show like the progress I've made and what I've been doing in the gym. But at the same time, it's like what I'm doing is working. Don't give her an opportunity. Don't give her a chance.
Right.
Yeah. So it was like a battle within myself a little bit.
And perhaps even more so because you got the stoppage in the last fight and you probably wanted that sensation and feeling and to build off of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every opponent in front of you is going to be different, and those opportunities and those openings are going to be there against different styles. And she was definitely looking more to break the space and to counter rather than come overly aggressively, which is where you would see those openings probably a little bit more. But at the same time, like I watched the fight back for the first time last night, and I definitely did see openings that I didn't take, that I probably would have took in sparring, but didn't really take in the fight and played it a little bit safe. So still obviously room for improvement, still learning, still just a baby in the sport. So yeah.
A baby who is 10 fights in and the WBC champion. Did you plan on this, or is this all happening a little sooner than you expected?
No, it's definitely gone to plan.
Meaning a champ this early in your career?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think in women's boxing, that's kind of almost the expected route, I think. But for me now, it's like I'm obviously world champion. I've got one of the belts. And this is just the start, the first of many.
Can I be, I don't know, a bit of a troublemaker for a moment and ask why you, who I would I would say is one of the faces of Matchroom and one of the faces of women's boxing. Why aren't you headlining this card when you're fighting for the prestigious WBC title?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really have the answer for that. I think if the show was in Australia, I definitely would have been headlining. And hopefully in my next fight, that is exactly what will happen. So I'm excited for that. But I think that's just where women's boxing is right now. And hopefully, as I keep progressing and winning, those bigger nights will come and I will be headlining big cards like the likes of Katie Taylor, Chantel Cameron, Amanda Serrano.
Did you like the idea? I mean, you train out of London. You're from Australia. Did you like the idea of fighting in Las Vegas for this fight?
Yeah, I did. I felt like it was iconic. Vegas is a boxing capital, really, and fighters dream of fighting for a world title in Las Vegas. So, no, I was very excited about that. I was very happy with that.
And especially like winning that WBC title in Vegas it's all very exciting. And of course, you get the win, and I would never want to say it's a walk in the park because that's disrespectful to the opponent and to the, to the work that goes into it. The work made it look that quote unquote easy, but now it leads to all the questions about, can you get the big Amanda Serrano fight? She holds the other three titles. But all of a sudden now there seems to be some new talks of Amanda and Katie Taylor. So what do you make of all of this? And would you be disappointed if your next fight isn't against her?
I wouldn't be disappointed because I don't expect my next fight to be against her anyway.
Okay.
I'm not surprised that there's now talk about the Taylor Serrano rematch. Amanda obviously is coming towards the end of her career and she wants to have the big fights, the big money fights. She obviously feels that she can beat Katie Taylor as well. So, of course, she's going to be chasing that. I mean, for me now, a fight with her isn't contender versus champion anymore. It's champion versus champion now. So, for me, all I can do is keep winning, keep proving myself, and hopefully before Serrano retires, she can see me as a risk that's worth the reward instead of high risk, low reward. And all I can do is keep beating who they put in front of me. I mean, I beat the number 2 in the world after Amanda Serrano comfortably on the weekend. I want to be challenged. And I think a young champion, 10 fights in, I'm doing the right thing. I'm chasing the big fights. I'm chasing the challenges. And it's no disrespect to Amanda Serrano, but I believe I can beat her. My team believes we beat her. And I want the opportunity to prove that. Whether it happens or doesn't happen, I don't know. All I can do is keep beating who gets put in front of me, and that's the plan. And hopefully we can see that fight happen, but I don't know if it will.
Why do you always feel the need to say it's no disrespect? You said that on Saturday as well. Why do you always feel the need to preface your feelings towards the fight with that?
Because I feel like Serrano counters a lot of my interviews with, I don't trash talk, I don't do this. I'm not trash talking. I'm telling her, or I'm telling the world, I want to prove I'm the best. And a lot of the world consider her the best, including herself. And I want the opportunity to prove that I'm the best. And it's not disrespect, it's the game, it's the sport. And it's champion versus champion now, and I'm going to keep proving myself as a champion. I'll keep proving myself as a champion, and hopefully the risk can be worth the reward, and we can make that fight happen.
This is great stuff that you're giving us, but the unfortunate part is the audio isn't good. Do you think we should reconnect? It sounds like you're talking like through like a muffled like thing. Do you have headphones or no?
I mean, I do, but they're in my locked room.
Oh
and I have
my
no
gosh! I just don't want to. Did we try reconnecting with her? I don't know why it sounds like that. Is that a thing with your phone? I'm assuming you're on a phone right now. No.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it sounds like to you because I'm hearing you perfectly.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
Okay, we fight through it, I guess. I just wanted it to sound better. That's all. I'm a perfectionist, just like you out there, scoring the 10-round shutout. Have you set your mind to the fact that it may never happen? Like, do you think it's a greater chance of it never happening as opposed to happening at this point?
I mean, I'm still hopeful. Like, that's the biggest fight out there for me currently.
Yeah.
So of course that's the fight I'm going to be chasing. And of course that's the fight I want to happen. So I don't want to lose hope. But I also understand. I understand Amanda's team's stance on it. I understand they see me as high risk, low reward. I'm an awkward, hard to hit opponent. I get that. I'm a young up and comer. But I am a champion now as well. So all I can do is keep proving myself, and hopefully we can make that fight big enough that it's worth it for her.
Could I ask, what did you make of the scene in Puerto Rico about a month ago when her fight fell through, an hour or so, 2 hours or so before the fight?
Yeah. I was a little bit confused, and I saw a lot of conflicting things floating around social media. I don't believe that she didn't want to fight, because I do believe she is a champion and would fight it at all costs, whatever it took. She would try to fight. So I don't think she was trying to pull out of the fight, but I did find the whole thing very strange.
Okay. Do you think there's a chance that because that fight didn't come to fruition, and if the Katie fight doesn't happen, that Nina would get, a shot at her before you?
I mean, I feel like Nina deserves her shot.
Okay.
She was there and ready to fight her that night, so I wouldn't be mad if Nina fights her before I get to fight her. I don't even know if the Nina fight will happen now. There's all this talk about her fighting Katie. I think Nina should really be putting pressure on the WBO, whoever it is that she was mandatory for, because if Amanda Serrano is going and fighting in a different weight division and not fighting her mandatory, then that belt really should be talked about for Nina. Maybe in a unification bout with me.
Right. I think it was the IBF.
IBF, was it? Yeah. Okay, well, IBF then. I thought she had the WBA gold.
I could be wrong. Who knows with all these belts?
I don't know. But I mean, there's things that could happen. There's so many different things that could happen, depending on, I guess, mainly on what Amanda Serrano does next. But there's going to be big fights there for all of us.
If the Taylor fight doesn't come to fruition, and June seems like a weird time, and the location seems a little suspect based on the reports that I've seen, if only because I'm pretty sure the UFC said that they were getting first dibs. But alas, who knows? Never doubt Eddie Hearn and company. My thought is you versus Amanda, Texas Stadium, Netflix, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. What about that?
Mm-hmm. Like I've said from the start, sign me up. I'm ready when she's ready. It's no disrespect. Champion versus champion.
Would you be open to fighting on a card like that? Because it's a bit of a polarizing topic, right? Jake, Mike, some people love it, some people don't love it. Would you be okay with that?
Completely. I would fight anywhere, on any card, any day of the week. I just want the opportunity to prove I'm the best in the world.
Okay. And just curious, because the reason she had to vacate that title was because WBC didn't want to recognize the 12 3-minute rounds that she's fighting under. Now that you're the champion, how would that work?
I do not know.
Okay.
For me, if we wanted it to be for undisputed, I think it would probably have to be over 10-2s. But also, if she's happy to not do it over 10-2s, not do it for the WBC belt and that not be on the line, I'll fight her at over 12 3-minute rounds, and I've said that already as well.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Damn, now you're getting pissed. Do you get annoyed talking about this? Do you get annoyed talking about this?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. I mean, it's frustrating because obviously I don't see the fight happening.
Right.
But I want people to know why I'm chasing the fight. And it's frustrating that people are still saying that it's too early for Skye. she would absolutely get killed by Mendozano, yada, yada, yada. When did she last stop someone? Look at her fight with Mahfoud. Look at my fight with Mahfoud. That was my 10th fight. That was her 45th fight, whatever it was. That's all I'll say.
Okay. I want to see Amanda Serrano, Skye Nicolson face-to-face. Can I moderate that? I feel like there's some good heat there.
Sign me up.
That would be tremendous. I think that would be great theater. That would be great theater.
I would love that.
All right. And by the way, speaking of theater, what did you make of your friend Alicia Baumgartner and Clarissa Shields getting into it at the event on Saturday?
I saw little bits of that yesterday for the first time. I don't understand why this is even like
a thing?
fight that's
right.
Yeah. It's very confusing. And I don't see that fight ever happening. So I just don't understand how that even became a thing. That a super featherweight and a middleweight are even entertaining it. But
it's a little tiresome. It's a little tiresome because every time I go on Twitter, they're arguing, but there's like a 25, 30-pound weight difference between them. On what planet is this happening?
I know. I don't even think they think the fight's ever going to happen. So I don't really understand the beef and the back and forth. But
on Saturday, it seemed like they thought it was going to happen because it was getting quite heated.
Yeah, I heard that people actually thought they were going to start fighting then and there.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So it seemed like two people who are very interested in having a fight, but yeah, I don't know what that's all about. So overall, a good experience in Las Vegas. You said you would like the next one to be perhaps home in Australia. I saw a lot of coverage of your accomplishment back home, right? What kind of reception are you getting? Like, what are you hearing about you? You getting this belt and climbing this mountain?
I mean, obviously, we didn't have a very good run the weekend before. We had 3 Aussies lose out in the States in world title fights. So the pressure was on to turn things around on the weekend. So obviously, I think the Australian community are really excited and happy, obviously. And I've been saying since I turned pro, I want to bring big fights to Australia. So I would love to make my first title defense at home. I would love to headline for the first time in my professional career. As world champion, I'd love to headline at home. So I hope we can make that happen. Hopefully, maybe not too far away, because there's talk about potentially fighting Raven Chapman in September on the 5v5 card in Wembley. So if that's happening, I would probably like to make this homecoming in June.
Okay.
So not too far away.
Wow, that's a quick turnaround.
Yes.
And then a September fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Active.
No rest for the Queen. On Friday, I think the Matchroom team, from a promotional standpoint, and in particular Alex Haynes and his team, do the best work of anyone in combat sports, period. And they posted a very nice video, an emotional video, a beautiful video about your story and about your brothers. And we've talked about, them and what they mean to you. And it was so well done. And I'm just wondering, taking part in it, and we're showing, the footage here, you writing the letter, taking part of it, and then seeing the finished product right before you're about to fight for the belt. What were the emotions?
So I actually watched it for the first time on Friday when it got posted on social media. That was the first time I saw the finished product, and I was about to do the ceremonial weigh-in, and I was bawling my eyes out. It was probably the worst timing to watch it,
right?
But I was crying just because of how beautifully pieced together it was, and just seeing the footage of me changing into the footage of my brother. And,
it was amazing.
Just the way it was done. Yeah. I was very overwhelmed, and I literally, Helen came out to call me on stage, and she was like, I feel like this is really bad timing, but it's your turn to walk on the stage. And I was just like, but no, it was an amazing piece. A really, really fitting piece, I think, for where I am in my journey right now as well. Yeah, I think it was nice, very nicely done. A really nice tribute to my brothers and obviously for my family all there watching as well on Saturday night to have that right before I went and walked. Yeah, it was very special and really nice.
Well done. I'm sure they're all very proud of you. So happy for you, and looking forward to bigger fights and more headliners.
Yes.
With your name attached to it in the very near future. I think you've earned that and deserve that as well. So well done. Great performance on Saturday. Delighted for you. And hopefully you get back into your room sooner rather than later because it's no fun hanging out in the hallway.
I'm sorry about
No, it's
the
okay.
terrible audio.
Listen, I'm going to go on one of the YouTube channels later and you'll have a great setup and the boxing public. But we're just a rinky-dink MMA show here. And so, we get what we get. It's okay.
Thanks, Ariel.
Thanks, Skye. Congratulations. There she is, Skye Nicolson, the new WBC female featherweight champion. It's like my daughter says, you get what you get, and you don't get... No one? Who, me? Upset.
I really didn't know that one.
Yeah. I know why you did that, by the way, Frank. Frank, Mysterious, noted Amanda Serrano stan. Of course he's going to screw with the audio as she's calling out Amanda Serrano.
Man, that's
I
sabotage.
should have caught on to that from the beginning. You know yourself, Frank. And what about UFC 300? A quick word here from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. UFC 300, it is here. Oh my God, what a week for our good friends over at TKO. It's an action-packed fight card and it's taking over Las Vegas, as are we. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, is giving new customers a shot to turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets with any UFC 300 bet. And what about the fact, I just saw this, GC, can you confirm or deny Zhang Weili becoming a sizable favorite? I saw that today against Yan Xiaonan.
I can confirm that, yeah. She was sitting around like minus 350 for a while. Now she's as big as a minus 500.
Is she the biggest favorite on the card?
She is. Minus 500 on DraftKings Sportsbook as we speak.
Is there
no, I'm wrong. I forgot about Bo Nichols, minus 2100.
Yes, of course.
Yes, sorry, I forgot about
Shout out to Cody Brundage. Anyway, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. In 2 days' time, the great GC descending upon Las Vegas for the first time in his illustrious life. I mean, what a moment this is.
Can't wait.
And everyone is buzzing. And if you're a new customer, you can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA Hour. The crown is yours. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions and times for responsible gaming resources. Yeah. I also want to let you know that our good friends over at BetterHelp are supporting this show once again. We love BetterHelp. They are great people over there, and this is a great service. And as you know, overtraining is a real thing. We all want to push ourselves to get stronger, faster, and more efficient. But that can lead to spending too much time in the gym and not enough time resting. To feel your best, you need to take breaks, and your social life isn't that different. Packing your calendar with one event after another feels like a great idea, but it could totally wipe you out and leave you feeling exhausted and frankly pissed off at the world. BetterHelp Online Therapy can help you figure out what you need to feel your best, whether that's more time with friends or more time alone. And that's not always easy. Everyone notices this. I am actually one of those people who fantasizes about canceling plans, not hanging out with people, getting a little ornery. And let's not speak of Frank, who's impossible to make plans with. He's always canceling at the last minute. And so I want to let you know that therapy can help you build more awareness of what you need and when. And BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy and licensed professionals. Scheduling is convenient. Finding a therapist suited for your style is quick and easy. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. You can visit BetterHelp.com/MMA today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. Thank you so much to them for the support. Obviously, it's UFC 300 week in Las Vegas. Friday, also in Las Vegas, it's the second PFL event of the season. Had a great start on Thursday. Dakota Dacheva with a solid win. You had Moldavsky on there. You had a bunch of former Bellator fighters. Liz Carmouche getting a win as well in her PFL debut. And so I want to let you know that the PFL is back on April 12th with the lightweights and light heavyweights throwing it down. Last week, it was the women's flyweights and the heavyweights. You've got names like Impa Kasangane, who, of course, won the 2023 light heavyweight tournament. You also have Clay Collard and Bellator former champ, one Patricky Pitbull, is going to be on the card against Clay Collard. So if you're in Vegas for 300, go check him out. If you're at home, check him out over on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. That is Friday, April 12th, live at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Speaking of the fights, speaking of Las Vegas, the big one, Brendan Allen beating Chris Curtis, avenging his previous loss. Last guy to beat him was Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis took this fight on short notice. A tremendous fight that would have had a packed crowd standing on its feet, going crazy, but alas, it was at the Apex. I said, and I don't know if we have the tape. Let me know if we have it or not.
No, we don't have the tape.
We don't have the tape. You know what I'm going to say,
We had
right?
to burn it with the Lucas Brennan pick.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
That this was the one.
I said, if Brendan Allen and Chris Curtis fight, it's the one.
That's where we get our money back.
Am I right? Am I right?
Listen, you know what? Just real quickly, Just this is a day of celebration. Let me just show my picks here. Just did 3 bets. Just got reverse swept. Coldest streak of my life. No big deal. Just wanted to
NBD.
Can't hit a bet to save my life. No big deal. We're gonna get it all back on 300. But did the Parlay Pals get back on track?
Did they?
Yes, they did. All green, baby. Line them up.
I knew it.
Feels good. Feels good, man.
No one ever
feels
doubted.
good.
Never
It
doubted.
feels good. I throughout this entire journey, from January 1st all the way to April 8th, 2024, not even for 1 second did I doubt we were going to get back on track. You guys kept threatening to quit, to end the Parlay Pals. I knew this day would come.
No.
I knew this day would come.
I never threatened.
And that gets us to down 7.5 units all time.
So this is,
number.
by the way, what were those winning? Those names over there? I can't even see it.
Bahamondes, dub. Alan Curtis over 1.5 went the distance. I mean, as easy as they come. Alex Morono, dub. And Dumont Duranami over 2.5. Also went the distance. Never in doubt.
What a time.
Never in doubt.
What
Easy work.
a freaking...
Easy work. And now the winning streak starts. That's the best part of all this. Now we get to start building
Now you get to start
the win
building.
streak.
And we're going to become insufferable. Just every time we win, we'll never even mention this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Exactly. What losing streak?
What a way to kick off UFC 300 week when let's not forget we had imposed the deadline of UFC 300, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is great. This is
we felt the pressure for sure. I mean, the walls were starting to close in on the mandated deadline. Whoever ended up mandating that, I felt it was a little bit ridiculous, but the mandated deadline that we had to live with, that the Parlay Pals would have been over. But I mean, backs against the wall is when we shine, and we're back. We're back. I mean, it's now that the monkey's off the back. I mean, we have nothing to worry about. Win streak starts this weekend.
Yeah, I actually got the facts, and it said, this is on behalf of the Parlay Boys. 2 words, we're back.
Yeah. Actually, a little thrown off there. You said the facts. I thought it was FACT.
Oh, you're such a millennial.
Yeah, now I get it.
You're such a millennial. No, it's the FAX. All right, cool.
Yeah, I guess we'll do the Parlay Pals pick maybe Thursday or Friday. Now
Oh, there's no big hitters, no nothing. I thought
I do actually have some big hitters.
Okay.
It's actually a repeat offender here. Our man Matty Betts last week, he hit a 3-leg parlay. Chris Weidman, Nate Landwehr, and Manon Fiorot by decision. $1,000 to win $31,000. That was just last week. UFC Atlanta.
Jeez.
This week he's back. UFC Apex 90. 2-leg parlay. Cesar Almeida by KO. Gene Matsumoto by submission. Plus 4,500. 1,000 to win 45K. So in the last 2 weeks, this guy has brought home $75,000 just on these 2 bets alone. I mean, when you're hitting plus 4,500s that you're putting $1,000 on, can't help but give you another shout out. Back-to-back weeks still. So shout out to Matty Betts. I'm sure we're going to have, this time next week, I'm sure we are going to be flooded with a lot of crazy big hitters. I think there's going to be a lot of action on this weekend's card.
Oh, yeah. I bet there's going to be a ton. All right. So that's the word. Congratulations to you guys. Tiny bit of breaking news. I was talking about... I was talking about Las Vegas. No, why? Because it was tiny?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
fair
nice.
enough.
Nice. That was good.
I was talking about Las Vegas. Just announced over here that Nathan Diaz and Jorge Masvidal are going to do somewhat of a world tour for their upcoming bout on June 1st and Friday, April 12th.
Wow.
In Las Vegas.
Wow.
They'll be, holding a press conference.
Are we going to be there?
I mean, I don't know. What time is it at? Let me read here. Tuesday, April 16th here in New York.
Yeah.
Are we going to be there?
It's
Wednesday, April 17th in Miami, and Friday, April 19th in Los Angeles. First thought, God bless whoever is in charge of getting Nate Diaz to these 4 stops. I mean,
God bless him.
Yeah, he doesn't usually love. The Friday, April 12th one is at 6:30. No, it's at it opens at
8
6:30.
p.m.
8 p.m. Oh yeah, so it's
8 p.m. Pacific?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow, counter programming the PFL card. There's a lot going on in Las Vegas.
There is, including this little program.
Yeah. How excited are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
11.
11?
300.
3.
That's how excited I am.
Are you more excited about this than when we went to Dallas?
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, we were like a part of the broadcast team in Dallas. Like we were like
Yeah, I mean it was incredible. You know.
But this is Vegas.
Dallas for a boxing match. Vegas for UFC 300.
Not just a boxing match.
Well, it was a boxing match, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a boxing
But it's not
match.
your ordinary boxing.
Yeah, it wasn't an ordinary one.
A few fights. Too.
Yeah, can't wait, man. Can't wait. Gonna hit the strip. See the sights.
Okay, speaking of the sights, did the eclipse actually happen?
Didn't really get that dark out here.
So my kids have been talking about this for weeks.
There's some great photography all over.
Is there anything? Can I see something? Do we have anything? No?
We got nothing to do.
Nothing?
Nothing really
I can
happened.
show you a
here.
black screen.
I mean, maybe I'm, I have lack of sleep, but we didn't go over like, oh, let's get some clips beforehand. No.
There was nothing to get, man.
There's nothing.
Nothing to get. I mean, from New York City? No, man.
No, but just in the world. Like,
you asked world. I thought you just meant New York City.
Wow.
There was
If
a
you
collective O
me?
all together here. Yeah.
That's crazy. When you go on Google and type in solar eclipse, it actually does it. Do you guys see that too?
Yeah. I mean,
the interactive Google.
Wow.
There's a great picture of
NYC Oz at once in a lifetime event. It would have been nice to show it. I mean,
there's a great picture of Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, and Dante DiVincenzo staring at the sky. If you want to see that, that's where the
sure.
money's at.
I don't know if that's a joke or not.
No, seriously, but go find it. I'm not.
Oh, thanks,
showing
guys.
it.
Wow,
You
you're
just
so
find it.
You're so helpful. There's no
here's a good
photos.
one. Here's a good one from earlier.
Is that legit?
Yeah, that's a real photo taken today.
Serious?
I'm being dead serious.
That's
I'm on
incredible.
Google right now. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Shout
Pretty nuts. Am I crazy for thinking this happened in 2017 as well?
Whatever. It's 2024. Not only did it happen in 2017, I believe, New York Rick, we might have to go back into the thing. I believe Lou DiBella was in studio when it happened.
You're breaking news. To me,
It was before Maymac. You remember we had that stretch before Maymac where every single show had an in-studio guest? I mean, not too different from our current stretch where we've had...
We're on a roll right now.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I thought you guys would have...
Is it possible that the alignment is what is creating the atmosphere for us to continue to have the in-studio guest 7 years from now?
Oh, this is a great point.
As it is aligning.
Oh, I love this. Yeah. No, that's
studio guest.
That's a great shout. No, I was like, let's just get through all these interviews so I can see everything and react.
Oh
to it.
yeah. Oh, I mean, we had the NASA stream up. There really wasn't much.
Oh.
Yeah, there really wasn't.
Where was it pointed to? Like, was it? Because I heard upstate New York was actually a hot
They had
spot.
it in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, they were going from
Syracuse,
city to
Rochester.
city.
Wasn't Rochester a spot?
Yeah, I think Rochester was a spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mexico.
Mexico?
Yeah.
Really? Is it the same all over the world? Like, is it a thing in Europe too, and in Asia?
Not this one.
This one's just America.
The path that it traveled, it was like came up from west of South America over North America. So I wonder if somebody saw it on like Russia.
Oh, okay.
There was a really cool shot from the NASA stream of like the shadow it was creating.
Is that true?
Yeah, like from space, from the International Space Station.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Couldn't find it though.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, maybe my kids will let me know about.
Did they go outside during school today?
There was a whole thing, but I think it was happening like at 3:15.
My kids' school had a half day. You?
Wow.
Wow. No.
A half day for the
Had a half day so that they could see it.
My kids would have loved that. Although they got lucky. First time I've ever done this, took them to school late.
Oh, there's no cooler feeling than pulling up late.
Pulling up late, living the dream, hanging out with the celebs.
There was one kid at my elementary school who used to come in late sometimes, like maybe once or twice a month. McDonald's in hand, come straight to lunch.
What a legend.
I believe his name was Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. He was the man. I just was so jealous of him.
All right. Well, that's that. Congratulations to all the big winners from this past weekend. And like I said, one more time, we are doing a show Wednesday. Oh, look at this. Chris Wasabi Boys. Thank you. He just sent me a video in Niagara Falls. Ooh, that is kind of cool. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would think this is just like 6 o'clock at night. But still, oh, wow. It actually got, holy shit. This is pitch black in Niagara Falls, Frank.
Yeah, I tried to tell you.
Wow.
I mean, to be honest, when I look over my shoulder and I saw how bright it was still outside, and I saw how dark it was in Niagara Falls,
Oh my God.
It's a little disappointed.
Okay, well. All right,
Next
so
time.
Vegas, what do we got? Vegas, we've got a promo, or yes,
I wouldn't call it a promo. I mean, more of just a graphic.
No, I was just trying to tee you up. Thursday, 1 o'clock. Friday.
Nice note at the bottom. Time subject to change. Obviously, things.
Yes, we might do 1 PST on Friday now with this announcement of the new gloves. Yeah, I don't want to counter program anyone. I come in peace,
100%.
I come in peace, and love. So we might just do, I now that I think about it, maybe we do 1 to 4 Pacific on Friday, and that will get you right into the ceremonials. Right, ceremonials are at 4. What a great logo that is. That looks fantastic. I'm always a stickler for the word "the." I love it.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah, no, I thought about that.
If you squint, you could see it.
Okay.
I thought about that. Don't worry, we have more Las Vegas.
It's a great thing. It's
later
just
in the week. I promise the "thes" and
we'll be there. Okay. Well, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. And the beauty is, like, hey, if we want to do a late night stream, we could do a late night stream.
We can do whatever we want.
Aiden Ross style,
Shout out.
If Tommy
I show speed style.
Yeah.
Prime bottle.
Right. If Tommy wants to pull up at 7 o'clock, he'll pull up at 7. So it's going to be good.
If Nate and Jorge want to come after the press conference and come hang out.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we'll do.
3 a.m., baby. Let's do it.
Cool,
I'm going to pitch that.
Pitch it.
All right. Thank you, gents. Appreciate it. Thank you all. It is time to go. Yeah. Again, UFC 300, plenty of chatter about UFC 300 and all the great fights on it to come. This is show 1 of 4 this week. And who knows, we might even do more. We might get crazy. And also the PFL on Friday, April 12th with Impa Kasangane. And that Patricky Pitbull Clay Collard fight is a sneaky good one. So stay tuned for that. Now we have to rejigger and do a whole other show. Who signed up for this? Golly.
Who, me?
Yeah. I like to scroll through Twitter just as we're wrapping up to see if I've missed anything. And I see my good friend Jedi Goodman has tweeted the clip of me saying that last night doesn't happen without AEW and Tony Khan. It has 500,000 views. I'm sure all the responses are very sane and measured. What do you guys think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
good?
No, I'm great. I'm just, I'm just taking it all in. I'm just taking it all in. It's a great time, Frank, to be alive for so many different reasons over here, and I'm just taking it all in. But for now, we have to go. Thank you very much, all our guests. Tom Aspinall and Asim Zaidi, great stuff from them. Paul Hughes, good luck to him. Calvin Kattar and Arman Tsarukyan, good luck to them as well. And of course, congrats to Skye Nicolson. Back on Wednesday, same time, but there'll be so many.